All right. What's up? So, one thing I'm curious about, I've been messing around with this for a little while now, which is OBS settings so that I can stream without destroying my computer. So, this time for real, look at this. Somehow Java's taking like 14%, but we're going to address that too today. So, OBS is now taking 10%. I have lowered the quality as much as possible. Actually, not as much as possible. I'm sure it could take less. But actually, that's pretty good. Hey, Walshy. So yeah, now my base CPU usage is much lower, and that probably means that as I drag a window around, you don't see it update that fast. Hey, Musa Ottoman. I don't think I've seen you before. 3 hours 49 minutes. Hey, Cut Skinny. Well, welcome to the channel. So, I have here in my hands the world's worst laptop. I bought this because I wanted to be able to code when I was not at my own place and did not realize how much I needed an SSD. So this thing is like constantly pegged at 100% disk usage. And I want to set up the bot on here. I don't know if that's a good thing to do on stream actually. Also, I tried loading Task Manager and it's taking forever. Yeah. Let me zoom in on this. All right. This is my wonderful computer, and what I have showing here. Oh, let me just bring this right up to the camera. 100% disk usage. You see that? Not even going down. Pretty much since I opened Task Manager. This is the computing life that I live. I buy garbage machines, apparently. Oh, and Skype, which isn't even open, is what's taking up the most disk. Alright, well, at some point, I want to try out Phantom Bot on there. So we'll have to see about that. Oh, it's your alt. Got it. Well, hey. I don't remember I need to PM you so I can try to speed up this process of getting the game access and passwords to people. All I need is the request needed, and I can make a program to do it, make a nice bot. So there are actually a lot of things that this bot is doing for me right now. It's been keeping track. So, and this is what's really frustrating about this. It's been keeping track of the loyalty system, the amount of time someone spent in the channel. To accomplish this, it uses its own custom database, which is ini files. It's a very silly thing. So some of these files get really long because, like, look at the points one, for example. I'm going to put this into Sublime. So here's how it keeps track of points. It is literally just the person's name and equal sign and then the number of points they have. And that's it. There's no sorting. There's no like better querying. They just read line by line, and that's what they do. So I feel like getting everything so that it's got parity with this thing, the loyalty system, the amount of time people have been here for, being able to interact with chat, etc. I feel like that's at least a 3 or 4 day project. And then, I don't know, the extension system is pretty nice that I can just add in commands. So, I'm not sure what I'm going to do. At the very least, OBS is using less CPU by about 5 to 10% now. So maybe we'll be okay today. Java is still taking up a ton. God, this bot. Okay, so anyway, I want to whisper my bot and figure out, is it responding quickly? Yeah, okay, it's responding immediately right now. So if anyone wanted to sign up for the game, they could. Now, the other thing I got to do here, because there are a lot of people who've been asking about this, what is Botland and what is Botland all about? And that's totally fine, and I expect them to ask that question. But I shouldn't have to have a command typed every time it's asked. So let's put a very prominent what is Botland video. Where did I put this video? What? What am I looking at right now? Where's my video? Where's my video? Alright, let's click videos. Alright. What is Botland? Here we go. So we're going to put this on the front page. About. I think I have the issue fixed now. I no longer have a problem with the token. I switched to local storage and Auth and Auth work perfectly so far. Oh, good. And also, hi. And also, you said that you were doing authorization on the client. Do you mind explaining that a little bit? And Walshy says, yeah, I mean, right now I just want to speed up the time for getting access to the game and things, and I can start working on tracking and moderating chat. Probably just use a JSON file or something because it's fast and fantastic. You can also use that to create a nice table layout very easily. Yeah, so I'll need to send you a message. So last night I did not get the opportunity to, and I'm going to finally start using this as my post-stream notes. I wrote this down last night. I got home at like 11:30 p.m. and then tried to just go to sleep. So yeah, I have this written down here. PM Walshy about how to make the bot better. So I think we'll talk about that afterward. So as far as this goes, let's edit this panel. And hey, Danthus. Okay, so about the stream, about the game. What is Botland? Go watch this video. Yeah, I'll say watch this video to find out more. There we go. How should I change this? I'm developing Botland, a game involving programming and automation. It'll eventually be available on anything with a browser. Shooting for early 2017. This annotated code example I think is really stupid to put here. Okay, so submit that. Well, not really on the client, but checking for valid token in local storage instead of validating via API. Checking for a valid token in local storage instead of validating via an API. Because you can't trust the client for anything. So even if the client validates a token, you've still got to validate it on the server, which I guess you'd have to do anyway to get the data from it, which is part of the validation process. So yeah, maybe that's fine. Actually, I guess I could just take a look at your code if you're pushing it to Git, because you gave me access. So this, we're gonna just get rid of this. This is done. Maybe add some commands on that page. Yeah, I don't know what you guys think, whether I should put commands on this page or not. So you know how people have, I don't know, points, time, etc. I'll just leave it. And I don't know if Farmer Chuggers has ever been in chat again. Is there a last scene for this person? Last seen at no data. Okay, well, that's nice. Oh, my laptop, after having plenty of time to calm down, is now at only 32% disk usage. Wonderful. All right, so I believe I just had to fix up the connection manager stuff from yesterday. Did I even write this down? I think I did. Yeah, I had just hopefully fixed all the connection issues in Connection Manager, but I hadn't refactored any of the code to make it neat. This addressed the bug that's in the to-do item below. All right, great. Commands might pollute the chat. Yeah, and I was thinking, what if I just put it on the wiki somewhere? And hey, Echo Hotel. Okay, let me write it down for later. Maybe put the majority of the commands in a wiki page. That way it doesn't spam chat that much. Hey, Monadic Bind. Another wonderful day. Okay, let's kick off all of the different build processes that I have. So I'm gonna watch the central server, and I'm gonna watch the game server, and I guess I'm gonna watch the client. And then, yeah, that'll be that. That's probably gonna spin up a lot of, yeah, okay. Well, as long as OBS doesn't go into overdrive, that's fine. I just make a panel for it because people who have been here know about the wiki. However, new people wouldn't. Well, no, what I would probably do is you'd type either of these things, and Botland bot would just say, go check out http, wiki.bot.land/commands. That way, it's not the 5-line message that it is right now. But I'll think about it. I'm not going to do that right now. Okay, the disk has finally gone down to 0% usage. Another wonderful day in the world of monads. Someone was saying in chat yesterday, they're like, I just hate it anytime I see monads somewhere. I was laughing. They were actually talking to you, so I'm sure you saw it, but I still thought it was funny. All right. Yeah, so I kicked off all these build processes. Now I've got to get this cleaned up for commit. So the biggest thing that changed was the connection manager. I'm going to go and save that off. And you know what? I'm going to save all this stuff off, I think. Yeah. So the ideal way, I don't know if there's a better way to do this in Git. The ideal way to save all this would just be commit it. I guess I could commit it to a new branch and then later check that branch into my main one. But since it's only 5 files for right now and I don't want to screw anything up, and the last time I tried doing something with Git, I totally botched everything, I'm just going to copy these files into a temporary folder. Back up. I don't expect I'll even need to use these files because I'd have to screw everything up to a certain point where it's not recoverable, and that's very unlikely. It's possible, but it's very unlikely. So now let's go into shared client and game server. All right, player and player depot. There. That didn't take too long, although, like I said, I'm sure there's probably a better way to do this. Oh no. I can't put player depot here unless I rename it. Oh. So this is what? Game server, player depot, and then this is the other player depot. Okay, great. So I have another auth related question for anyone in stream or Adam. How do you plan to handle authorization within the Restify API? I was thinking about just using the JWT to look up the user, which will have role associated with their account, and then determine based on that whether they're authorized to hit that endpoint. Yeah, I think that's basically what you'd be doing. I mean, that's authorization in a nutshell for anything. You have some identifying information about a person or a role, then you figure out if that person or role is allowed to do the task. And so for me, since I'm making a game where it's very clear that there are players and then there are not players. So the players all get access to just their own stuff. The not players, which are my game server, my whatever else, get access to everything. And that's it. So I basically have 2 roles: regular user, administrator. A new API for a Pastebin client. I have a feeling bad how is not supposed to be here. No, I don't know. Walshy, I'm not totally sure what this link is supposed to be. Oh, it's just supposed to be bad at the end? Aha! Pastebin. Oh, cool. How well does the syntax highlighting part work? And also, one of the things I think is kind of nice about Pastebin, just something to keep in mind, is that when you are choosing syntax highlighting, it's not just a combo box, it's a combo box with a search at the top. So I can search for JavaScript and then hit enter, which I know normal combo boxes let you just start typing this in, but I could also have just typed script and it would have found it, which is not something normal combo boxes let you do. Decatech says, I won't be watching much of the stream today. I spent the whole day trying to get a chat to work, but my broadcast.send are never caught on any idea. Are you sure your sockets are connected? Also, are you what library or what programming language are you using for these sockets? Because it sounds like your sockets aren't connected. Oh, I cut out rendering here. That was just for the sake of saving CPU, which is at what? I'm just gonna keep this open over here. There. Now I have an idea of that. Yeah, they are. Express on a node server with Socket.io. Well, Decatech, here's the easiest way for me to help you is if you wouldn't mind uploading the code somewhere, whether it's to a private Git repo or Pastebin even, and then I could take a look at it. Otherwise, I'd be like, is there a term for this? I'm going to say ghost debugging, where I'm trying to debug code based on just what I think it is. Still a work in progress, not even sure I'll release it, just ports I made. Okay. Sorry. I feel like that sounds really bad if someone's like, hey, check this out. Here's a personal project I'm working on. And I'm like, where's the multiplayer? Where's the sweet AAA graphics? And someone's like, no, Adam, it was just a personal. All right, sorry. I was just sharing my thoughts. They definitely are. I can catch all the emit events, but no broadcast. So let me push it to my GitHub, and then I can give you access to it. Okay. And also let me know if you don't want me looking at it on stream. Even more detailed is how to make an authorization model, which is granular on an endpoint level. So I think, Danthus, that there are probably libraries for that. And I haven't looked into this too much because I don't think my authorization needs are too large right now. So for me, what I'm doing right now is I have what you probably want to do is you want to say, well, maybe I don't know how you want to do this, but I have these routes set up. So maybe the way you want to do this is you want to say something like, this route goes to here, and then you could say .authz, something like user is allowed to hit this and admin is allowed to hit this, or something like that, where you can just kind of pick on the fly who can use what. And maybe you do this too. I don't know. This one's just admins are allowed to do this.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
My laptop is talking to me. Hang on a second. Okay, that was weird. So anyway, if you wanted to do something like this, what I would imagine that I would do here is I might wrap this function or make my own kind of middleware sort of thing that I have a standard way of taking in a token from a user and then figuring out what role they are and then comparing it against the list of roles. Now, there's role-based authorization and then there's like privilege-based authorization. So what you could do is you could either say, okay, I am Adam, I am a user, and I am whatever, Joe, and I am an admin. And now, then you say admins are allowed to do these things. Create, update, delete, I don't know, whatever things you have. And users are just allowed to fetch their own data. What you could do is you could just make this even more granular with roles and say like, oh, Adam has create and fetch and delete. I mean, I'm really just talking about an authorization model. It all depends on what you're making and what you want to do with this. Haven't found one in NPM yet? Okay. You can watch it after the stream if you have time and leave an issue or whatever. I just won't be here today. Yeah, sure. All right, I'll take a look. Look at Decatech's code. And then, so problem is that socket.emit is being caught, but no. Oh, you know what, Decatech? The way you're using socket.io, I haven't looked at the code yet, but here's something you need to consider, which is that when you're broadcasting, the way that this works, if you do socket.broadcast, it'll broadcast to everyone except for that socket. So let me put this here. Broadcast to all except the socket you specified. And then the other way to broadcast is to do SIO dot to, yeah. Did I do this anywhere? Let me see. Yeah, okay. And then this code is how you broadcast to all, where SIO is the socket.io object you use to create things. Hey, Judge Bacon. What else did I miss? Yeah, I'm looking for privilege base. I won't disappear for 3 months after help. Oh, that was kind of funny yesterday. Hey, Wraithy. Socket to admit should just send it over that socket. Yes. So socket. So there maybe more than 3 ways. I don't know. But send to just one socket. So send to just one socket, broadcast to all except for the socket you specified, and then broadcast to all. So these are the 3 different models. Could you paste spin it for me? Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah. All right. See you, Decatech. I'll paste spin it and whisper it to you. Paste expiration. All right, there is what I was typing. All right, on to fixing my code. So connection manager. This is going to take a decent amount of time because of how quickly I just cobbled everything together. Certain things I can do is take a look at what code I used to have here, because I can wipe out this whole comment block, I think. Okay, at this point, no, so allow connection. We cared about whether they were connecting or not. Set socket. Oh, and then socket.on disconnect. Did I ever do this? Ooh, that would be bad if I didn't do that. Yeah, I did. Okay, great. Mark them as connecting. I probably do this too, although that's not really totally necessary. Wait a second. I mark them as connecting here now. Okay, and then I do connect if they have a pre-beta account. Good. Yeah, so all this stuff can be deleted. All right, this function is a little bit more manageable, and right away we can see that instead of 252 lines added, we are now at 162. So 90 of those were comments. No, well, see, I realized I could whisper it, but then I thought, what if other people want to see it too? So I put it in all of chat. It's not just wanton destruction of what I say. It's a carefully crafted decision. All right, so we can close this stuff. Ooh, wait, Musa, where did you? Oh, I coded a Node.js chat once. I can give you. Oh, neat. All right. All right, so I don't think I want to keep logging their socket ID. I'll just say name is attempting to connect. They have not authed yet. So first check to see if they're connecting from another session. That's not actually what I need to do. I need to see if they were connecting or if they connected. Get player by name. So then get connecting player ID by name. See, this is kind of silly. Get connecting player ID by name. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'll write the reason this gets the ID and not the player is because there can be multiple instances of a player with a given name connecting at once. E.g., if you connected from 2 tabs in the same browser. All such player objects will have the same ID. In fact, did I write that up here? All player objects in this array should have the same ID because only one of them will eventually be allowed to connect. Yeah, so the reason this gets the ID and not the player is because there can be multiple instances of a player with a given name connecting at once. If you connect it, so all such player IDs will have the same ID as noted in the comment for connecting players by name. All right, so player name is a string, and this returns a number or null. Hey, Nasimiko. All right, how else can I do this? I need to get the ID for the connecting player. So let's do this. Get ID for connecting player. So we pass in a player. Also, hang on. Another thing that's kind of weird is we don't have a player depot here. I apparently only ever get this from, alright, that's stupid. Alright, so there is no get ID for connecting player name. So it's all of this that I need to do. Yep. Alright, so let's do that. Const ID equals this dot get ID for connecting player name, and then up here I paste all this and I make sure to change name to player name. So ID equals null. Yeah. All right. So I like that I've taken that function out of here. Good. So create a player object for the connecting player. That way we have a way to store the socket. That way we can save their socket. So this is not needed as of right now because this is what create connecting player does. That is totally true, but how complex do I want to make this function? Should this just make a player? Should it also make them and mark them as connecting? So we make the player, make sure an array exists, yeah. I should have a function like add connecting player, player. And that's where we do here. All right, so existing connections, we get their lowercase name. This is something I should probably just save. Player.getName, .to lowercase. So we get the existing connections, we set it equal to a new array, then we add to the array. This should be called player. And now this code can be made simpler too, because we can simply say this dot add connecting player, new player. All right, these functions are getting a little bit better. So that part's done. I should write a bot to register accounts on Twitch, follow Adam, spam his light bulbs. I would imagine that Twitch has some mechanism for stopping something like that. Do you have to verify to follow? No. So some people have occasionally made a separate account just to follow, which I don't encourage doing that. And no, my app's not IP specific. It's just to the Twitch username, yeah. Although, again, there are ways to stop people from doing things like that. I could make it so you could only follow the channel if you have email verification, which I know it's possible to write a bot to just go make emails and verify them too, but it's a step harder. So, yeah, don't make me do that. And no, it's fine, it's fine. I don't mind talking about this stuff. And this is why, I don't know, I see in some other channels people get banned for just like mentioning an idea that the streamer doesn't like. I'm totally fine with conversation. The last people to get banned were being like actively, what's the word? I don't know if saying that they're trolling is correct. Like angry almost in chat. Sounds good. Let's play a cat and mouse game. And yeah, making a Twitch bot from scratch, I think is nice because you get to customize it to do whatever you want, and now you know the whole code base and you're responsible for it. I like that. Using Phantom Bot was good because I needed to make Botland and not a chat bot, and I just didn't have the time. There's a call when a client connects. Note that their credentials may be wrong, so we don't know for sure whether we're going to create a permanent player object for them yet. All right, and this took in these things. Okay, so set them to connecting. This is, again, it's something I just don't know if I want to do. Create a connecting player. It doesn't make sense to not have the player in the connecting state here. So yeah, I don't think we have to do this. This will also put them in the connecting state. So even though we haven't authenticated the player yet, we need to make sure that their socket is set so that their connection state can be saved. That's not actually, the last part's not true. All right, socket.on constants.disconnect. Yeah. So we add the disconnect handler, and now find, okay, so this function has gotten a lot simpler since I started coding it. We get an ID for them, we make a player, we set some details about their socket, and then we do this. We connect. And maybe I should tab this in a little bit more. All right. So user has pre-beta access. If so, they pass authentication. Is it possible for them to get here and not have something happen? Yeah. I guess what would happen in that case is this thing would have returned a message to them. Logger.info socket.on. No. That's not right. It's this that would have returned a message to them. Return is user a valid pre-beta user? Yeah. So if they have access, we move on. If not, nothing needs to happen here since they would have already been sent a message. You should have a user and a player separated. Lechner, what do you mean? Because in my mind, users are players. Like, there's no way to use the application without playing the game, I think. But I'm not sure if you're trying to make a distinction between, I don't know, accounts maybe, or just variable names. I mean, you can have people connected without player object spawned. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, and it's true that I don't need this level of data that I have. And that's actually a good point. So if I were to do, if I go into shared player, so where is it? Here. So I'm keeping track of a whole bunch of stuff that I don't necessarily even need. Yeah, I think I should change that eventually. Yeah, I think it's a good point. I am going to write that down. I'm not going to do that right now because I want to clean up the code that I have. But when a socket connects and hasn't authenticated, it shouldn't be a player object, since all I need is an ID, a name, a socket, and a connection state. And the connection state is always connecting. Yeah, I think I'll change that. And I think for now I'll leave it as is, just so that I get the code from, working state A to working state B, and then finally to desired state C. So yeah, let's write some comments for some of this stuff. Get ID for connecting player. When a user connects, they don't necessarily have the right, how do I say this? When a user's socket connects, they won't always make it through to being a player, e.g. auth problems, timeouts, etc. So we don't always want to assign them a brand new ID. This function will go through any existing players to see if this player is already connecting/connected, and assign an ID, an old ID, that same ID to them if that's the case. Alright, so player name is a string, returns a number, and it always returns a number. There's no way to get out of this function without getting a number. So if not utilize this ID is the same thing as just putting an else right here. So let's do that, since that's a little bit neater. If they haven't already connected, then check to see if they're currently connecting, so that we can make sure that we have the same ID there too. Okay. Sounds good. Finally, if we still haven't assigned an ID, then it means we have no record of this player on this game server. So just give them a new ID. Spurman says, decided to finally split sockets and players. I decided to. I haven't actually done it yet, yeah. And part of this was, see, I feel like feel like what I'm about to say is going to sound defensive, but I was in a state in the code where I felt like what I had made sense, and now what I'm switching to, I just wanted to code yesterday so that it worked, and now I have the time to kind of look and say, okay, yeah, I think I should redesign this a bit. But the reason I think that sounds defensive is because I could have just designed it up front and foreseen these issues. Okay, so this function I'm fine with. This is pretty straightforward. This function I think I'm fine with also. It's been cleaned up a lot. So then we just have the functions down here. Oh wait, also what's this? Error from this part. I don't know if I want such a noisy error here. Did this already exist in some form? Yeah, there was already an error. Let's just get rid of the errors stack. And then if there's a problem... Wait, do all logger.error calls already give you a stack? I don't think so. Maybe I do want the stack here. Alright, fine. We'll just put the stack there. No, wait. No. No. I don't know. I don't know what to do here. I'll just put the stack there. Fine. Putting a socket in a player made sense, like putting the Earth in the middle of the solar system. Well, okay, so a player definitely needs a socket. But a socket doesn't need a player until they're actually a player. And yeah, last night my goal was definitely just get this done because there had been a lot of bugs from it. Because last night is when I was trying to address this problem of you connected and then you were immediately turned into a player object, which it wasn't always that way. Yeah, what used to happen is you connected and authentication was synchronous. So I could tell you immediately, oh no, you don't have an account, and then just close out of it. That's the big difference. I finally changed authentication, a day or two ago so that it was asynchronous. Or maybe last week, I don't remember. Alright. Next up, what do we have here? So the delay part, I think I'm going to put this comment down here. If you want to add in a delay to the authentication process, uncomment this line. Yeah, there. I think that's a little bit better. And then there's this. Yeah, I don't know. Because like now I have this pointless promise.resolve here so that I can just uncomment this line. I feel like it's worth leaving in for right now. Having in step is better. You'll have room to push stuff pre-player spawn now. Like server stats, DLLs, textures, whatever. Yeah. Yeah. I think a lot of this process is going to change eventually too, but I think this is good. Okay, so if you till.exist player.socket, disconnecting a player with socket ID. So I use, yeah. Tell them why we're disconnecting them and then disconnect them. We use player.emit so that their socket doesn't have to exist still. Alright, this is called when a player connects twice using the same credentials. The first session will be kicked offline. That way you don't have to go back to your first device to disconnect it before being able to play on a new one. This shouldn't have any implications on gameplay, assuming a user intentionally connected twice. Alright. Hey, the only poop. This is a Microsoft Natural Ergonomic Keyboard. So I've linked it in the chat. What next? So, by the way, this is why GitGutter is really nice, because I don't have to look at this code and say, did I change any of this? Because there are no green pluses at the side. But here, I have those green pluses, so I know I changed this code. Also, is there anything weird or laggy with my stream today? Because I changed the CPU usage yesterday, and Hang on a second. Yeah, it looks like this thing's reacting. Yeah, I changed it, and now it's using like half the CPU it was using yesterday, so I'm happy about that. So if everything looks fine, then that was just a net plus for me. Okay, so disconnect connecting players with the same name. This is eventually going to be refactored a little bit. Stream is better than most days. Okay, well then that's probably a good thing that I did. All right, so when a user finally connects and has a player object made for them, we need to disconnect all of their connecting sessions. Yeah. All right, so this is a player, it doesn't return anything. So what do we do here? We say player depot, get the player depot, connecting players by name. Oh yeah, I did all this here. I probably shouldn't have done that. Yeah, at the very least, I feel like this should be a get connecting players by name. And I put all of this stuff right here. I do this, and I say name equals name dot to lowercase. And, well, actually, let's call it lowercase name again. That's a convention I've been using, so let's just use that. Okay, and then just return that. So yes, this is a really simple function, but it cuts out a couple lines of code over here. Well, this should have been made into an extra line, so yes, 2 lines. So const connecting players with same name equals this dot get player dot get name. All right, so if they exist, then iterate over them. Yeah, iterate over them and disconnect a connecting player, yeah. All right, looks good. Yep. All right, so disconnect connected player with same name. When a player connects from a new session, there can be at most one already connected player with the same name, which means that person in real life connected twice on the same account, perhaps from different tabs in a browser. All right, so when a player connects from a new session, there can be at most one already connected player with the same name. This function will boot the first connected session offline. Yeah. All right. The player that was booted offline. I'm drunk, but I can still read the code, so it's gotta be good. Okay. Okay, so the connected player, assert.not equal connected player player. The player we are booting offline cannot be the same as the already connected player. Player.toString. Alright, now I gotta make this annoying error message take up multiple lines. There. Okay, so what do we do here? Get player depot, get the name of the player, get the player by name. If they exist, then boot them offline. So how I'm going to change this is this way. If they don't exist, then just return null. That way here I can get rid of these things and then tab this back. All right, connected player is online. Connected player is already online, disconnecting their first session. I'll just put a period at the end of that. All right, cool. So disconnect players with same ID. I think see the comments for the individual functions that this calls for more information. The player that has just connected, they should not already be in the connected state. And then return type is a player. If calling this function disconnects an already connected player object, this will return that player object. Alright, there we go. Yeah, so this is a really simple function. It just wraps two other functions, and we return the player that was disconnected from here. Oh, I apparently missed more of chat than I thought. Pseudocat says the function name is ridiculous. So this is going to change in the next commit that I do, I think, because I'll have a difference between like a socket and a player. But I think it's worthwhile to say this for now. Plus, I don't know why function length should matter too much. Ever heard of the Balmer Peak? Still don't abuse strings even though I'm drunk. I would just look at ID and let players have the same name. So names are going to be their account names. Eventually, there will probably be an ID system in here. But for right now, people connect with their Twitch account names. And yeah, I'll probably change it in the end. The IDs that are assigned, yeah, I think that eventually I'll be able to count on that. But for right now, I don't have enough information in the system, I didn't at least, for players to be able to specify their own IDs. Coding sites while drunk is easier than coding programs. Okay. Names and IDs are like two coordinates of indirection. All right, let's see. Also, I'm not even using a JavaScript autocompleter. I'm just using Sublimes. And so I would just type disconnect. I would type disk connecting or disconnected, and then it would just finish it for me. And that's a nice thing about Sublime autocomplete, by the way. I could also type DCP-WSN and it would find the same thing. I think the functions are dissimilar enough where having two different ones makes sense. But yeah, I could see that the naming would be kind of obnoxious. Anyway, player pass authentication. This is called after the socket is connected and a corresponding player has been located. Yeah. So at this point, well, I guess I'll say this here. This is the player who just connected, but they're still in the connecting state. One of the things I'm going to write here is make sure to look over the comments when making this change. Alright. In the end, it's just style choice, no worries there. Yeah, and I think there's a lot to be said for coding style. I think it can make it easier to interact with the code base. And this is not the kind of function that I would probably want to interact with, because I'd say, oh wait, what's the difference between these? And that's part of the reason I have the comments that I have there, is to explain this. However, I also think that unless there's a bug in these functions, after the game's released, this is a function that will probably never change. Like, I don't think we're going to say that a player can be connected twice from the same account. So that's the kind of thing where like we might add logging, we might do something like that, but overall I don't think there'd be, like, that's a pretty steady API. Whereas things like, I don't know, how cloaking works, that's probably going to change again. focus on the joining the game part, not something that's going on in TCP/IP part. Yeah, and I think so. That's what I'm trying to focus on. But there are these edge cases of, all right, someone tried connecting, like what happens if someone goes and they say username, they say Adam13531 password, and they don't really know my password, so they just type password, which actually probably is my password right now. They type this in and they try connecting to the game server. So it's going to go through that asynchronous authentication. At some point it'll return. And what if I connect for real in the middle of that? And that's where I feel like, well, I feel like that's how I got to the code that I'm at right now, which is why I have to disconnect connecting players and already connected players. So it's possible we ran into this situation. Adam connects in session A. While that's working, Adam connects in session B. Yeah, it completes. Right, so I remember writing this comment, and I think this is fine. The ID part I don't need. This stuff I also don't need here, and I don't know if this ever existed in the previous code. Let's take a quick look. Did I log anything here? No, I didn't. Also, I have to sneeze. Gotta stop advertising that I have to sneeze, because then it doesn't work. Then we'll fail on auth phase. Don't try to limit login phase. Limit joining the game phase. Yeah. I suppose right now they've all been sort of one phase. There is a distinction finally, and that's this. In fact, player pass authentication should probably be like player joined the game. Because connect user if they have a pre-beta account. This is the authentication. And I wanted this to definitely mention, like, this is just for the sake of pre-beta. This is going to change. Player pass authentication. So do I have something about join the game? No, I don't. All right, then let's change this to player joined game. Wait, what? Why did that autocomplete? That means I have typed this. Okay, hang on a second. Player joined game. Game server player joined game. Okay, and is this called from what I'm about to make? Yeah, okay. Yep, so this is what I'm going to use. All right, let's go change this. There should only be 2 places where this gets called, yeah. Why are you storing the wrong password guy anywhere at all? Yeah, it's the player and socket difference. So I need to store them so that I can eventually tell them, hey, you didn't connect because your password's wrong. If I didn't store the socket, I wouldn't be able to tell them why they couldn't connect. But yeah, that's currently inside a player object. So player joined game. This is called after the socket is connected and the corresponding player has been located, which means they're ready to join the game. All right, good. All right, so I can get rid of, we can say logger.info, player joined the game. Yeah. All right, the first thing we need to do is disconnect any other connecting and connected players with the same ID. So that's done. Now, if that resulted in us disconnecting a connected player, then we need to use the same reference that we'd already had in the player depot. Yeah, this stuff. Yeah, okay, that's what I'm going with. Adam, here's some JavaScript for getting a UUID. Would be a better way to get the player's IDs, I think. This can be stored in the database with player name and password. I think I'm going to stick with integer IDs. I had tried for just a little bit to use UUIDs, and I decided against it for now at the very least. I might eventually switch to that, but I'm probably going to stick with what I have for now. Finally, joining game part. Check if a player already plays. If they do, boot a new or old connection depending on a policy. Yeah. Yeah, and I think this stuff will be, first of all, I think it'll be a little clearer after I get done with this commit, but then I think it'll be even clearer once I change player to be like a socket wrapper, and then player, well, I distinguish between the two, I should say. I'm not going to change player probably. Cheaters will have a field day. Cheaters shouldn't be able to have a field day if there's real authentication. And right now, authentication is certainly not real. there's but assuming it was, then cheaters shouldn't have an issue. Or rather, legitimate players shouldn't have an issue with cheaters. Restore the connecting newly connected player's socket. Alright, assign a team to this player only if they didn't already exist. Good. Then say that they connected. And player connected, is this something that... Let's see, game server player depot, player connected. Oh, this is a new function. Okay, yeah. Got it. Better to switch sooner rather than later. Yeah, I don't know. What I'm trying to move toward the fastest is this stuff at the top here. So I wrote goal for February 8th, get the first botland vertical complete with deathmatch. So something, I'm not claiming someone in chat right now who's talking has had a problem with this, but I think a lot of people think, okay, so let me phrase it this way. I've had people ask this in the past, which is, why is botland going to take another 14 months to complete? Aren't you practically done with it? To which I respond, no, I am very far from done with it. And actually, I was thinking about this last night, and I wonder if that's a very aggressive schedule. So there's a lot to do left with botland. And my goals have always been, like, get to the point where we know that this iteration, this design of the game is going to be fun, and then work on things after that. Because we might have to redesign things, and that's something that can be pipelined with my development of fixing stuff. So if we get all this done, and then people say, because right now, if you go to the game, if you've played the game before, the way that this works right now is that you make your machines on the fly. So I can choose lasers and missiles, and then when someone counters this strategy, I can just drag this to the trash can and say, all right, we're going with artillery and melee instead. That's what I want. And now when someone beats this strategy, I say, well, forget about that. Let's go with landmines and cloaking and thrusters, something like that. This is going to be different. Now, let's say we come to the conclusion that we don't want this to be different. We made a bad design choice. Then I need to switch things back, and then I think my development time is better spent making the game good rather than, I don't know, edge cases or even polish stuff yet. Now, that stuff should all happen eventually, but I think this is the more important part. So that's why I'm prioritizing this. What if I auth with my account and then proceed to change my client integer ID in further communications? It wouldn't help. So the way that things work right now is that you interact with the server based on a token that you have. So if this thing would load, I could show you that. Okay, yeah, so here's how this works. Let's say, I don't know if I have any users right now. Let me check this out. Oh, my server's not even running, that's why. Okay. There. So let's wait for the server to start. Then it'll eventually there we go. Okay, so the server started. We got this. I'm going to go create a user. So let's create a user called Lechner. Oh, you said I got it. That's fine. Okay, fine. All right, so what's next? The marker player is connected. I still have to comment this entire class. But then everything else, so I said if this function ever becomes asynchronous, then that means that a player can get stuck in the connecting state while other game functions run. Patch should be done to ensure that there are no bugs. For example, scrambling teams. So what I meant is if this function ever becomes asynchronous, but what I also kind of meant was if authentication is ever asynchronous, which of course it was going to be and now is. Now getting the world state, that's all synchronous. That part's fine. Would there be anything else that's asynchronous here? I would have fetched all of the account details I would have needed. So I don't think this is an issue, but I am going to leave this here because it's something worth doing several months from now, coming back to this and saying, okay, are these assumptions still true? So I don't like how long this function is either, but some of this stuff needs to be done. So okay, I think that's fine for now. Is there anything else to change there? No. So then this class we're going to say is good. And then I'm going to check out this, which has a lot of new functions in it. What, 5 of them? Maybe 4? I don't know. So let's go take a look. This object keeps track of all players who are currently connecting. If their credentials are wrong or if they time out or something. The reason we have a separate data structure is so that we don't have to filter by connection state when we want all online players. The reason we keep track of connected players is all so that we have their socket in case they don't end up connecting. Yep, so string player account name stored in lowercase, and then values all player objects in this array. Have the same ID. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. I'm fine with that. And Lechner, the thing that you saw with UI snapping, that's actually Blockly, which is an open source library owned by Google right now. So that's what I use even for the automation parts of this game. So you can say something like, if will lasers hit, then fire lasers, otherwise move randomly. So, and then I put lasers on my machine and thrusters, and I deploy this bot, Lechner, deploy, and there are the bots. They're moving randomly. They'll eventually randomly move over to here and randomly fire lasers. I should have told them to move left. Wow. I suppose that's what the save button is for. I'll just refresh the page. Oh no, I didn't want to do that. I just got rid of whatever script I had saved there before. Oh well, whatever. So let's just say move left here, and I'll make this bot again. There's our bot. Yeah. So yeah, this is, I like this. I like this interface. I think it makes it easy to do things, and I think having just snippets for this stuff too is good. So you could have fire lasers, pursue enemy, maybe you cloak, maybe you do something else, and there's your bot. Took 5 seconds to make, so not too bad. Dario says, don't undermine polishing. 90% of game dev takes 90% of the time. Yeah, no, I'm aware. I have worked on games before, and that's why I say I think 14 months is pretty aggressive for the rest of this, because it's not just polish. There's also a lot of other things to do. And when I was talking about prioritization earlier, I don't think it's that I'm underestimating polish and how long it'll take. It's that I place developing the game and making sure that our game design is solid higher than anything else right now. Adam, you can log in. I'm in the game. Botland is still free. Yeah, Botland is still free. If you want to get access to the game, just type this. And then, yeah, you'd be able to play. Alright, I'm going to make a melee bot. Melee, cloaking, thrusters. Let's do melee, pursue enemy. So I'm on the blue team. I'm going to just dive into JavaScript for a second here. I'll say if %chance right, then move right. Okay, there we go. Alright, let's see what happens here. Oh. Okay, time for my revenge. Yes, take that. Go blue team. Your bots happen to have been cloaking first, which gives you a very big advantage. Oh, what buff did you pick? Your shield lasts for 6 more turns. Okay. Yeah. You know what? Fine. I'm going to do this. I don't usually do this, but I'm going to make just the counter to your bot here. We're just... We're going to put a reflect shield here, and then kill my bots and redeploy these. There. Now instead of it being 2 to 6, it should get a little bit better. In fact, let's make the %chance to move 80. There, I'll deploy these now. In fact, let's get rid of this code. Oh, whoops. Oh. Alright. I don't know how to use my own game. Well, never mind. This isn't going to get any better. I took the reflect off of these things. I don't really care. Yeah, your bot's pretty good. Cloaking, shield, and lasers. Alright, yeah. Oh, and anyone who did just get access who doesn't know how to play, you can watch this video and find out how to play. Because I know the game doesn't do a good job of explaining that right now, because it's only been in development for less than 4 months. So, yeah. Let's start commenting this stuff. This is called when a player, so when a user is done connecting and finally becomes connected. This means that their authentication passed. So this is a player and it doesn't return anything. Well, that's been captured forever now. Thank you, Void Dreamer. So we get the lowercase name. So this function just removes them. Well, we remove them from connecting players and we add them to connected players, which is here. I don't think that's really worth saying anything about. So gets all connecting players with the same name, with the specified name. This is an array of player, but it's not, it doesn't necessarily exist. All right, what else do we have here? Add connecting player. Adds a player, a connecting user, and marks them as connecting. So this is a player. Yep, sounds good. And then create connecting player. So this creates a player object and then adds this player as a connecting, as this user is a connecting player. The parameters for the player constructor, and it returns a player. Okay. Yeah, I think that's it. So then there are only 2 other files left that have been modified. This I'm not going to keep. This is, I'm just going to revert this. And then what's changed in here? Return player and lab. Yeah, that's a tiny refactoring, like really tiny refactoring. So then I gotta revert this too. So this should be good. I need to test this though. So let's go back into the connection manager and let me change the delay from nothing into 5 seconds. And then that should have rebuilt. Good. So now I want to start the game server. Am I doing this right? Something here is probably wrong. Has pre-beta access. Yeah, this part. I want it to validate access. So let's set that to false. And then run. Oops, nope. Adjust this line. Yeah, there we go. Oh, it's 10 to 53. Okay, time to switch strategies. Let's go with landmines and thrusters. I don't even care. I'm not trying to make a good bot right now. Alright, we're going to say lay landmines and then move. Yeah, that's it. Take that. I'll blot out the sun with my landmines. But only if your bots are subterranean. How do you use teleport? I don't know if the wiki actually tells you how to use this that well. Well, let's just go to it and find out. Coding. Seriously, I never put teleport on here? Okay, well, fine. Yeah, here's how you use it. So, if you ever want to know how to use any API, you can always take a look at just the various parts of Blockly. So you have teleport to, and now here's how you can figure out a little bit more, although this is a destructive process. If you hit edit as JavaScript, it will overwrite your JavaScript with the API in JavaScript. So to teleport, you can just call teleport and coordinates or an entity. So there's teleport XY, there's teleport entity, and then there's can teleport XY and can teleport entity. So there are these APIs. And no, so super, you need to do can teleport around there. So do this. If can teleport, let's do this. Closest enemy. Let me also do this. So closest enemy equals find closest enemy bot. If exists closest enemy. If can teleport closest enemy, teleport closest enemy. So this is the best, the safest code for doing this. So can teleport, this will check a few things. Actually this checks a lot of things. So can teleport. 1, do I have the ability to teleport? As in, have I put teleport on my bot? If you don't have teleport, you can't teleport. I mean, that makes a lot of sense, right? If you don't have lasers, you can't fire lasers. So that part's pretty straightforward. Then after that is, can I sense the target entity? So this, sensing a target entity is, are they close enough to you and are they cloaked? If they're cloaked, you can't sense them, so they might as well be dead as far as you're concerned. So can you sense them? 3 is the target entity within range of my teleport, which is 5 tiles. And then 4 is teleport off cooldown, and the cooldown is something like 15 squares, or 15 turns. So anyway, I know none of this is really that straightforward, so I'm sorry for that, but that's all going to be changed at some point. Like we'll have documentation, we'll have autocomplete, all this other stuff. So I'll just upload this to Pastebin, and yeah, you can take a look at this. Alright, there this is. These landmines aren't working, Adam? Oh, if you're talking about my strategy isn't working, then yes, you're totally right. Because you are not venturing over to the left side. So you'll never hit my landmines. But in an actual game, like I haven't been focusing on the actual game for the last month or so. I've been doing the back end of it. But once I get back to this and once I try to address some of these problems, like this kind of stalemate will not be allowed to happen, essentially. Like if neither team is doing anything, we'll probably just add in some kind of chaos into the arena to make you do something. Because otherwise, whatever team is in the lead would just camp the corner, and that'd be really frustrating. What's the code behind move? I want to see it. So the code behind move is not incredibly short. So first, we get your X and Y coordinates and then we check which direction you're trying to move in. Now, if you don't specify a direction, it's just going to randomly pick one, which means we need to call into another API, which is going to test this, and then it saves off any valid directions and randomly samples one. Then after it's picked one and it's figured out your new coordinates, we check to make sure it's okay. Now, the way we check if it's okay is we make sure that the tile's in bounds, that the tile is not occupied, and that's it, actually. So I guess it's not that difficult. There are a lot of things to... So the reason why the code is more verbose than that is there is, let's say... this is going to... All right. Let me draw this out. And a lot of you have seen me do this before, but I'll do this again. So let's say I am here. So I'm going to draw a big X on this. So I am on the X tile. And I say this code can move right. Now, what you might expect to happen is for this to return false. But it's going to return true because as far as you're concerned, you can't see a thing preventing you from moving right. So you'll say, yeah, sure, I can move right. Then when you actually try to move right, because you say, well, I just checked, I can move right, so I'm going to try to move right, this is not going to work. And the reason why is because there's an obstacle there. You just couldn't see that obstacle. So that's why the Move API is much more complex than just, oh, check the tile, move there. We also need to check if you're simulating, because if you're simulating in the sense of can move, then we have to return not the truth sometimes. And this is all stuff that we'll clarify through the game. We'll put in a tutorial. I think a lot of this is going to make more sense. And if it doesn't, some of this, it almost won't even matter. Because a case where you run into this is going to be pretty unlikely, where you actually hard-coded the word right in here. And even if you did that, you will end up uncloaking this bot. So, yeah. Unsuccessful move still terminates, right? Yes, it does. And the reason why is because you can have an impact. So if you try moving right here, you'll uncloak this bot. That has affected the arena. But even if it didn't affect the arena, like you were trying to move up against a wall, yeah, it's still a terminator. All right, I am on the red team now. Let's go with Zapper. And I'm going to make this bot, which is not a very good bot. But I don't care. So we're going to put Zapper on here, going to put thrusters, and I'm going to put missiles on instead of lasers. And then let's add in the missile snippet here. There, perfect. Oh, and then this needs to be done away with. The Zapper script is actually pretty bad. All right, then let's deploy these. There we go. Now we just wait for the blue team. Is there a method to just pick a direction? I'm trying to make a safe move function. Yeah, it's move without any arguments. So if you say if can move, then this will just move in any random direction that works. Remember, if you have a cloaked bot next to you, then you'll pick a direction that you think will work, but it might not work. And there might be a landmine next to you, and so you attempt to move into that, and then you blow up and you die. Like, these are... I feel like this makes enough sense to a player when you tell them, when you explain that to them. But just at a glance, you might think, wait, there was a landmine there. Why did my bot move into it? But your bot can't see the landmine unless you make it. Does the move return a direction? No. And can move checks all directions, yes. It can check just one direction if you want. Both of these are valid. So you could say right, and then you could say right here. So, yeah, both of these are valid. Checks all directions, moves in one of those directions, that's valid. And this is probably clarified on the wiki. Yeah, so I think reading this will tell you a little bit more about things, but this is not up to date. But it'll help. It'll definitely help. And not all of the API is in yet, so you'll eventually be able to, let's say, iterate over enemies and figure out which one you want to do, which one you want to attack, I should say. 2 versus 1 and still winning. So this script has never been good, and part of the reason why is because Zapper is not really that good. In fact, I don't even think if exists and can zap. Yeah, my bots are terrible. In fact, what is going on here? Let me read this code. If can zap and is adjacent. Oh, I'm never adjacent to an enemy because I have missiles. So the only way this is even possible for me to do this is if you uncloak right next to me. But yeah, balance is not finished. So right now, cloaking is really, really good. In fact, probably too good. So we're going to keep an eye on that stuff, but I haven't gotten back to just game coding yet. So let me start testing the stuff that I was going to test over here. I have started up the server. We're going to go to localhost. Oh, I don't have the client running, do I? Of course not. BLCL run. Can move is still true even if you can only move right. Yeah, that's true. And there are cases where can move will return false and it'll actually be correct. and that case is, well, pretty uncommon. The most common way for it to happen is if you are here and you have allies, I guess I'll draw these in green, you have allies here and here. So in this case, you can see your allies, you're up against a wall, so can move is going to return false. So you should probably try to do something else in that case, which is, I don't know, make a shield or reflect or cloak or something like that, or maybe fire artillery. All right, so yeah, testing this out. Localhost over here, localhost over here. Close these things. So I'm going to connect over here, and then I'm going to wait a little bit, and then I'm going to connect over here. And what should happen is the one on the right should go through, the one on the left should not. And I put a 10-second delay in with the authentication, so it's going to take some time. Okay, that has clearly broken. So we've got to fix that. What happened? Missing error handler on socket. Player depot is not defined. This is coming from connection manager. Okay, so player depot. It's this. It should have been this .gameserver.get player depot. Okay, well. Let's try that out. All right, connect over here and connect over here. Okay, that one worked. And this one should get an error message. Well, that also worked. That's not good. Yeah, that's not good. That means that disconnecting the connecting player didn't work, which means I did not convert this code into a neater version of the same code. I converted it into different code. Oh, goodness. All right, what did I screw up? Player joined game. Would there be a way for me to detect if there are any mines on the map, or if a bot has mines without revealing them? The second part I don't understand. If a bot has mines without revealing them, I don't understand that part. But detecting if there are mines, yes, there's a way, but it's not. Don't use it. It works, but it was designed poorly, and we've changed the design, but I haven't changed the code yet. So I'll cover this really quickly, and if it doesn't make sense, just don't even ask about it. It doesn't matter. Right now, the way that it works is you're here, and there's a landmine here. You call reveal mines. What this does is it says, oh, now I know that there's a landmine here. If you move out of range of this, you will eventually forget that there's a landmine there, which is kind of stupid. What we're going to change it to is this. You call activate like mine revealer or something like that. I don't know what it is. We're just reveal mines. What this is going to do is it's going to give you a buff that lets you see all mines. So now it's like you're the thing that got affected, not the mine that got affected. So now you can see all mines around you for the next X turns. I don't know how long. And the reason this is better is because you can call this, and now you know for sure whether or not you're going to move into a landmine or whether you're going to move around it. And that way you can avoid landmines if you want. So yeah, just don't use this API. It does work, but it wasn't designed well. Okay. So what did I screw up? Disconnect players with same ID. So the first thing it should have done is disconnected a Oh yeah, here's the problem. Right here. That's not good. Get connecting players by name. Didn't I do this? I could have sworn I copied this. Okay, I guess not. Wait. Wait. What? What did this used to say before I just modified it? Did it always say get connecting players by name? I don't want to go back in the video and find out. But I'm pretty sure I meant to convert this to a function and not an array. And now this will work just fine, I think. Voyager says, so if can move returns true and there's only one possible direction to move, will a subsequent move respect that single option? Yes, it will. And remember that that's assuming you have perfect information. So that's assuming that you're here and you have an ally here, here, and here. If you say can move, it's going to return true, and then when you move, it'll move you right. So that part, that's fine. But if we change this ally into a cloaked enemy bot, now you might attempt to move here, and that will fail. So just, yeah, be careful. And these are things where, I understand how important a tutorial is, because our first tutorial might be something as simple as this. Imagine, actually, this would be a really interesting tutorial, at least I think. So imagine here's your arena, right? And you start here, and you're put in like a maze basically. And I'm not gonna try to make an interesting maze here, but anyway. And then here's the finish. And let's say it wasn't even a maze. It was just a really long path that eventually, we'll just stop this here. Okay, so you're here, and then the finish is here. And all you need to do is just have this. That's it. And now, actually that wouldn't even work. So never mind. I just thought about this. As soon as you move this way, now you could also move left. It's guaranteed to eventually get you there, just based on the laws of probability, but that could take an infinite amount of time. All right, never mind. I take all that back. Could have been interesting, but it's not. All right, let's try this out again. I think I fixed the bug. I like those odds. Well, I don't know how many, I didn't draw actual tiles, but every given point you'd have a 50% chance of moving in the correct direction. And you need to string enough correct directions together. Wait, what? That didn't take 10 seconds. What's going on here? What is going on here? Where's the delay that I had? Oh, 5 seconds. Oh, 5 is not 10. Well, that's why it didn't take 10 seconds. Okay, that's no longer alarming. That's just my lack of memory. All right, here we go. There, connect over here. So now the right one should connect, the left one should not. Perfect, perfect, good. Now when I reconnect over here, it'll disconnect the player on the right. And I should be presented with the exact same buff choices that I had over here. So yeah, now if I try typing, yep, cool. So this player is offline. So if I deploy a bot over here, I'll see it. Yep, there it is, but I don't see it over here. Perfect. All of this is working again. And now if I choose a buff, there we go. It doesn't matter what I pick over here because this is not connected. 5 is not 10. Surprise. You could do that. Just check where you were before and then don't move that way. Yeah, no, I know. What I was trying to get at is for a tutorial, you wouldn't necessarily know how something works. So it would be, you know what I could do? I could do this. I could have these very narrow channels in here. So this is the arena that I set up for you. And you have 3 bots. You have one here, you have one here, and you have one here. And they all have to just get to, maybe your goal is to blow them up. So there are landmines here, here, and here. And you could make code that says like, move left, move up, move right, move down. And you'd eventually do it. But you also could just say move. And then you'd blow up the landmines. You've connected from a different browser or location alert. So this is something you as a person need to do in order for you to even see this. So the messaging is not great right now, but I think at the very least it's like you are on your computer. The only way for you to come across this message is for you to say, all right, I'm going to go log in somewhere else. And since you performed that action, I think you'd know what happened. So yeah, I can make this wording clearer and the messaging clearer. I'm not going to do that right now. So what do we fix here? Attempting to connect to someone who doesn't exist will still send that player's information to everybody. So it wasn't quite that. So now that authentication is not synchronous, I've updated the connection manager to make better use of the connecting and online states. This also fixed a bug where connecting as a player whose account doesn't exist, e.g. trying to connect as made up or with invalid credentials, would still create a player and later send that player to new players. I could probably phrase this better. Well, not that it's a huge concern, but in the case of a stolen password, maybe giving the currently connected user the option to allow the new connection. So in the case of a stolen password, they don't need to connect to a game server to cause havoc. They would probably just go change your account password. And then, yeah. As for allowing it or not, I mean, so Botland's an automated game, and I think what'll likely happen is this. So let me show you a scenario that I actually expect. So I've deployed a bot, and it is this bot, move randomly. So we're going to just call this test, and I'm going to hit deploy. And there it is. It's moving randomly. Now I'm like, oh, I want to go play on my iPad, not on my computer. So I connect over here. Now I got to wait 5 seconds for this fake authentication to go through, which actually I got to take out of the code. I connect over here, and let's say I didn't even know something was happening. Well, it doesn't matter because my test bot is still over here moving randomly. So it didn't even interrupt my strategy, really, to dance around the arena. Interpretive bot dancing. My plan for sidetracking is a success. All right. Now that authentication is not synchronous, I've updated the connection manager to make better use of the connecting and online states. It's also fixed a bug where connecting as a player whose account doesn't exist or with invalid credentials would still create a player and later send that player to everyone connecting afterward. This would pollute the leaderboard with non-existent players until the game ended and those connections were deleted. Alright. By the way, there's been very little light changing today. I know a couple of people have followed. If you got a whisper from Botlad, that was not a spam link. Oh, wait a second. No, maybe my bot is just stupid. And hey, Weedley. Yeah, my bot is stupid. Hey, Lechner, did you just follow today? I guess I could find out by going to Twitch stats or whatever that thing is called. Strange. Okay, anyway, bug fixed. So, yeah, let's check it in. Okay, I want to close this stuff. I want to read through these notes just really quickly because I wrote a lot of notes as I was coding this stuff yesterday. So let's see. Create a new player, mark them as connecting, allow the same ID, player friendly connects. Yeah, we took care of that. Yep. Need to be careful now that yep, that's fine. Hypothesis, yep, okay, good. So all that's taken care of. Now this, I can't even disallow connections for players who are already connected. Yeah, this was, yep, okay, good. Yeah, I'm happy with that. All right, so where I left off is done, bug is done. Now this thing, I think I'm gonna save until later. This is not a huge priority for me, despite that it would make the code cleaner. So let's add this here and mark this as when I created this. All right, so where am I next? Start a new VM with the REST server and database. Oh yeah, nice. Okay, this is what we're gonna do next. So let's go to the Azure portal and spin up a new VM. This is gonna take forever, so let's just let that. Oh wait, it's not gonna take forever if I don't click this button. No, it will take forever. That's what I meant to say. Okay, so let's go to this thing, and while that's loading, I am going to go use a bathroom. bathroom. All right, I'll be right back. All right. Hey Adam, I need a few more hacking tips. Did you watch my hacking video? Hey Exo Gaming. Is that what? Yeah, okay. I see you found my personal YouTube. That video, I don't know why I decided to make that. It was a random Saturday, and I just thought, okay, I'll just do this. And I wrote a script and recorded it, and it was like maybe an hour of my time. It was a very well spent hour. All right, so how do I do this? Compute. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing here. All right, let me check my OneNote. I wrote how I did this a while ago, but maybe I didn't write this part down. Yeah, no, I didn't write this part down. Can I just search for Debbie in here? Ah, there it is. Yeah, okay, cool. All right, you know what? I'm going to do this on another screen. Working on another screen for now so that I don't show personal info. Okay. Choose a deployment model. I guess let's go with Resource Manager. All right, configure name. I'm going to call this the REST server. Username. What did I make the username for my other account? I don't remember this at all. Make sure you remember the username you typed in during setup. Alright, so username. Authentication type, SSH public key. Where do I get my public key from? Where did I save this? I don't even remember. Alright. Oh, I found it. Okay, so I gotta go here. SSH public key. Okay, let's take this over here now. Sorry, once this is set up, I can show everything, but for right now, I can't. Resource group. Do I have a resource group? First resource group. Alright, let's just pick that, I guess. Click OK. Figure out where the heck chat went. Respond to chat. Oh yeah, here we go. Alright, so now I get to pick a VM size. I'm pretty sure I'm going to go with this. What's the difference between these two? 50 gigabytes. What is the difference between these? What's the difference between these two things? One core, 3.5 gigabytes, 2 data disks, 2x500, 50 gigabytes, load balancing, auto scale. The price is different. What's the difference between D1 and D1 V2? That's weird. Azure D1 versus D1 V2. I'm guessing V2 is better somehow. I just don't know how, and this thing doesn't tell me. D1 V2. Where's V2? Come on, seriously? Whatever, I'm just going to pick V2. I don't care. Looked like memory was different. It looks the same to me. Alright, yeah, I'll just pick a V2. I mean, this is the REST server. It doesn't need any of this stuff. Alright, storage. Disk type standard or premium. The virtual machine size standard D1 V2 doesn't support premium disks. Oh man, I don't care about this. I just don't care. None of this matters. I don't care about performance for the 10 users I've got to support. Alright, let's just click OK. And then click OK again. Hey, Qua. Hacking video is beautiful. Hey, Musa, I see you've been looking at a lot of the different videos I have. Doing some good e-stalking. Alright, so this should be set up. Yeah, there we go. Deployment started. So this is supposed to take somewhere between, I think, 2 and 3 minutes. They're supposed to be pretty fast. So I guess I just wait now. Yeah, I don't know what else I can. And then, in the meantime, let's go load up something else. So that is now no longer true. I can close out of this. Doxing since you don't talk much about yourself. Well, now you've discovered everything there is to discover. I'm a master hacker. Alright, so start a new VM with a REST server and database on it. Configure everything to use this VM. Yeah, so what this means is I should do another deploy. A full deploy. Deploy is not recognized as a command. Yeah, I've got to run it in the right folder. And I got a keyboard for Christmas. I'll refund it and get one for free. Oh, yeah. Thanks to the video. Yeah. You can buy your family anything you want. So I'm going to do perform another deploy. Make game server aware of the database server. Yeah, that's something else I'm going to have to do. Oh, in fact, I got to set up my DNS for this thing because this is now a totally different server. So set up DNS rest.bot.land or maybe api.bot.land. Yeah, maybe that's what I'll do. api.bot.land. Yeah, okay. So do I already have an IP address for this thing yet? Did this finish? Deployment failed. You gotta be kidding me. This stuff shouldn't be able to fail. Why did it fail? Resource REST server not found. Image not found. Target image reference message. The platform image Debian 8 latest is not available. Verify that all fields in the storage profile are correct. What? So this thing just didn't work? Nope, apparently not. Alright, that's really weird. I typed Debian in here. I'm pretty sure I picked the same one I picked the last time. And anything I click here anyway should work. Because they gave it to me as an option. Let's go with Resource Manager. That's strange. I gotta type all this in again? Oh my god. Alright, hang on a second. I closed... That's not even open again. Okay, hang on. Really stupid. Okay, so name. I wanted to call this REST server. I don't know if I can even do that anymore, because what if there's some, like... I'll try it out again, I guess. Actually, let me do this over here. Yeah, I don't know why this would have failed. I have a feeling if I just reconfigure this the same way, it's just going to fail a second time now. Choose a size. Okay, let's just go with a D1, I guess. So storage, standard, pick all this stuff, that's fine. Yeah, I don't get it. All this should be okay. Availability set, none. What is this? Yeah, none is fine. Okay, looks good. I bet this is gonna fail again. How long did it take to fail? Oh well, whatever. I think only a couple minutes. Did this already say that another one failed? Hang on a second, let me see. Alright, yeah, sorry, I haven't done this a whole lot. So, yeah, I'll wait and see if this finishes. Alright, in the meantime, so I've got this thing, this should be done. This should have pushed to 2 different locations. One is here in Botland build. I guess I changed all this? Does that make sense? Yeah, I upgraded packages and everything. Okay, so when I deploy, I'm going to have to remember to do that. Do npm install -- production everywhere. Yeah. Alright, I think deleted deployment and then deployment failed. Deployment to resource group, first resource group failed. Error. It just says status error. I can't get more information about this. Look at this. How do I figure out what happened here? I don't know. I don't know what to do about this. Weird. Yeah, well, that's that apparently. Resources this. I guess I delete this. Okay, what do I do at this point? I want to make a new VM, but I apparently can't do it that way. And my other VM is using a resource group. I don't know if I even need a resource group though. I could just pick classic, whatever that means. I don't know. I don't think I need a resource group. And I apparently have 2 now. What are resource groups anyway? Storage account? What would this mean? Maybe I don't want this. Maybe I'll just make a classic VM and we'll see what happens. Maybe this works, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Yeah, recent. Let's click this. V2, Microsoft can't come up with a working project until at least V3. Oh yeah, I'll click classic this time. We'll see what that does. I now expect this to work. I unfortunately had to type in all this stuff again, so hang on a second. Okay, host name. It won't even let me type. Oh, it's loading a whole bunch of pricing things. Okay, so REST server, username, password, no, SSH key, good. Pricing tier. Ah, it's trying to give me on DS1, whatever that is. How much does this cost? Wait, well, whatever, I don't really care if that shows. Just a public key. This has 7 gigabytes for the local SSD. I'm actually kind of surprised that they're charging $60 a month for that. Like, you think they'd just give you more space. Okay, let's go with it. Network storage diagnostics. Oh, network comma storage. Availability set, network review default settings. Oh man, I don't fully understand a lot of this stuff. All right, let's just click create. I don't know what I'm doing. So 2 deployments failed. I guess we can get rid of these deployments. Yeah. All right, cool. So I expect this one to work. Yeah, let's let that work as I go log in to the one that I already have. So that is first Azure VM here. VPS providers to just say here your root password in plain text. Okay, so there were actually a lot of changes here that I got to do. So what do we do? I'm just going to say new deploy. Tokens aren't printed to the console. Fixed connection manager bugs. And I don't know, what's this stuff? What did I change in here? Oh yeah. Passwords are all taken in. Yeah, environment variables. Oh goody. Not so secure line will be employed at some point. Alright, what have I got going on here? Yeah, things are looking fine. So if I connect, is anybody online right now? Also, did this thing finish? Deleted deployment finished, okay. So there are a couple of people online, or maybe they just tried logging in. Who's actually online? Just Walshy, okay. Because at some point I'm going to take this down, and actually that some point might be now. Yeah, let's do a git pull here. Alright, so now that I've got this, let's do npm install production. Alright, let's install the newest dependencies. I mean, even starting all of this up, it's probably going to fail. Because I need a bunch of environment variables that I didn't have before. How did that install so quickly? Seems a little strange. Yeah, okay. So then go into the client and do the same thing. So this will give me all of my dependencies. Then I'm going to close out of both the client and the server, and actually I guess the REST server as well, and set this up again. But this time I've got to be, I don't want to do, maybe I shouldn't do this on stream. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't. Alright, here's what I'll do then. I'll just restart. I'll restart everything with the same stupid passwords I've been using. Yeah, okay. So let me close out of the server. This is going to, Walshy is the only person who was online, so it's going to close out of that for Walshy. So let's do this. Server host address, play.bot.land. Yeah. Alright, so the client started immediately. That's good. Now the game server, this will not work, I'm pretty sure. Let's find out. Yeah, I need the super token password set. Well, since I still don't really care about authentication, let's just set it to something. Alright. Now what? Is this just going to load up? Oh, it is. Well, well, well. Now I got to restart the REST server as well. This will not start, just like how the other one didn't start, because... Oh, because I never even pushed it. I've got to commit this thing. Oh, deploy doesn't work that way. Oh. Alright, let's write down... What does deploy.cmd do? It calls into the regular gulp file that I have. So I need to call deploy rest. There, this should work. It might take some time, but that's okay. Oh, that did not take time. It seems a bit strange. I guess it's based on me having built already. Okay, fine. So now if I refresh this, we should see something in here. Nope. No, we don't. Why do I not? Where did this... What did this even do? Copy it to Botland REST server repo location, which is here. What, did this not update anything? Whoops. Yeah, it apparently didn't. Weird. Huh. What does this mean? This means that I didn't modify the REST server, but I did, right? So dist deploy. What would have changed in here? Let's take a look. So I would have modified something in source. So let's do show log. And it would have been yesterday, so it would have been the 29th. Yeah, here we go. So server.js. Let's see what changed in here. User.password not equal to password. So line 360. Let's just take a look at line 360 then. If I go into dist deploy central server source server line 360. Oh, this is the that's not how this works. Yeah. This is wrong. So then what happened here? It took from the deploy folder. Oh, I need to run. Okay. I see. I see what I need to do. I need to run the proper build command. I don't even know what that is. I did this either 2 days ago or last week, and I already don't remember what this was. A pre-deploy. That's what it is. There it is. Yeah, pre-deploy. Okay, let's do that. Gulp BLCE gulp pre-deploy. Okay, which really I should make a deploy. So make sure to run gulp pre-deploy first in the central server folder. Hey Vognar. Make your streams longer. I need more hours. I want to add that to my CV. Things are going well. I forgot to... Oh, that's what I forgot to do from way earlier today. I forgot to update. Now, I'll just put this on the regular to-do list. I think I'm going to ignore most of these things until afterward. Update today. Alright, so this failed. Directory not empty. That's because I have it open, so it couldn't delete it. That's fine. Let's rerun it. So now it should have been able to clean the directory. So now we have no deploy folder in here? Yeah, the deploy folder is gone. So now it's going to recreate it, and then I can deploy, and then everything should work. Got it. I learned my own deploy process just now. So we should see the deploy folder appear any second now, since it's outputting files to it. Oh no, it's outputting them to staging. I see. There it is. Perfect. Then I do call deploy rest. And now this will be different. And now I can push this and then update it and then turn my keyboard camera back on. So deploy rest is not in my gulp file. What did I call this? Yes, it is. It's right there. All right. Deploying. So tokens aren't printed to the console and passwords are taken from environment variables. And I hit F5 and good, we see a bunch of files there. Perfect. Check it in, push. All right, so now what I can do is I can pull from here. So let's do this, git pull. All right, now I can finally turn my keyboard camera back on. So if I try starting this again, this should fail saying that passwords aren't set. So let's do export super token password equals password. And now it says JWT secret is not set. So export JWT secret equals bot. And now it's working. So now let's see if I log in, what's going to happen here. Play.bot.land. It should say that I've logged in correctly. Adam is attempting to connect. They have not authed yet. Hitting URL, get it Adam essentially. Found a user. Player Adam joined the game. Perfect. So I'm in the game. So that should work for everybody now. And now I'm using the most up-to-date code that I have on my own machine. So I have done the deploy. It is finished. This stuff I'm going to do after the stream at some point. Look at setting up the other Azure VM. I need a script to set environment variables. It could just be stored in OneNote for now. All right, what's next? So this stuff I think I'm gonna get rid of. So then let me figure out what I'm gonna do for the rest of the day. So re-get token automatically when it says your token is expired. I think we're gonna move on to this. So let's cut this stuff out of here. Start with a new VM, yeah. Remaining rest tasks. And then I'll also write rest tests. So update today. Let me go do that really fast. Scripts, commands, help command, today. All right. So what I'm finally going to get to, Adam is designing how bot bays will work. Then hopefully gets to start coding them. Last updated now. There. Cool. So now you can check and see what's going on today. Adam is designing how bot bays will work, then hopefully gets to start coding them. Yeah, nice. All right, so that part's done. So need to figure out how creating users and bays will work. The only way to create a bay is to have something validated. Do you have too much hardware? Okay, so this is the to-do item. This part does not really matter. Do you have too much hardware? Are you trying to use hardware that you don't have access to? Other. Come off with this. Hey, Laughing Man. Okay, this is something that the central server could do, but it's not necessarily something it should do, given that this code to verify may also be in the client. That's not why. It's not something it should do, possibly because of CPU reasons. When the account server validates whether a bot bay can be created, it needs it. Yeah, that's just an edge case I wrote down. So other considerations, nothing CPU intensive, shouldn't even require an inventory at first. Just make bot bays work end to end. All right. Hard code a bay for someone and then have the game server make use of it. So let's take a look at the database schema right now, because I already had given some thought to this. There is an ID for a bot bay. There is a hardware config, and this is text. There's a name. There's this stuff that I don't care about yet because we don't have cosmetic pieces in the game. And there is an owner. Okay, so bot bays know who owns them. So part of what I need to design serialization format for hardware configurations, then code setup such that serialization can be shared between client and central server. Need to design what else? I'm not going to do any UI stuff for this yet. You're just going to hard code things. Yeah, but eventually the UI to design this, to create this, yeah, yourself. Then the flow to fetch bot bays for a user when we authenticate them. What else? What else do I need? Serialization format, code setup, so I can share it, UI to create it, flow to fetch the bot bays, and then flow to require that you only use those bays. That part's going to be really annoying. That's like a very core change to all of this. In fact, since we don't have UI, this will likely involve UI for showing your available bot bays. Alright, so do I really think that's going to be the hardest part of this, is the UI? Because I want to hack that together as fast as possible since we haven't designed the UI yet. This is something where I was talking to the other people involved in this project. I said, I want to get back into the swing of meeting sometime the next week because the last couple of weeks are just, it's holiday time and like people should be able to spend time with their families. So we are going to start that next. And also round 2 of the concept art should hopefully get done in the next month or so. So serialization format for hardware configurations. Code setup. So this is something like, did I write this down somewhere? Something like 1 3 2 2 3 2 to represent lasers 3, cloaking 2, thrusters 2. Okay, UI to create this yourself. That is a very eventual thing. Flow to fetch bot bays, that's not really too important because I can just lump that in with authentication. Flow to require that you only use those bays. Yeah, i.e. we get rid of immediate mode. I don't need to do that for right now. So at first, there could just be buttons for loading the bays based on which ones you have saved. Eventually, you shouldn't be allowed, I'll just write this down. Eventually, you shouldn't be allowed to use a bay that you don't have configured. Now that's a very eventual thing because here's what's going to happen. Here's what a bot bay is, and actually I think I have this online somewhere. Yeah, so I'll put this into chat, but I'll also explain it on here. So bot bays are, for now, all they're going to be is just the hardware loadout. So it's exactly what you see over here. So when I say I have artillery and I have zapper and I have landmines, This itself is a bot bay. And let me make this just something a little bit different. There we go. Okay, so this is how bot bays were configured originally. And this is all they're going to be at first. It's just what hardware do you have? So this is something that you're going to do before you even join a game. Eventually, you won't be able to say, oh, I really don't want missiles. Let me just delete that and go put in melee instead. That won't be possible. You'll have configured your bots before you enter the game, and then you'll have maybe 3 to 8 of these bays, and you'll be able to make as many bots out of each one as you want. You'll be able to change the code on the fly, but you won't be able to change the hardware on the fly. So you kind of come up with, to some extent, you come up with a little bit of your strategy before you even enter a game. So if you see someone using artillery and you're like, oh, the perfect counter to this would be teleport and melee, and you don't have a teleport or melee bot, then you've got to make do with what you have, or get your teammates to do something, or pick a buff such that you compensate for that. Hey again, Walshy. So, oh yeah, so what I was getting at here is that these things will eventually be items that you have. So you have missiles 1 in your inventory, and you have artillery 1 in your inventory. That means you can make missiles and artillery on your bot. We don't have inventory yet, so that's what we should eventually steer toward. So I think my conclusions here: ignore UI for as long as possible, since it won't come together until the back end is done. Any UI I do add should be temporary, and work toward the bot bay and inventory system ASAP. I think that's the highest priority. Oh wow, that's cool, Walshy. That means I should get some notification, right? Oh, unless you tweeted yourself instead of retweeting. Oh no, I did get notifications. Aha. Well, cool. Also bugging him about it in the process. Nice. Yeah, something I don't understand is how do Twitter bots find me? So I looked at this person. Oh no, I don't want to show this on stream because this is an advertisement. But anyway, I looked at one of the people who followed me, and yeah, it's some link that says go from 4 to 1,000 live viewers today. And it's, yeah, I don't know. It's just weird. I guess by doing that, now I know about this service, so I guess their advertising works. Anyway, stupid. I'm going to deploy just some random script in here. That way Walshy has someone to play against. Okay, so I think I've got enough of this figured out. Wait, do I? Maybe? Because I was going to say, I think I have enough of the overall design figured out where I can start to dig into these individual pieces, but something I just thought of is who is going to do this? Is this a game server that's going to do this, or is it the authentication server? Yeah, that's what we don't have yet. So who handles the bay creation? It should be the REST server, but the client doesn't have a way to connect to the REST server. You mean win against? Probably took the Twitter link from your info section. Yeah, but then they, yeah. I mean, I guess it's totally possible to find it. I guess I'm just wondering, how effective is it? Does this drive a lot of revenue for them? So who handles the bay creation? It should be the REST server, but the client doesn't have a way to connect to the REST server. This is the biggest part of this. I just realized the UI is also pretty big, but this is also another part. So let's see what we have here. This whole re-get the token automatically. So this is client needs to know where the REST server is in the same way that it's told about the game server. Then client needs to be able to get a token for itself if it doesn't have one. For now, it can just always fetch one. But even that's not a good idea, because then I'd be saving, oh man, I don't know. So what would be some good to-do items to come up with out of this? All right, let's put this at the top of the list so I don't have to keep scrolling down every time. All right, so let me think of where to start this. I think getting the client to connect to the REST server is the most important thing. If that can't happen, then none of the rest of this can take place. So client needs to connect to the REST server. Part of this is I have a REST client that is currently only used by the game server. This takes in the host, the server port, and the super token password. Super tokens will not be something I will be able to get anymore. And all these APIs are really not going to be that important. Maybe I make a REST client just for the actual client. In fact, I think that makes the most sense. Yeah. Oh man. Sneezing and coughing. Oh, hang on. I'm gonna grab some more water. Hang on, I'll be right back. Okay. So I think make a new REST client just for the client, since there's not much to share with the server's version of this. Because yeah, this has things like creating users. I mean, test connection might be the same. I guess these things can inherit from the same thing, but there are still going to be different parameters that are even needed for the constructor. Yeah, fine. All right, fine. That's what I should do. REST client, inherit from the same base. I'll say factor out a common base and then inherit from that. So that's the very first thing I could do. Then client needs to be able to fetch a token for itself. Yeah, for now it just always, hey, battle scare. For now, it just always fetches using the username/password combo. Okay, then once it has the token, it can do anything it needs to do. So I guess that part's fine. Maybe this won't be so bad. But that means, no. It needs to be UI even for a player to be able to do this, to manage their account, or to... So who handles the bay creation? The client needs a way to connect to any account-based features. So right now, when they connect, they're connecting to the game server. Yeah, and this is the part where if we don't have UI, like, here's what I'm getting at. Right now, you connect to a game server, and you're there, and you're playing. Before you've connected to a game server, you can type in your username and password here, and until that point, you're playing in single player. Now, eventually, this will be more of a title screen. There will be a single player option, a manage bots option, and like a multiplayer option. But anything that's not single player is going to require your credentials. So this could connect to the REST server. I need to make this configurable. make sure the server is configurable so that on localhost everything works correctly. Where did I do this? This should be done in the same way that I connect to the game server. Can you put a landmine bot out? Want to test this 60-line script? Oh, and hey, Skilled Bubble. Yeah, sure, I can. So let me kill my bots, which, by the way, we're winning. Just FYI. Alright, here we go. Landmines. Let's make him move close to you. If exists enemy, let's change this to if percent chance 50. Alright, there. Alright, there we go. Alright, there are my landmine bots. Shots fired? While she was firing shots all morning. Trash talking like you wouldn't believe. So here's why landmines are not great. Because by standing still, you'll never hit a landmine. And, okay, there you go. You just killed yourself. Oh, no, you didn't. Oh, your shield absorbed the damage. That's why. And also, Walshy, don't forget, Control K can also kill off all of your bots if you want. Okay, so yeah, you killed them, but yeah, Control K is the other way you can do it. So make a new REST client as a client, factor out a common base, make sure it's configurable. Client needs to be able to fetch a token for itself. So how do I do this? I only want users to have to type in their credentials once. Maybe after they've connected, maybe after they've typed them, they get saved and validated against the REST server, or they're given a token that'll work for a day or a week or something like that. Then they have the option to connect to the game server. So I only want users to have to type in their credentials once. Maybe after they type them, they get saved and validated against a REST server, and they option to connect to the game server. Maybe this gives them a token that they can use for the next week or until they log in again. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff to think about here. Yeah, so I gotta think about what I want the flow to be here. Let's say you connect. Oh, so Walshy, I don't know if you're trying to kill my bots. /kill will only kill your own bots. There's no way to kill off mine. Error. Oh yeah. So by the way, the game's over. So yeah, the game freezes when that happens. That's intentional. All right. So this is what I'm wondering about. So here's what happens right now. You connect by pressing this button. This brings you to the game server. How do I want to change this in the future? I could have this say connect, and now you'll get all the multiplayer features, and then buttons pop up for manage bots and join game. Manage bots, join game. Oh, I see. Okay. Got it, Walshy. Maybe even before that. There's a single player versus multiplayer option. Single player would just hide the menu essentially. Multiplayer would pop up the connect dialog. I don't know. I don't know what's best to do here. Like I said, I'm going to be redesigning the UI, so my conclusion here was ignore UI for as long as possible. Any UI I do should be temporary. Yeah, that's important. So then I need to get this working in as simple a way as possible. So I think you type in your name, then yeah, you get a manage bots or a join game. Now, where would this take you to? Manage bots. You need to be able to see your bot bays. You probably wouldn't want to have this be single player. You wouldn't even be in a game. I'm not sure. What do we do about the arena while you're managing your bots? And join game. This would work how it does now. And what UI do we even show you for managing bots? Maybe it's just the same Blockly API. We keep track of what state you're in. If you're in the manage bots API, then you get it. No, I don't know. This is going to be strange. All right, let me sit down. Can I not make a var outside of these functions? No, you can't. And you have to be careful. You can't use the word var anywhere. So it should tell you, I don't know if you're using JavaScript or if you're using Blockly. If you're using Blockly, or JavaScript, sorry, it should tell you, if you try doing something like var b equals 5, it'll tell you only global function declarations are allowed at the top level. So if you're using Blockly though, oh, you must be using JavaScript, otherwise, yeah, otherwise you wouldn't have the question. Yeah, so same thing, if you just say a equals 5, that also won't work. And it'll give you the reason. Alright, what else do I have here? Yeah, I'll have to devote some thought to this as far as UI goes. I think for now I could definitely do this part. This part should be fine. Hard code a bot bay for someone to make use of. Alright, yeah, let's do this. Actually, before I do this, let me do this and make sure that the code is linted. It's been a long enough time since I've done this. And what is this? Oh yeah. Added a clarifying comment for how to deploy the REST server. How can I make a variable that's used in two functions, init and update? Oh, all variables by default are automatically used in both functions. So if you say a equals 5 and then an update, you don't have console.log, but imagine if you could do this, this would say 5. So just by defining a variable in a function, you get it in all of your functions. Hopefully that makes sense. Like in regular JavaScript, this would be global to every single function that ever gets executed ever. In botland JavaScript, this is global just for that bot. And remember, you don't have access to console.log. I'm just saying if you did, that's what would happen. All right, so we have a couple of minor issues here. That is one. Lowercase name is defined but never used. That is true. Create client server player. Why did I do this then? It used to do something else. In fact, I have that code. Let's go take a look at what it used to do. Game server player depot. It used to use this for adding the connecting player. Got it. But now I made an API for that. Okay, so delete it. And then finally, resp is defined but never used. I guess I don't need that. Yeah, okay, interesting. That part's done. Let's also go into the central server and run pre-commit, and then into the game server. Monadic Pine says, then how does shadowing work, like with parameters? So you're not allowed to use, if let's say I do a equals function, so you can make your own function, that part's fine. I can say b equals 5. As soon as you have a parameter, actually I'm surprised I didn't give you an error. Weird. Yeah, I don't know. I think this treats it as a totally different variable. So you basically can't access the global B because you have the parameter B. We could find out by doing this. Debug main dot software validator dot set logging enabled true. Yeah, so let's see what this code turned into. Yeah, this is the parameter B. So this is, actually just get rid of the whole update function. I guess the only part that mattered was this. So this is, the top is what you type and the bottom is what it gets converted into. So yeah, you can't access the global B. It's always the parameter B at that point. I think if people have, so I'm going to guess, and this is probably going to be totally wrong, but I'm going to guess that if you take 100 people who are playing Botland, let's say, this part I'm not going to guess about. I don't know how many people are going to use JavaScript, but of those, let's just say 100 people are using JavaScript. Of those, the number that are defining functions that take parameters are probably going to be like only 30% of that, and I don't see them having much of a problem with variables. So then the people who do, yeah, there could be a warning saying, we see that you defined a global variable somewhere that has a name B. You might be shadowing it here. So that could be a problem. Can't use math.floor. Oh, you can. It's just not called math.floor. It's just called floor. So just type like floor 5.5 and you should be fine. Yeah, script still works. Yeah. So, and this is where the coding wiki is actually helpful. I know that sounds silly to even say, but because the wiki should just always be helpful. But yeah, I think I wrote, I never used the word math here. I never even talked about floor here either. Okay, my bad. Well, you have floor, ceiling, absolute value, round. You've got a few of the math functions. You don't have things like sine and cosine. You shouldn't need those in Botland. And you could always write your own if you need to. Super tedious. Alright, so that finished and that finished. So apparently all my code linted just fine except for the client. I find that a little strange. Just a little. Let's check that in. Fixed linting issues. I'm not even going to look through them. Do I not have random? You do. It's called... there are actually 3 different random functions. Although I think 2 are aliases for one another. Yeah, random integer and randint. Random integer, min, max, and percent chance. Percent. So you can do something like this if you want. If percent chance 40, this gets hit 40% of the time. So you can do that. You can say if random int 5, 10 equals 7. I don't know. You can, yeah. So you have random numbers too. If only we had someone to keep the wiki updated. Yeah. Well, we have people who are willing to do it. This is something I'd very much like to curate to make sure it's exactly the tone I want it to be and gives off the right specificity. And I haven't been adding to this. Then again, it's pre-beta. Like, I don't care if there's not so much documentation for pre-beta, because people just ask in chat and then I tell them. Okay, so this stuff's done. Let's take a look now. The first thing I wanted to do is make a new REST client just for the client. So factor out a common base and then inherit from that. So let's go into the REST client that we do have. Let's save this in the shared folder, client and game server. We share this as REST client. And then I get rid of the majority of this stuff. So super token password is not a thing for this. So we get rid of that. We save these things. We say created a REST client whose root URL is this. Good and good. So all of that stuff is fine. The rest of this is not needed whatsoever. Client to our REST server. It'll wrap the APIs in a straightforward way, concealing any REST specific logic from consumers of this class. Yep. Sounds good. It is an abstract base class. My script is now 90 lines long, but I do have a lot commented. Oh, and by the way, there is a maximum, and there have only been a couple of people who have hit this maximum, but it's 5 kilobytes. So if you put 5 kilobytes of code, so here's an example. All of this, not Botland code, is 2 kilobytes of code, and that's with comments, it's with tabbing and everything else. So the people who hit 5,000 had like a lot of stuff in their code, I think, and yeah, I might eventually up that number. So your bots are there, but who knows if they work correctly. Let's see how they deal with landmine dummy bots. Alright, so I have the REST client now. That means that the server needs to inherit from this. Oh, and also that these things are totally wrong. So is there a logger? Yes, there is. Alright, so let's import, let's get rid of this stuff. I need co, apparently. I don't need co in here. I might eventually. Do I even have request? Request.get. Ooh, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't think I'm going to even put that there. So here's what I'm worried about. If I put this here, I've got to readjust my package.json files. Because right now, the game server is using co. Yeah, co should be using, super agent and super agent as promised. That would need to go into the shared folder, which I don't even have dependencies there. I guess it's not the worst thing in the world. Yeah, okay, fine. I'll just leave this in. So then I need to install these things on the client. I guess I'll go do that. So blcl npm install save co blcl npm install save super agent and npm install save super agent as promised. Okay, great. Can you look at my code? It's a bit messy and I just... Oh, yeah, sure. Pastebin it. Or use Pastebin, which is a Java version of Pastebin that I, as a Pastebin hipster, found out about today. Alright, so I've installed these 3 things. Great. Next, I need to inherit from this in the server. So server REST client. So this needs to inherit from the base class, which I do in something like player depot, which takes this player depot base. So let's do REST client base, put this here, and then this is in REST client now. This is not, what is this? Apparently clicking that doesn't do anything. Excuse me. This is not allowed before super. Oh, I never even used super. So let's use super. REST host, REST port. Probably pasted with Pastebin. Okay, I'm gonna look at this on stream because I don't think your botland code is private. So hopefully you're fine with that. Alright, let's take a look. So, a bit messy, one of the working is annoying me that it's not. Alright, so let's take a look. You have safe move. This is something that eventually we're going to provide for you, I think. There's going to be a move and there's going to be a safe move, so you don't need to do that necessarily. But let's take a look. So if I equals 0, then reveal mines, I++. And, okay. I see. And after 6 turns, so I++ only happens once in the I equals 0 case, and then it never gets added to again. So your I equals 6 case will never get hit. So what you probably want is this. So there's one change. Also, I can format your code too. So there we go. Okay, so there's one change I would make. Increment I outside of this if statement. Well, then, no, never mind. That's actually bad. Here's what I would change this to. If I equals 1 and then I equals 7 here. That's a little bit better. Remember, all of these will act as though it's got returns on them. So you need to keep that in mind. Anyway, if will lasers hit fire lasers. Okay, great. So the very first thing you're going to do after revealing mines, and don't forget, the way this is going to work right now, reveal mines is a terminator. So if there's a bot right next to you with only 2 life left and it's about to kill you, and then I happens to be 1, you will actually reveal mines instead of hitting them with a laser. So you might want this at the top of your script. You might, but that's a strategy thing, not a coding thing. So if exists, find closest enemy bot. If can, cloak, cloak. If can, shield, shield. Okay, great. Can move right equals true. So if not, can move right, or is enemy mine at x plus 1y. Yep, 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 and yep. Then rand x equals random integer 1, 4. I don't remember if this is inclusive or exclusive. Yeah, no, it's exclusive. So the upper bound is, this should actually be 5. So sorry about that. Okay. Yeah, so then the only other thing I see that's wrong here is this. These should be function invocations, whereas right now they're not. So you should make sure to just put parentheses here, because otherwise this will always return true, because can cloak is defined, which is, it's a function. So you'll always try cloaking, but it won't actually cloak for you. So yeah, I think there were only those 3 things I noticed. I++ needs to be at the top. These things, you need the random number going up to 5 so that it generates up to 4. And then these need to be function invocations. And I think that's it. Now, as for all of this code you put here, eventually it'll be replaced with this. If can safe move left, then safe move left. There will be some API like that that we give you to do all of this code so that people don't need to keep coding this themselves. I just haven't gotten around to that yet. But my bot doesn't move, which is annoying. Doesn't move at all. So your old code was generating between 1 and 3 every time. No, I think that should have worked. Let me try this code out. So if I equals 1, oh, wait a second. Oh, I know what was going on. Okay, never mind. I know what happened. So your original code, let me find the paste bin again. Yeah, all right. This is, you're gonna hate me for this. So here's the problem. I is always 0 because you have the I++ after your terminator. So this is, it's like you have this code here. I should really just change it. I should do that because people are getting confused, and this would make it easier. Yeah, sorry. All right. So just move the I++ up here and you'll be totally fine, and then change this to 1 and this to 7. Did I already do this somewhere on here? No, I didn't. All right, we're gonna add this to the to-do list. When converting from Blockly to JavaScript, put return before all of the terminators. It has been confusing a lot of people, although some of those people are coding directly in JavaScript to begin with, so there should be a warning or something. Excuse me. All right. So what do I have here? So super token password. This stuff doesn't need to be done here. This doesn't need to be done. This does need to be done. This doesn't need to be done. That part's fine. Okay, so all that stuff is set. Now the client has that saved. This is now inheriting from there. This stuff is in the base class. And this is in the base class. Valho says, cool stream, love watching coding. Well, thank you. And if you want to find out more about the game, you can watch this video. I'm finally, after about a month, looping my way back to the actual game programming. So what I'm starting now, finally, I am so thankful to be starting this. I've been designing the system for developing bots. So right now, the way that you develop a bot in a game, and oh, you can see Walsh's bots here. The way that you develop a bot right now is you pick what hardware do you want, and you do this on the fly. So if I feel like changing something here, I could just change it. I could put teleport on instead of this, or I could do something else. I want regen, so I'm going to put that on. And then you write the automation for the bot. And then I hit deploy, and here we go. Like, there's my bot. It's laying landmines, and it's running around in circles. What I'm going to change it to is this will be managed by a central server, and you'll have an inventory, and you can make your bots beforehand in certain bays and then configure them, and then when you join a game, you'll see all the different bot bays that you have. So yeah. Do you ever make any stuff in SQF? I don't know what SQF is, actually. What is SQF? Safe quality food. Oh yes, I make safe quality food all the time. What is this? That's actually all I'm pulling up is safe quality food. What is SQF? Let me type computer afterward. SQF code. HACCP based supplier assurance code for the food industry. Okay, no, never mind. That's not the kind of code I was looking for. Okay, so I have a REST client. I have to go look at my to-do list again. The server is now using that. So basically nothing should have changed. Yeah, nothing should have changed in functionality. All I did was extract out a shared class. And so if I run this, everything should be the same that it used to be. So let's go try running this. All right, and then let me try connecting on my client. By the way, Walshy, I won't be paying attention to the server anymore. My code works perfectly, 0 deaths. So, Walshy, there's something else you'll want to consider for your code. You have code that every 7 turns checks for landmines. The reason I said don't mess around with landmines right now is because this API is going to change. But until it changes, what you might want to do is check to see if you've moved in between the last time you revealed mines and now. So you could say like last reveal X equals X and last reveal Y equals Y. So, and then here you can say if I equals 7 and get distance to last reveal X, last reveal Y is greater than 3. So if you've moved 3 tiles away, and you'll need to set these things at the beginning too. Well, you don't have to, but you could just say these are like negative 500. So some code like this might be helpful for you. Or, well, you'd also have to change the size greater than or equal to 7. Anyway, you get my point, I hope. And I don't suggest doing this, like I said, because I'm going to change this API eventually. It'll probably take at least a month or 2 before I get to that. And in the meantime, no one ever uses landmines, so it's not like a big strategy you need to account for yet. A little bit, I do run some Arma 3 servers that are pretty large. But I know some really good scriptures, but not me. I dabble. Okay, I still don't know what SQF is. I still want to know what SQF is. $20-0. Sorry, Adam. Okay, so here's what's nice about Botland, and unfortunately, I don't think you've really seen this yet because I haven't really tried playing the game. But what's nice about Botland is you countered my strategy perfectly, right? You saw, oh, wow, this guy's an idiot. He's laying landmines and he's moving around like an idiot. What an idiot. And then you're like, I'm going to make code that just reveals mines and then doesn't step on the mine. There, I win. And you're totally right, because I have 1 kill somehow. I don't know how I got that kill, but I have it. And what I would do now if I were actually playing the game is I would say, all right, my landmine strategy isn't working. So I'm going to change it to something. I see he's using lasers, so I'm going to put reflect on my bot. I see there's a shield there and there's cloaking. Let's also go with artillery. In fact, let me just make this bot, I guess. Let's just go with this. And I'll put lasers in here and we'll make it move right. And yeah, right. No, just move right. Yeah, sure, fine. Right. You can move right, move right. I'll duplicate this block and put it here and just say move randomly. All right, now we'll see. We'll see what happens. Except for I forgot to put reflect on this bot. Reflect. Yeah, there. Okay, now I deploy these bots, and I bet my KDR is going to go up from 0.02. I just have a feeling it's going to go up. Oh, reflected a bunch of projectiles. Alright, yeah. It's at 0.07 now. So let's see, in a couple of minutes, how high is this going to be? And I can make this even better by making the reflect logic a bit different. But yeah, now I'm at 0.11, so take that, take that. What is this? SQF syntax? And hey everyone, it's for mod making in Arma. Oh, I see. That's why I didn't find it. Status quo function. Wow. What was I finding earlier? Safe quality food or something like that? I code in safe quality food all the time. Pepper, pepper, zucchini, pepper. That's how you comment things. Alright, so I was testing out the game server on my own machine. Let's continue to do that after completely thwarting Walshy. Look at this KDR, 0.18. Get off your high horse now. You only have a KDR of 5.5. That's terrible. Alright, so we've been able to connect. This is totally good. I like this. I'm going to check this in. It'd be nice if we could save custom-made scripts, like we can save 5 of them. Oh yeah, you'll be able to do that eventually. For right now, there's only one save button. The way this works is not straightforward, unfortunately. So check this out. Let's say I put just text here, and I said hello, and I put lasers on this. When I hit save, it will actually save it. So when I refresh the page, you can see, watch, this will be empty. Great. So now when you press load, it loads it. But unfortunately, there's a bug right now where you have to close and reopen it. And then there's my hello with lasers. So you can save one script right now. Eventually, you'll be able to save pretty much as many scripts as you want. And do you mind if I share a glorious Hearthstone moment in chat that I just got? Yeah, sure. That's fine. Easy to make secure code with that. Oh, the SQF. You just got to buy a bunch of vegetables and throw them into your computer. Alright, here, that's pretty good. And then here is the new class that we have. Yeah, and this is, I think this is totally fine. All of these things are getting hit, so I know that it's being tested. Yeah, let's check it out. Okay, check it in, not check it out. Factored out the shared parts of REST client into another class so that the client can eventually use it. Alright, there's that. That part's done. Make sure the server is configurable. Actually, no, I have not made the REST client for the client. So does client have a player depot? It does. Well, this is now going to become a REST client. And let's change this, REST client. Get rid of this, change that to that, and get rid of this stuff. Okay, now I also need to make use of co in here. So let's get all of this into here, take this down to here, delete that. Alright, looks good. So now let's also take the constructor, which would be pretty helpful. Oh, whoops. I meant to say this, C comments for base class. So derived classes are meant to implement client/server specific APIs. So for example, the client doesn't need to be able to delete all accounts. So that would only go into a derived class intended for a server. All right. So when I copied that, I wanted to copy this. We put this here. We get rid of all of this stuff. We export the class, and then we need to use it somewhere. Hey, Memoron. Uploaded the small clip to YouTube if anyone is interested. And hey, Inaris. This is Weedly pulling a humble brag right now. He saw my rank in Hearthstone and he's like, this wasn't even an interesting match. I'm just gonna show Adam that I'm rank 5. That's what Weedly's doing right now. Oh wow. Why am I watching this right now? I'm sorry. I'm gonna write this on my stream to watch afterward. Okay, so now that we have the client version of this, this is not needed whatsoever. Let's make client main. Go into here. We need, so server main takes in environment variables and then makes a new, where am I? No, that's not right. Game server main. Yeah. So set up REST client. We want to do something like this in client main. So we have all these setup functions. Let's put this here. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of that. And then this is where I need to use this stuff. Get passed in env vars. Yeah. I'm going to need to do this. Okay, well, let's set up the REST client after getting the passed in env vars. Does this test the connection itself, though? Shared REST client, test connection. No. Where's this called from? Hey, Alex. I'm doing well. All right, it's done here. So the game server can't connect, can't do anything unless it can hit the REST server. That makes sense. So in the client, I don't want that to be the case. I only want you to try to hit the REST server if you as a player want to go do something. Alex says, do I speak French? No, I wouldn't say I speak French. I took many years of French in school, but yeah, I wouldn't say I speak it. I wouldn't really say I speak any language other than English, even though I've studied other ones. So set up REST client. Yeah, in order for me to use this, I need to get all this other stuff into here. So here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna do this dot REST server host REST server port. Yeah, let's do that. REST server host REST server port. Okay, and then you know what? I can actually test the connection. This dot REST client dot test connection dot then console.log REST client worked dot catch console.log REST client failed error. Okay. So I need to get these things from here. I haven't done that yet. So here's what's going to happen. Where's the client watch? Here it is. Okay, so we're going to save this file. It's going to trigger a rebuild here. There we go. When this finishes building, I'm going to run the client, and it's going to fail. It's not going to cause anything bad to happen as a result of the failure, but we will see this print out. So that's what we're going to be checking for as soon as this finishes. Can I say a sentence in French? No. How's that? No, I don't know. whenever I try speaking in another language, I become very self-conscious, and then I understand why people get shy speaking in other languages. Okay, that apparently bubbled a failure up even higher than I wanted it to. REST client is not defined. Oh, I never. Okay, that's my bad. Definitely my bad. Let's go fix this. Player depot. So this is going to be REST client from REST client, which should exist here. Yes, there it is. All right, so that should trigger a rebuild again. We just wait for this to finish. Cannot find module shared client and game server log interface. From where? Cannot find super agent. What? Oh, do I need to restart? Oh, no, I don't want to do this. Hang on a sec. What's going on here? Require code. No, I'm not using this. What? I don't. Oh, weird. Yeah, I don't even have. Okay, well, let me test this out on the command line. So blcl node require co. Does this not work? No, that worked. So what about super agent? Yeah, that worked. What about super agent as promised? Yeah, that worked too. Okay, weird. So why did this thing fail? Cannot find module shared util from public JavaScript. Client and game server. Alright, I'm just going to restart this watch. I'll conduct the entire stream in French. No, I don't know if I'll ever try picking up more French than what I do know now. See, I think the problem is you need to use a language if you're going to learn it. Otherwise, you end up just falls by the wayside. You don't improve your grammar, you don't improve your vocabulary, and I don't really have many people to speak it with. Well, I don't have the time to learn it right now. So cannot find module shared util. Okay, so this is coming from something I just did in client main. Let's diff all. It has to be, since that's the only thing I modified. But then the shared REST client, oh, what's happening? That's this. I think this is the problem. And by that I mean something totally different. Yes, I found it. Okay, yeah, I was being stupid. So we need to change this to .. I believe, because it's up 1, 2, 3 to get to shared. Okay, now it just can't find super agent, and that's coming from client and game server REST client. Super agent doesn't exist here. For the game server, this worked. For bundling this code, it doesn't. What would that mean? Does that mean I need super agent in a node modules folder in the shared folder? That part I don't totally know about. Let's just copy super agent over there. I just want to see if this works. I don't want to actually install it. I just want to see if this fixes this. Okay, so it was saying cannot find super agent. Let's resave this. And now it says, yeah, that does fix it. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, this is unfortunate. Excuse me. I can barely speak English and it's my only language. Alex says, is it your job? So Yes, to work on this it is. I'm not getting paid for it, and it's going to take another, well, more than a year. So yeah, every week for 4 days a week, I try to stream for 8 hours. I work on Botland, just various parts of it. And yeah, the problem I'm running into now, and this is what I don't really want to fix, problem, it seems that I need my node modules to exist in a shared folder. The problem is that the central server doesn't need these packages at all. Also, it will complicate the installation process since I need to go into yet another folder to install my dependencies. Well, I think that's the only solution. Somebody can say what he said to me in French with Google Translate. Okay, I'm sorry. I find this pretty funny, but I shouldn't. All right, so I'm gonna figure out a solution for this. I either need to put this. Okay, so if I'm going to have to do this, the ideal solution is to put it in this folder, where everything else uses this. So yeah, I think the best solution is to put a package.json in that particular folder, and then install the node modules. Hey, technical freak. Am I English or American? I'm American. Am I English? I don't have the accent for it. And you have to have an accent if you're English. You have to. When you graduate from English school, that's what they give you as your accent. Alright, fine. I'll stop dilly-dallying. I'm just going to do this. I don't want to do this because I think this is going to complicate everything, but it's too late. I'm going to start to do it. So let's go get the node modules, the package.json from over here, I guess, into the shared folder here. Then I need to take this up. This is just the shared dependencies. There are no scripts. Private, sure, dependencies. Okay, so we need we need superagent, and superagent is promised. Or at the very least these two. Yeah, alright, so BL shared, client and game server, npm install. So this is going to install dependencies in one more location. Yeah. Do you live at Los Angeles? No. So I'm in the greater Seattle area. No. Je suis. I don't know how to say this. Yeah, okay, so these things are installed. So that means that the client watch should finally succeed. So let's go try to change something now. Oh, did I delete that folder? I need to delete that folder. This thing. That needs to be gone. You need admin permission to delete this. There's one file that couldn't be done away with? No, what? It's like everything. Was this open somewhere? Yeah, it's fine. Fine. I gotta write myself a note to delete this. Delete that. Okay. Did it work? Yeah, I think it worked. Which means I should be able to start this up now. Yeah. In fact, English is difficult because you have in, at, on. Yeah, there are a lot of words like that. They're called prepositions. And now if we go to localhost, All right, this should load. Please load. Please do it. Just load. Come on. No, that's not good. It should have loaded the page. It should have printed an error about. Oh, okay. No, that's fine. That's fine. That's totally fine. Okay, that's cool. Okay, so now let's fix this. How do we do that? We need to go into index Jade and then fix this stuff. This is server host port. We're gonna change this to REST server host port. Okay, done. Now, where does this stuff get exported? And then finally, the last place we do this is in the M variables here, this. So we do these things. So we say REST server, inner text or text content. Okay, that's unfortunate. So port DOM and then address DOM. And I'm going to do this in the same order I did it up here for consistency. And then we just need to change this stuff. REST server host address, REST server host port. Save this file. Take a look at these things. Figure out where I'm piping this up here. And there's process.env stuff. And this is for starting the client, which actually means if I were to go onto my Azure VM here and go into, there's no way to do this unless I stop the client. Okay, fine, I'll stop the client. Server, does that work? No. Echo server host address. Yeah, I'm exporting it there. Okay, so this command that I'm using, I need to keep this command in the notes that I typed on the other day. Let's take this here, take this, open that, copy paste this into there. How to set up the client. All right. What did I miss from chat? Okay, I'm missing a whole bunch of command usage apparently. All right. So now this is the command to set it up. It's taking in something called port. That's not good. I need to change these variables. So this. Wait, it wasn't even. What? No, server host port. Where's that? Server host address. Oh, I never changed the port. That's why. Okay. So now we need to change this to the REST server. I should just differentiate these now. How do you control my lights? Well, if you follow, you get control over the lights. So I think you've already done that. So now you would just have to ask politely. So I'll just give you control. Token technical freak 808. There you go. There you have it. You just got a link. You should be able to control them. I'll find out if that worked by seeing if my room changes color. Yep, there it goes. So yeah, that must be you. All right, so these are going to change into REST server host port and address, and we're going to change this here to REST, and this is going to be localhost 8080. Now let's change these things everywhere to game server. So then here, game server, and then change the word game to REST, and change these to game server. All right. Excuse me. So now what we have to export is this stuff. Game server, and then REST server. Whoops. REST server. This is going to be play.bot.land 8080. Okay, good. So then when I run my client, where do I even do this? I don't do it, which is why I have those default parameters there. So now all of this is going to change. Index.jade, takes in server. No, this needs to change to game server. Same thing here. This changes to game server. And then in main, it also changes. We gotta change it to this, game server. And finally, everywhere we see the word server here, we change it to game server. Okay, I think that's everything. Let's see if that rebuilt. Yeah, there we go. Alex says we can control your lights from our computers. Yes, you can. Just follow, and then you get control over my lights. All right, so problem solved, question mark? Let's find out. I refresh this page, and now we should see, not only should things load, that's not what I wanted to happen. REST server host, this is undefined apparently. Something's wrong. What's the error here? Cannot read property inner text of null. REST server host address DOM. So this is not defined, so that means that this doesn't exist. What started the client? Oh, right. No, this is expected because I need to start the client again. There. I should just keep drinking water. Oh, thanks, White Widow. I didn't actually see that. In here, I have port twice. Change one to address. REST server port. Wait, no, this is correct, I think. Oh, there are two indexes though, actually. It was here that you were talking about. Okay, got it. Yeah, you're right. Address. All right, let's give you points. Points give, White Widow, do. How do the lights work? The lights work, you can find out more about them, a little bit at least, from that Pastebin link I just gave you. If you want more information, feel free to ask. Isn't it kind of scary that nearly everybody can influence your direct surroundings, in this case only the lighting? No, I don't think so. I think it's a fun way for people to be able to interact with the stream. And I haven't seen other streamers do something like this. And it was fun to code, so I thought it's a good thing to do. So let's restart the client. Just cough up a storm. All right, now what error do we have? What's the assertion message? I should probably shrink the size of this. All right, REST server host needs to be a string, and it's undefined. So let's see what we got. We have REST server host address and REST server host port. So I probably just typed this wrong somewhere, didn't I? REST server host address, REST server host port, host address, host port, and what do we have here? Server host address, host port. Oh, right, I never passed these in, did I? Yeah. REST server host address and host port. There we go. Technical Freak said I can still control your lights by just inputting a larger number. You actually can't. So the reason my lights are still changing is because you or somebody else set it to color loop, and so it's going to change for the next however long until 5 minutes passes, and then it'll stop. But you can't actually continue to control it. Do you have a console? Do you mean a gaming console? Well, I'll just answer that question if that's what you meant. I have a Wii U. I've been playing Xenoblade. REST server port needs... Okay, let's just take a look at where this came from. So REST server host is defined, and I guess it's defined as localhost? Yes. But port is not defined? Port is... Oh, the string 8080. Oh, man. So I've got to do a parse int on that. But do I not do this to begin with? Maybe I could just make REST client a little bit more resilient to this. And I can say, oh, the shared REST client. And I can say if it's a string, if is string REST server port, then REST server port equals parse int REST server port. Yeah. Okay, good. So that part's fine. So then the only question I have is where else do I do this? I need to search my code for parse int. You need to change that lights page so that if you change a number, a message appears saying, "You think you're so smart." Do you recommend any Wii U games? I have one, but it's just sitting there doing nothing. Do I recommend any? I don't even know. I hardly played it that much. I think so. I used to be a tremendous Super Smash Bros. Fan. Like, played that game so much. Well, I played Melee a lot. Then Brawl, I pretty much just completely skipped. And then Smash 4, I started to play. And I actually, let me show you this. All right, this is the only audience that would ever care about this picture. Let me show. I had to go find the picture first. Anyway, I played Pikmin 3. I like that game. I think it's pretty short and it's well made. And now I'm playing through Xenoblade, and it's kind of a typical JRPG. So I don't know about that. What else have I played? Nintendo Land is actually really good. It's a good multiplayer game. It's got some good single player challenges in it. It's given me many hours of fun. Where am I even looking for this thing? What picture was I going to show you? Oh yeah, it's from like months ago, so I got to scroll way down here. Also, I know I'm not showing something on screen right now. It's because I'm looking through all of my personal pictures. But yeah, I think Smash is a good game. I used to play it a ton. I'm trying to find a picture here. But it's from months and months ago, and I don't remember when it was. When did I used to play Smash? Was it like a year ago? Huh. And these pictures are taking their sweet time loading. Alright, fine. I'll look at it on my hard drive. I wanna show this now. This is my like nerd cred. The only nerd cred that I have anymore. Yeah, this loads much faster. Okay, so I should be able to find this. When did Smash come out? It was like last year. Ah, this is taking too long. I am determined now. I've wasted enough of your time. I'm going to waste more. Ah, I found it. Okay, so let's see. Let me load this picture up. It's like a 10 megabyte picture. Oh wait, this is the 3DS version, isn't it? No, this doesn't count. Never mind. Where's the Wii U version? That came out afterward, right? I took like 1,000,000 pictures of my win ratio. That's all I want to show you guys. Alright, well, I played the Wii U Smash a lot when it first came out, and then I just totally stopped. And online play means nothing, because people probably play in real life more than they play online. Yeah, I don't know where this stuff went. Or my pictures are organized in the wrong order. Yeah, alright, I've wasted a bunch of time on this. Well, whatever. That was that. So much for nerd cred. Warbox says, what key bindings do you have on your mouse, if I may ask? So basically everything to control Windows and Sublime. So if I want to move the cursor around, I can move up, down, left, right from my mouse. If I want to switch between tabs, if I want to page up and page down, if I want to close a tab, if I want to actually edit text, I can hit space, I can hit backspace, I can hit enter. Let me delete that stuff. I have a delete key on there too, so I can reformat that code from here if I want. I can move the window around using the mouse. I can maximize it again. What else is there? I don't know. I can type the letter K. There's that. So yeah, I use my mouse for controlling all of the different Windows commands I would normally do, so that when my hand is on my mouse, it's as though it was on my keyboard. Real life, that game is boring. The graphics are really good. The storyline is boring. It's like a me IRL post on Reddit. Alright, I think I fixed this. I was searching for where... Oh, I closed the tab. I was searching for where parseInt came in, because I'm pretty sure I've written this code a second time, and now I shouldn't need it any longer. You have the G600. Yeah, I do. And I like it a lot. Every once in a while, you'll see on stream that it'll just do this for some reason. So I have a button bound to enter, and what I have to do is I have to stop it by pressing another button, and I have to delete everything it did, and then go fix the mouse, because then enter stops working. So for some reason, there are these little glitches, and on OS X, when I tried using it, I had another problem with it too. So I'm not like 100% happy with it, but it's the best mouse I've found so far. So here, where do I do this? Also, everywhere I have parse int, I need a parse int comma 10. Otherwise, I think you can run into problems. So pre-beta rest server port. Note, the final consumer of this will make sure that it's valid, a valid number. So I actually don't even need to do this because this is going to get passed into here. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so we don't even need to do this. So then what else do I have here? This needs to have a comma 10. And I think that's it. Right? All the other parse ints are fine. What about this tier number? Tier number should have had a comma 10 here too. Something isn't clicking for me right now. I want to insert a JSON object into another JSON object. Think insert book into list of books. Is there a Lodash function for this, or am I overthinking it? Yeah, I think you're overthinking it. So if you have an object in JavaScript and you want to put another object into it, JSON object equals like foo bar. Just say object.json object equals JSON object. Do you find the Logitech software loses profiles or forgets key bindings? The key bindings are stored on the mouse itself, so I don't know about whether it loses profiles. And Afris says, I've got the G600 as well. I got it because I was multi-boxing in Diablo 3, but it's amazing for just increasing productivity. Yeah, I love it. I think it's great. The only thing I'd like to have that I don't have is another button close to left click for double left click. I find that that's pretty helpful. Okay, so yeah, this should work now. Let's go restart the, no, we don't need to restart the client. I just need to restart this, and we should see a page show up. Come on, don't make a fool out of me 3 times. Okay, fine, I am foolish. Oh, I never called test connection. Oh, well, that was foolish. I wonder if I can speed up this build process at all. Yeah, actually, I should be able to. This is probably running through, what, all of the code? I don't know. I don't know what's happening there exactly. I'll have to take a look at that. But if I refresh the page, please just work. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, and then we will see, this is what I expect to see, an error in the console saying that it couldn't connect to the REST server. Yeah, name not resolved. Oh, HTTP. Oh, that's not good. Wait, what? How do I specify this for everything else? I just say localhost. So in index.js, I have HTTP localhost. Wait, this shouldn't be. Well, why do I do this? We're gonna get rid of this, but then I should be able to get rid of it here too. Game server host address. Where do I use this? This doesn't get used anywhere. Oh, I forgot to update something. Darn it, server host address. Yeah, here. Will connect to. This is totally wrong now. Oh, I'm just making tons of mistakes. Alright, so then server host address. Yeah, this is where this is used. Server host address, game port. And then in socket interface, where I start to use this port, I need to make sure I connect to HTTP. Alright, that should be better. Yeah. That way I can determine the protocol at runtime. It's going to be HTTP hard-coded for now because I don't have HTTPS protocol set up. Hypertext Transfer Protocol. Redundant acronym syndrome. Alright, so let's cut this out of here. And then I think I can rerun this. What is this? Index.js? So I need to rerun the client and then just reconnect to it. Yeah, so who knows? Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. But now the REST server is passed incorrectly. So it says created a REST client. It should have connected too. Let's go to console here. Cannot load localhost 8080. Oh, because I'm running this from a browser. No access control allow origin header is present on the requested resource. Okay. Who was controlling your lights? Probably Joe Dog. Yes, it was Joe Dog. I was gonna say that was cool. It was a pretty good indication that it was Joe Dog. Yeah, I want to add some more features because a lot of people change all of the lights at once. And by the way, there's another light over here that people can't see. Whoop. So yeah, a lot of people change them all to be the same thing. So I want to make some functions that let you change them all randomly or make them sort of loop between a different set of colors. I don't know. All right, what do I do? This header would be present on the requested resource. So I guess what this means is if I went into server.js, I looked at my routes, I looked at the test route for handle ping, I went here. If I say res.send 200, how does this work with, is this Restify? Yeah, I think so. Restify set. Problem was faced because of Restify has internal CORS module, manages CORS logic. In this module, you find a list of allowed headers. By default, it's accept version, content type, request ID, origin. To fix that, we need to add this header to the list of allow headers. So my header has nothing in it. After the push, be sure to server.use restify.cores. So wait, I can do this? This sounds potentially dangerous. Where do I use? Yeah, here. And then this dot server.use restify.cores. Okay, well, now I restart the central server and try this out again. Also successfully generated as, oh, come on, super token. This should not have been saved. Yeah. All right, well, let's try it again. All right. So it still says no access control allow origin headers present on the requested resource. So I must have screwed this up. Where is the server watch? Here it is. No, that passed. So it's this thing that isn't working. I guess I need to enable cores, enable the necessary headers on the server. Do I use this anywhere else? I don't ever modify cores at all. Dot allow headers dot push. Okay, let's take a look what the allow headers are. Restify.cores, yeah. Alright, restify.cores. Let's see what it is, and let's see what I change it to afterward, and let's try launching the server. Oh, it's undefined both times. Weird. Oh, but it could be undefined if it's a certain kind of object. In fact, this is what I should have done. I should have done allow headers. And then put this here. Aha, so I did add this in. Alright. But let's follow what everyone is saying. Control F cores. Support tacking cores headers into actual request. Pre-flight requests are automatically handled. Wait, what? On a per URL basis? I wonder if they mention the access. Yeah, here. So I need to set that to star apparently. Oh, whoops. Oh, it's it. Oh, that's what you were trying to say, Gramanja. Okay. Got it. Thank you. Okay, let's try that out now. So I had, yeah, okay. So I refresh here, and then I see, does the console still print an error? REST client worked. Yeah. Let's give Gramanja another point for that one. There. Okay, so now we can get rid of these things. And that's it, right? That was all I had written there. Where's my to-do list? Here we go. So make sure the server is configurable so that on localhost everything works correctly. This should be done in the same way that I connect to the game server. So, whoop, didn't mean to do that. All right, so here's what I'm going to say. We're going to do client main. I'm going to say to remove the test connection part eventually. Yeah, to do remove this eventually. It should not be done as soon as we connect, since the client may not even want to use the server. Actually, that's not, this is where things get really annoying. We need to figure out how much the user can do offline without, how much the user can do offline. For example, are there bot bays something they use in single player? If so, it would require an online connection to fetch them. Otherwise, there'd need to be some kind of fallback. This is something I'm going to copy paste in its entirety into my discuss with Ian file. And everyone, I actually used your plugin yesterday, I think. I was trying to find my to-do comments that were only in 3 files. So it worked out pretty well. Wait. Oops, macro. What is this, some like advanced Counter-Strike BM macro? Client needs to be able to fetch a token for itself. So, all right, I think what I'm going to do then is get ready to check this in. Use my plugin, yes. Yes, I did. That's good pirate talk, everyone. Or used me plugin. Client main, set up REST client. So I don't really want to comment for this. And I have all of the rest of this. I changed. Yeah, so this whole will connect to, so game server address, and then REST server address. We'll change these to backticks, and then just do this. $, colon, $. All right. Geez, formatting these comments into interpolated comments, interpolated strings, is more annoying than it probably should be. I wonder if it's easier to use the mouse for this. No, it's not. Oh, whoops. I just copy pasted that stuff. Okay. There we go. That probably triggered 1 million rebuilds. I deprecated it like 3 months ago, and one of the main guys from the Sublime community was asking to take it over, but he never did anything with it. Rip Sublime. Aww. Alright, here, since everyone's not going to link it, I'm going to link it. Here's everyone's now deprecated plugin. Here you go, everybody. See? Here's what it does. And here's the word simply on its page. You see? That's all the good things you need to know. So now when I connect, and this might take another rebuild before it works. Actually, let's just let that work. That's fine. So yeah, that's done. Socket interface, I now changed how that works. Good, good. Yep. So far so good. All this stuff is looking fine. That's fine too. C comments for base class, that's okay. Yep. See if a string was passed in that represents a number. And then we now have the client REST client. Well, that sounds redundant, but yeah. Okay, cool. So let's test this out by just refreshing this page, hitting F12. That was your one and only open source contribution? Oh, I never went like searching through your repo, but I just imagined, oh, he probably makes tons of plugins, and this is just another one of those. Oh man. All right, so game server address localhost 3003, REST server address localhost 8080. Looks good. So now the game client can now make use of the REST server because it has its own REST client. To accommodate this, I am now taking in the REST server details in the same way that I'm taking in the game server details. I think that's mostly it. Also, I had to add a package.json for the shared code so that the client's transpilation step would succeed. It was searching the shared directory and upward instead of the client directory and up. All right, there we go. Let's push this. Okay. Why is this not reloading? No, there we go. All right, so I can close all of this stuff now. So client needs to be able to fetch a token for itself. I don't know if I want to start this right now. I think I'm gonna go to lunch. Hard code a bot pay for someone, then yeah, okay. So this is the next thing after lunch. Then after this, it's figure out which items to tackle next from the list above. Going to lunch soon. What software do I use for Botland? You'll have to be more specific, Technical Freak. Okay, everyone wants to be on my lunch screen. Everyone still has access from yesterday. So it's these people. All right, now let's do... So I'm going to say BRB lunch 45M. And I keep forgetting if this is space separated or comma separated. Where is brb.cmd? Okay. S user profile / brb.cmd. Didn't even run it here. Oh my god. Come on. So stupid. You think I would have written this somewhere. App.js. I didn't write it in here. I apparently it's just nowhere. Seriously, okay, what's going on right now? And what? This opens a port? Wait, what? Shoutouts equals shoutouts. Oh, I start I start an Express server just for this. Where did I write this? What did I? Where are the shout outs taking place? Oh, there it is. Lunch. Wait, no. Oh, God. I don't remember anything. Alright, I know I wrote this somewhere. Twitch, BRB, find, stir, snip, shout out, star. Yeah. Bin www. How did I not find this at first? But then this goes somewhere else. Where does this go? I don't know. Oh, here it is. Here's where I wrote it. Shoutouts. It's split based on spaces. All right, we're going to write this in here. Yeah, so it separate shoutouts with spaces like this. BRB lunch, 45M, person 1, person 2, person 3. All right, now we finally learned how to do this. So, fine. Let's go get the up-to-date code. I'm sorry about that, everybody. You're about to find out what it means to be in the lunch screen for people. All right, so now it's all of these people. So let's do this. Put a comma at the end of here for consistency. Get rid of all of these. Delete the quotes. Join the lines. Put the entire line in quotes. And we're done. So now I can say BRB BRB lunch 45M. All right. Yeah, I should have it open up that file. I haven't gotten around to doing that. Let me add that to my list. Make lunch BRB open the JSON file. I want to make a program to make this better. Do you mind? I don't mind. This is the kind of thing that I'll have to PM you about. So let's see. There's everyone. There's Technical Freak. There's Walshy, Skilled Bubble, Zans. I think that's everybody. If not, then they're about to flow in. Oh, Jacobus. Well, there it is. Okay, great. Cool. So yeah, I'm gonna go get lunch. I'll be back. When I'm back, I'll be back for 3.5 hours or so. So there's still plenty of development time today. And yeah, see you guys soon. Let's see what we got here. Oh, nice BRB screen. Can you send me the URL and JSON file so I can make this program? I need the URL params in JSON format and file name. I don't even know what this thing is, by the way. Lunch BRB. Oh, no, never mind. Yeah, this is just the array of people. So delete everyone before Jacobus, I guess, and the equivalent to including. Yeah, so I need to think of. Okay, so here's the deal. That BRB screen that you see, I don't want to change the BRB screen around exactly. That part I'm fine with. All it really needs to be able to do is read in from this JSON file, which I haven't even tried to make it work. Oh wait, no, this is part of the reason why I can't do this. LunchBRB.json is loaded up by a certain chatbot of mine, and removing from it can only be done outside of that chatbot. So this all comes back to the chatbot eventually. Anyway, I'm just gonna leave it for now. Eventually it'll grate on my nerves enough where I'll just fix it. Wait, this I want to leave here. Okay. So client needs to be able to fetch a token for itself. For now, it just always fetches using a username and password combo. Well, part of this has to do with how connections even work. So maybe what I do first is pressing the connect button will pop up two buttons. Yeah, manage bots and join game. After authenticating you. I know the chatbot's terrible. I need to fix up a lot of things there. See that again, what this comes down to is I have a certain amount of time and I have a lot of stuff to do. And so I'm always going to prioritize this stuff for botland and not necessarily for, I don't know, even sometimes just making my life easier. For example, this to-do list has been around for a very long time and I've basically like not looked at it very much. So I need to take care of that. And part of this is where I think I need days where I'm not streaming but I'm still doing work. That way I can just focus on this stuff, knock out like half of this list if I feel like it. And yeah, the chatbot falls into that of just, yep, it's something I need to do, but not enough to actually do it. And then getting community to work on it is a management process at that point. I need to make sure that I can give direction well enough that then I can review the code, I can test things out. Oops, darn it. Nah, hang on. I'm trying to type a whisper out. This is too difficult. They already... Anyway, yeah. So I'm going to do this thing next. Pressing the connect button will pop up two buttons for after authenticating you. Manage bot and join game. If auth fails, then the fields to... No if auth fails, that's it. Hey Gamer Leo. Thanks for hosting me. Thanks for Thanks for watching. I saw you in chat a little bit earlier. I don't know if I've seen you here earlier than today, though. Yeah. Wait, I guess I could just find out. Time, Gamer Leo. 14 minutes. Okay. Well, hello. So, pressing the connect button will pop up 2 buttons after authenticating you. So right now we have this connect button here. When you press this, instead of just putting you into a game, it's going to ask what you want to do. So, yeah. Doing this will save your auth token to local storage. First time I saw your channel? Oh, cool. Well, welcome. Yeah. And I'm glad you found some details about the project too. That's nothing against the people who end up asking for it. That's totally fine. It's always nice when people do the legwork themselves. So doing this will save your auth token local storage. So we have a connect to server. And this eventually calls back into client main, which is connect to server with name. So we take our name and our password, and we go through our socket interface for this. So this is where I think I want to make this a little bit different. I just don't know. I don't know how I want to do this. Because, again, this whole thing is going to get ripped out later. How much of this do I just code for knowing what it's going to be? And how much do I just code for knowing it's going to change? I think this would involve some design that we haven't done yet and would require a conversation. So I think I just go with the fastest way to get this done. All right. Jindy says, how have you grown so comfortable with your software? It almost seems, at least for me, like you play the software like an instrument. It's part of my personality to want to just learn text editors or whatever IDE I'm in. So I try to learn shortcuts and I try to learn anything else. And my philosophy behind doing that is that the less you think about how you do something, the less you're distracting yourself from a task. So let's say I have to code a for loop, and I have some array, right? I have some array here, and I said it was like hi there. And I need to iterate over this. I should be able to use this snippet, just type the word array, tab a couple times, and then console.log my array. And this was many characters of code that got done in about 2 seconds thanks to a snippet. I learned about the snippet because I wanted to discover what the text editor had to offer. And like there, now this is working code. I could paste this into Chrome if I wanted to, and it'll print hi there, and everything works. So I think it's just a lot of practice, but it's a lot of wanting to learn this particular kind of thing. And then the other thing too is I happen to be good at remembering keyboard shortcuts for some reason. I don't know why, and that's why using mice like this, this is even visible right now. Yeah, using mice like this is not, it didn't take me very long to learn, so I can't give much more practical advice than just test stuff out. Keep trying it, keep trying to learn, and yeah, and always ask for help on things and figure out how other people do things and how you can make things better. I've given some talks before, at least one was in a professional environment, where I said, oh, here's Sublime, here's how you can use it. I actually want to give the next speech I give for this club that I'm in. I want to give another speech about Sublime. But I told developers about Sublime, and I said, hey, this can really speed things up. Here's how it can work. And a lot of people said, like, why should I learn this? It's going to take me however long to learn, and so that what? I can save like 5-10 seconds when I want to go do something. I'd rather just spend those 5 or 10 seconds doing the thing. And I said, yeah, but then you're figuring out how to do the thing instead of doing the thing. And anyway, it's a hard argument to make for someone, and it still just comes down to what you want to do. I just started to use Vim, and I feel like I've never used a keyboard in my life. Yeah, Vim is a very different thing to get used to, but once you've gotten used to it, I think it's powerful. Okay, so how am I changing this then? Pressing the connect button will pop up 2 buttons after authenticating you. Manage bots and join game. So I guess connect should authenticate you first. How about that? So pressing connect should authenticate you at first. And then save the token we get to local storage. Actually, we don't even get a token, do we? There's no authentication. Alright. So, a friend of mine just whispered me something. So right now, the way that we get a user is... Oh, wait, no. Create token is how we authenticate. Well, isn't that handy? Except for, unfortunately, we need to know our own user ID for that. Oh, well, I have get user by name, actually. Could I do this? JWT expired. No, I can't. So I need to make a create token API that takes in a username. So need to expose a create token API that takes in a username, not an ID. In fact, it doesn't make any sense for me to ever expose the ID form. A user wouldn't use that. Yeah, in fact, just replace the ID form of this, as I don't think it will ever need to be used. And I don't know if it's being used right now. If I go into the routes that we have here, I have tokens, create token, but then do I ever use this API? Let's look at REST client. I have fetch super token. Let's search for tokens. See you, Walshy. This, yeah, I was going to say, this may exist, but I don't know if it ever exists in the context of getting a token. Yeah, so this is test code and it's commented out, so that doesn't count. This is tokens in a different context entirely. This is the definition of this. And this is a database migration script. So yes, I never do this at all. So let's go change this. So I'm going to go into server. We're going to go into create token. Create token is going to take in a user name, not a user ID. So I'll put a bookmark here and go into... what was the other API that I had here? Get user by name. Get user here. Get user token and ID. Wait, what? Oh, get user and get user by name. Oh, one is users. One is users question mark name. So where do I check for get users? Here we go. rec.query.name. So then the other thing I have to ask myself is, how do I want this API to look? So currently, yeah, you post a user ID. I guess I'll just make it so you post a name. Doesn't make any sense to do anything other than that. So we'll say username. And if not is string username, I'll say username is not a string, did not contact database. All right, so we get your username, your password. Then based on your username, we need to look up your ID. Yeah, so I can probably do that. You can use the ID when people add friends, etc. Just Blizzard things. Well, so the way Blizzard changed things to work, you have an account name, which I think has to be unique. But then you have a display name, which is not unique. Yeah. And so then your display name, because it's not unique, has some random 4-digit number appended to it. I think that has its benefits, but I also... I don't know. Yeah, I don't think we're going to do that for a while. I mean, I saw the kappa, but I still like answering these things. So we have the username and the password. Checking username's credentials. So now get user ID. This needs to change, and I'm not totally sure what I need to change this to. Database wrapper dot star name. I must use this somewhere. Get user by name. Here we go. So you don't need an auth token for this. All right, so this is what I want to call. We need to say get user by name. What is filter by name equal to? Just a name, yeah. So get user by name, username. Then we get a DB user out of this, and let's just stringify the user. So this should contain everything. And then we'll put a catch at the end of all of this saying, yeah, that. Then return next. All right, so let's just delete all this stuff. Actually, no, let's not delete all this because I might want to keep some of it. Let's comment it out. Blizzard don't make mistakes. It's not like they are Steam. That was actually pretty surprising. The whole Steam page caching issue that showed up. I had not expected that to happen. All right. It appears as though this should be set to work. I have create token. Okay, so here's what I'll do. I'll run this. Well, let's see if that starts. Yeah, good, that started. Okay, so now we'll change create token to pass in a username of Adam and a password of password. We're hitting localhost, right? So that's mysql-uroot-p password select no. Use botland select star from users where name equals Adam. My password is password, yes. Okay. So we're gonna save this. If I hit send right now, this actually should work. Select star from users where name equals not a number. Do I still have a parse int somewhere? I do. Okay, well, whoops. Let's restart that. Try that again. What is that web API thing you have? This is called Postman. It is actually a Chrome extension or a Chrome app. I don't know what you call them, but I'll link it in the chat anyway. Oh, and maybe you want to know what this thing does, or maybe someone does in the chat. I'll say it anyway. So this lets you test out various HTTP verbs. So I can use things like get, post, put, patch, delete, etc. and just target a URL with it, set your header, set your body, set your authorization, whatever else you need to do, and then check the entire response. It is incredibly useful. So check it out. Username is not a string, did not contact database. It's user capital name, rec.body.username. Weird. Oh, whoops, I meant to put if not a string. Okay, let's try this again. This should work this time. All we should get back, actually this shouldn't send any response back. All it does is print to the console. So now we have the user's ID, we have everything about them, so good. Okay, then using the ID, we need to create a token for them. So where did we create a token before? Somewhere down here, of course. Oh no, first we need to verify that their password's correct. So throw new error, password is not correct. What I could do here, is there some sort of HTTP response code? Is there like an authentication failed? Your password encrypted looks like password. Trust me, I know about the whole plaintext passwords thing. Yeah, it's actually, I'm using an advanced kind of encryption called ROT26. It's pretty advanced. So, yeah, you guys probably haven't heard of it. 401. So here's what we do here. We say rest.send. We can't send a response twice. So I guess we could, no, yeah, how do we do this? How do I do this? Is there a way to check if I've already responded to something here? All right, well, this is, let's go to Restify. So the response API, here we go. Rest.send. You can use send to wrap all the usual, yep. Oh, whoa, new bad request error. So So how do I check to see if I've already sent this before? This wraps an existing kind of server. What did I do here? Restify, acquire restify. In the constructor here, I say this dot server, restify dot create server. Okay, let's try this out. I'm gonna just do this. BLCE create server. We're gonna do this. Put this into here. Var global dot, and then var restify equals require restify. Oops, I'm not in Node. That was stupid. Okay, let's try this out. Okay, so global server is now a restify thing. So what is it listening on? Probably nothing until I make it listen somewhere. Yeah, listen here. Oh boy. Am I using ES6 already? Yeah, I am. And HTTP 451? Unavailable for legal reasons. Don't listen to deleted. Even Sony does it this way. Ooh, shots fired. Alright, so examining what's in this. This is stupid. I'm not going to worry about this. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do this. I'm going to do it the easy way for right now, which is this. Throw a new error, password is not correct. Perfect. Okay, now that we've done that, let's do the next part of this, which is generate token user ID. So we need to get their ID. Const user ID equals dbuser.id, and then return a promise that'll generate a token for them. Yeah. Then we save the token and then we send it back. So I put this here. Yeah, so here's where I might have wanted to use a coroutine for all of this. Well, let's just take a look and see if this works at the very least. So here's what happens. We get the generated token, we send it back to them. Yeah. Okay, now I think we can delete all of this. Alright, let's try that out. So now when I call in a create token, I should get a response. User is not defined. That's strange. Oh no, that's a JavaScript error. I accidentally typed user somewhere. Where did I do that? Or did I do that? Generated token equals no. Oh, where did I put user? Come on, it must be in this API. API. There it is, user.password. I found it. Oh, it's dbuser. Okay. Figured it out. Dalinar says, is it worth it to learn right now? I've been meaning to, but I never really get around to it because nothing supports it. I think you could benefit from learning it, but it's kind of tedious to use. Kind of tedious. So it depends on what you're trying to do. There are very simple ways to use it, but I think for a large project it can be kind of frustrating. So if you want to use it, go to Babel.js. So I'm going to link a couple of things to you. I'm going to link this, and I'm going to link ES6 features. So here are the features for ECMAScript 6, and I think there are some really useful things here. And I think the most useful ones, the ones I've been using, they're the whole class syntactic sugar, so all of this section, classes, class definition, whatever else. Const and let I've been using, so that's constants and then block scoped variables. Arrow functions I've been using a little bit as of late. Default parameters, those are pretty useful. Template literals, I don't really tend to use this. Wait, no, there's one part of this I use, right? Anyway, the stuff that I don't try to use yet is the stuff that can't be transpiled. So yeah, I don't make use of, what was it? There's proxies and yeah, reflection. Yeah. What else? Gingy says, I'm a giant noob. Please no log, what? Why don't you get someone to handle the networking for you? So here's the short answer, is money. So I don't mind doing the networking stuff myself. There might be something I'd rather focus on, but I'm the only coder on this team. So if I were to get anyone to do anything else, I need to spend money, and I don't really have any money left for this project. Let me put it this way. All the money's been kind of like dog-eared for other uses. So for example, there's money remaining for the art budget, there's money remaining for some marketing, there's money remaining for other things. But there's no money set aside for, oh, let's hire another coder. And coders are typically pretty expensive, and you need to vet them. You need to even find them. Finding them can be tough, because how do you know someone's a good coder from just an hour interview? How many hour interviews do you spend before you say, oh, I should have just done that myself? So I think it's too much hassle. And I think, yeah, this is the best way. But yeah, art design, so that's something I am not going to touch. Not going to touch it. You do not want to play a game where I make the art. Unless it's a console-based game, then I'd probably be great, because I can code in ASCII. All right, so let's see. Does this work now? Did I already test this out? Password is not correct. That's a lie. That's a terrible lie. How is the password not correct? What? The password is password. Okay, let's just console.log some passwords then. db, well, let me do this. Stringify dbuser.password, and then just the password. When you buy BRB lunch, does it automatically add your name, or do you need to update it? So I need to do something still manually. You shouldn't need to do anything. I'm not sure if that's what you're asking. The game's already done. He's just trying to make money from a Twitch stream. He's working the long game. He's got it. Void Dreamer. He's taking the mask off of this streamer. Alright, it still says password is not correct. So DB user's password is undefined. That is not right. I printed it out over here. Oh, right, because, this is the database response, which, this is what I should have done. So const db user equals resp 0, or, yeah, okay, this should work now. Delinar says, oh, that light changing stuff is awesome. I didn't even realize. Most people change the lights to like bright pink or something. You apparently changed it to orange. Oh, and that's all you did, actually. Color lights orange, okay. Well, if you want to mess around with them again, that's fine. I can give you access again. All right, let's try this out. Central server, run, and now when I click this button, we should see a token come back. User ID is not defined. Oh my god. Where's user ID? dbuser.id. How could I have possibly screwed this up? Okay, stringify dbuser. Let's find out what this thing contains. Who is object? Oh yeah, okay, here, I'll give you another token then, Dalinar. Yeah, it's just a fun little thing. When you follow me, you get a link. That link is what you use to control my lights. I don't do a good job of telling people that that's what they can do. So it still says user ID is not defined. DB user is an object that has an ID. Oh, that's strange. Did I type something wrong? Yeah, that is strange, right? DB user has ID of 1. And then it's saying user ID is not defined. Oh, it's from down here. Well. Let user ID equals null. There. Alright, I think I've fixed the problem now. Alright, cool. Okay, so we got a token. Now let's try providing an invalid password. Password is not correct. Yeah. Alright. Now, eventually I've got to rate limit client connections to this thing so that people can't just try guessing tons of passwords for other people. Which I guess, so at some level, there's some network command that gets taken in that's going to generate some response. That's really just very high level of this thing. So if that's a public endpoint, anyone could get access to it and then try guessing passwords for people. So yeah, I think rate limiting is pretty important. But then you need to figure, I'll just do all this later. Duck of Doom says, how long will it take before he regrets giving users his light settings? It's been almost 4 months, and it hasn't really bugged me or anything. There's one pattern that people do, some like very rarely, that can get the tiniest bit annoying. I'm not going to share what that pattern is, but everything else, people just randomly changing my colors and whatever, that's all fine. I don't care about that. I shouldn't have even said what I said. Now people know. So password is not correct for, I might as well say the username. Yeah, as much logging as possible is good. Okay, so now I want to write this function as a coroutine just to see what it would have looked like and see if I like that better. So let's save off the old function and then let's get, do I have co here at all? Oh, I don't use co in this. Well, not going to do this now then. So I guess let's just close that. I know the pattern. Do you? Okay, I think this is done. So I think we can check this in. Is there anything else I need to test here? I don't know, an invalid user, send. It still says password is not correct. Actually, that's not a good idea. So if .util.exist dbuser.password or dbuser, then throw new error user does not exist. Let's try that out. User does not exist. Okay, good. So user does not exist. There's also, whoops, that's the same thing. There's the correct case, and then there is the wrong case of wrong password. And there's also, if you don't specify a password, it'll say password not defined, didn't contact the database. Don't specify a username. Username is not a string, did not contact the database. So yeah, I think this API is working. Good, 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 good. Done with all of that. Yeah, okay, cool. So changed the /tokens REST API to require a user name instead of a user ID. This is to accommodate clients, game clients, who won't know their user ID without contacting the database. Wait, not seeing it. This is all bot-based stuff. What do you mean not seeing it? You're blind. Blind, Void Dreamer. What are we paying you our points for? Time to take away all of Void Dreamer's points. So there, that part's done. Pressing connect should authenticate you at first. Then save the token we get to local storage. Then pop up the buttons. And then make the join button work. Okay, that's what we're going to do. So now, pressing connect should authenticate you. Let's go into client main. Pressing the connect button is connect to server with name, which is specified here on connect. So I think I got to change the name of this. Connect to server with name. This is going to be more like authenticate to REST server. Authenticate to REST server. Oh, cool. The lights returned to normal. Except for that one. That's not my code's fault. That's the library that I'm using. So we're just going to ignore that. Authenticate to REST server. So if Pixie's ready or it's not, what is this even for? Pixie finished initializing. We just, This is called from setup Pixie. This code could use a rework. Oh, this code doesn't even use promises. Oh, that's why. Eventually what we need to do is stream in all the Pixie textures. with 100 points. Change my font to Comic Sans. I wonder what that would look like. Is that even something I can do? Settings user. Comic Sans. I think this is just what happens when it can't find a font. Or is that what Comic Sans looks like? Yeah, no. That's what happens when it can't find a font. Yeah, okay. I changed the get parameters to 9999 seconds in time allowed and pressed a bunch of pink. Did that actually work? No, it didn't. So that's something that so many people have commented on that I really need to just change it. But let me show you guys this link. So if I set my colors to white here, you can change this time allowed to whatever you want, and it'll act like you have that time on the client, but it doesn't do that on the server. So I'll just let this run for a bit and then change it. Anonymous pro font equals winner. Try symbol. I'm not gonna do this. Okay, was that someone using my own token because they print screened what I did? No, that's Duck of Doom. Yeah. Yes. So now I'm in a blue room. So authenticating the REST server, I don't have promises here, but I could do this. Actually, you know what? What do I set up React. I should just set up React after I set up Pixie, I think. Otherwise, you could hit the connect button before Pixie's done. And if Pixie's not ready, it's join game that's going to need this. Yeah, so never mind. That's stupid what I'm saying here. This needs to be done in the other part of this. So let's just get rid of this code. So there won't be joining a game yet. Or a better thing to do is probably this. Join game. There. Now we just never call that function. Alright, so we take the REST client and we call a function, what do we say? Authenticate. Or fetch token, maybe? Username, password. This is going to be very similar to the other REST clients. Fetch super token. Very likely. Guess is happening as it should. It just seems strange because I saw the purplish light in the back. Yeah, that was a bug that I've seen before. But anyway, so here we go. It's been more than 45 seconds, obviously. If I click red here, it doesn't do anything. Yeah, above Seagull, I agree. It doesn't look that bad. Like if I look down at my own hand, it definitely looks blue, but I think the camera exaggerates how blue everything looks. And this camera is much closer to what it actually looks like for me. Yeah. Which is why I'm using the worst color balancing camera as my main camera. Alright, so super token API URL. This is going to be token API URL, and this is going to be tokens. We send the password of password and a username of username. Okay. And that's it. Yeah, that's it. Alright, so in here, what we do is we say fetch token, name, password. And then what do we get back? A token in response. That's actually not even true. You get a response. I don't like this. I don't like this API. This is not how I'd want to use this. I'd want to get back a token from here. So here's what we do after this. We say .then resp, and we process the token out of this ourselves. That way we hide the details of this from anything else. Return token, resp.body.token. Yeah. So then token, we can just say console.log got a token. And then .catch error. What happens if this fails? I guess we pop up a dialog saying your credentials are wrong. Window.alert. Your credentials are probably wrong. Yeah, let's just alert the error message, I guess. Error message. Okay, there we go. So let's try this out. If the camera adds color, does color even exist? Realize. There we go. So it's done building. Now I can test this out. So what I'm going to try at first is connecting with proper credentials here. And what we should see print to the console is a token. It's very likely this just doesn't work for some reason. Oh, wow. I should say that more often. So that worked. We're good there. Oh, I should have saved that token. I should have seen if that was the same one that I had saved in the database. It probably was, but you never know. Okay, now I type in the wrong password and I hit connect. Internal server error. Oh, that's bad. And the reason that's bad is because that it's a 500 error that happened. I don't want that error message. I want the other error message, which is the response. Yeah. And the response is password is not correct. Yeah, I'll say, oh no, there's no way to do this. Because this can get hit in two different ways. One is if it's a response and the other is if it's a real error. How do I want to do this? Yeah, if util.exists REST response. Yeah, I got to do something like this. REST server returned HTTP status from the URL that I gave it. Well, but then there'd also be a message to this. Where did the message go? resp.response.status. Let's search for this. Response status. Oh, resp.response.body.error. Get error from call response. This is what I should do. Aha. Yes. Okay, let's put this into the shared class. Good. And now we use this function where we need to use it here. So we say actual error message equals this dot error. And then we do this, and then I think we say this dot throw responses error. Why do I do this? This is from thens. This is not what I want. And otherwise, I return what from this exactly? Resp.message? Maybe resp.stack? I don't know. That's probably fine. Or what I could do is throw this yeah, I don't know. I think this is probably what I'll do. Yeah, okay, let's try this. Topper box says there's a mistake in catch from fetch token. Where is fetch token? Oh, here. In catch. Then what'd you say? You pasted the error message and didn't change it. Did I? Oh, error in fetch super token. Oh, I see. Aw, thank you, Tupperbox. Points. Give Tupperbox 1. Hey, Olo. Yeah, I think it's going pretty well. I still think there's been steady progress with all of the stuff that's been happening. So that's encouraging. So if I hit connect here, password is not correct for Adam. Okay, that's probably true because I think I typed password 2. So now if I just type password, it should connect me. Yeah, okay, cool. So, and that worked. All right, well, that was step 1. Yeah, so let me put a comment for fetch token. I'll just take this one. Fetches a token for a particular user. This is how you authenticate to the REST server. So it takes in params, string username and password. All right. Yeah. I think that's it. Okay, check in. I want to read this quote again. I forgot what that one was. All right, authenticate to REST server. So I'm going to comment in client main join game. This is an unused function right now, meaning that there's no way to connect to the game server. It returns a token, not a promise. Comments is wrong. It does return a promise that resolves, whose then resolves to a token. So I don't know how familiar you are with promises, but the way that this works is this will return immediately. So in that sense, the return is synchronous, but the actual body of this promise is asynchronous. So when it's finally done, the final then of the promise will have a token, but this does return a promise. All right, so now pressing the connect, let me comment this before I forget. Pressing the connect button on the game client will now only authenticate you to the REST server. This means it's currently impossible to play the game, to join a game, unless you use console commands. Yeah, and I'll be fixing that part soon about how it's impossible to play the game right now. REST client. Yeah, and then I refactored a couple of these things just to make it a little bit easier. Yep, looks good. So, check in, done. Save the token we get to local storage. That part's not actually necessary. Because if you authenticate every time, all we need to do is save it to main, not really local storage. I mean, it would maybe make sense to do that eventually, but for right now, I don't know if that's going to be important. Plus, as far as passing this token around, I think passing it around in memory is better than just assuming it always exists in local storage. So we're going to say this dot auth token equals null. We're going to say that this is of type string. This is a JWT that is obtained when you authenticate to the REST server. Impossible to play that game. Is it going to be a web-based game? Yeah, it's actually already playable right now if you want to try it out. So I've made it like totally free for everyone to play. You can just type that into chat. I just ran sudo if down f0 and if up f0 and forgot to put the second half of the command in sudo. So now the server needs to be manually restarted. Ooh. Can you do this in Linux? Sudo cmd1 and cmd2? Would that work? I don't know. Also be making a program possibly after the future. Yeah, so if you wanted to play now, if you type out that command that I put into chat, It'll give you, so you use your Twitch account, and then it'll give you a password, and then you hit connect, and you'll be online with myself and Walshy, apparently. We're going to go with artillery. I'm going to take my artillery bot that I'd never saved. We're just going to give it all the basic stuff that I had here. What team am I on? Blue. There. I will let you know when I reboot it. Well, I mean, I could test it out if I wanted to. I was just curious if that could work. Are you not online? Yeah, you're marked as a totally online player. Like, you're not only in the game, but the tab is loaded for you. So you actually have a socket open to my server right now. Do you not actually have it open? Because if so, that's pretty strange, and that would be a very weird bug. Well, let's see. Okay, so the auth token is saved here. So when I say authenticate to REST server, we have to save the auth token over here. I was thinking if it was web-based, you could put it in the token in a cookie. Put it in a cookie, okay. But probably a bad way to go about saving a token that's secure. So there's no totally secure way to save this thing. But if I do save it in a cookie, then I'd run the risk of cross-site request forgeries, which I might eventually save it in a cookie, but then I need to change my server. I'm on iPad and not got Safari up. Don't have any sockets open. My PC is turned off. That is strange. How could this happen then? What's funny is it said you just chose a buff, although I know why that happened. Oh, now it said you disconnected. Oh, that's weird. That's really weird. Oh, you're still listed as online though. Weird. Yeah. Strange. Why would that happen? Can you not solve forgery by generating a token? No, you could. Yeah, you can solve it with that. But I'd need to change the server in order to require that. So let's see what's going on here. This gets online players from the player depot. So server player depot, get online players. And we check to see, is the player online? Right here, is online. So your status must be listed as online. Oh, and no, choosing the buff, the reason that happened is because a new set of choices popped up, and because you weren't logged in, you had an old set of choices there. So it automatically picked one for you. But that part is really strange. It said you disconnected, but it still sees you as being online. That means that right before disconnecting, I guess it never set your status to offline. Disconnect. Yeah, went offline. Set connection state equal to offline. Okay, well, let's investigate on the server. Let's do... what player were you? Can I even see that information? Do you see Walshy here? Someone tried to connect with an invalid password. Walshy. Wait a second. What is going on? I unfortunately can't scroll up. Well, that's too bad. It gave an error because of the parentheses? Okay, got it. Okay, how would I get to the bottom of this? So I have a player depot. Let's go into server main. Do I have a player depot here too? No, it's in the game server. Game server makes a player depot. So I could say this.gameserver.playerdepot dot something. Get online players. Get online players. What is this? Adam Walshy. Yeah, Walshy. Okay, and it says disconnecting connecting player. Hey, Solo Slow IO. Weird. So player 1. Let's take, how much time do I have to debug this? 5 minutes. Okay, then it's gonna boot him offline. So I gotta do this pretty fast. Or I gotta disable that in 5 minutes. This is like defusing a bomb. Alright, let's go into shared player depot and we'll get players by ID. So we go into, no, I can't press up and down here. Alright, we gotta type this out over here. This.gameserver.playerdepot.yours. Oh my god. Players.id. So he was ID 1, right? Let's do this. Yeah, that's Walshy. Okay, now let's get the socket of Walshy. Now, I don't know if this is going to show an IP address, so I'm going to need to do this off screen for a sec. Well, it didn't show me anything because I got to do this. For var k in this console.log k. Alright, we have connected, disconnected, IO. Oh, so connected. Let's go check that out. Does this thing think you're connected? False. Alright, well this is probably obvious, but does it think it's disconnected? True. So well, then what about the player itself? What's the connection state of this player? Apparently online. Dot connection state is 2. Constant connection state online. Wow, weird. Yeah, how did this happen? Maybe I could think of a way that it happened, I think. It's kind of hard to tell. Okay, here's what I gotta do. Go into connection manager and where I disconnect players, I need to make sure that their socket had a disconnect handler. So on constants.disconnect, set socket, constants.on disconnect, this dot socket disconnected bind to player. Oh, so the only way you can ever, you have to go through this code. Somehow the player's online still. All right, let me write down the bug. Bug, while she was listed as being online, the socket was disconnected. The player was still in the online state though. What's going on the server right now? Am I wrecking everybody? Blue team, 1 point. Yeah! Nice. How can this happen? So we only mark players offline in one spot, and that's went offline. And that's only called when they're disconnected. And that's called from their socket disconnecting. And the only way they can get a socket is that they have this thing installed in them. So let's take a look. Socket disconnected, connection manager, socket disconnected for this. Bind it to this in player, player.disconnected. So player disconnected, disconnected. This dot socket equals null and then went offline. Oh, unless the socket was already null. No, that's not possible. The socket definitely wasn't null because we could verify it. The socket wasn't null. So what happened? Do I get points for breaking the game? Yeah, you do. I mean, if it's something that I haven't already discovered. And saying something like, missiles do too much damage is not breaking the game. So, I know there's lots of balance issues right now. What else is there to look at here? So, player.disconnected. I guess what I could do is I could just put some logging in here. And say that disconnected was called. Serve player disconnected. Yeah. Alright, well, this dot disconnected has been disconnected equals false. So then in this automatically calls the disconnected function in this class. You know what I can do? I can do it this way. I can say this dot has been debug disconnect flags. If this is in the code base and you don't remember what this does, then just remove it. It is for debugging an issue that popped up on... Alright. So this is not a Boolean. I'm going to change this to a number. And then I'm going to change the value of it in both disconnect and disconnected. So here we're going to say or equal 1. And here we're going to say or equal 2. There. Is there some kind of tutorial for the game? Yes, there is. Huh. Well, what kind of soundtrack are you going to use for the game? Music, sound effects, etc. So I'm still looking for a sound engineer. And if not, I might do the music myself. I don't know if that's a great idea. I've been working on some compositions, but I don't know if they'll really fit Botland. And either way, they're not done. I flit from thing to thing. So auth token, this is the code I'd started to work on. Let's cut that out and just take a look at this. Yeah, great. All right, so added a debug flag to play a game server's player object so that I would be able to tell when disconnect and disconnected are called. It seems as though there's currently a bug where a player can be marked as online despite that there's... Wait a second. Walshy's still marked as online, right? So it's... Yeah, no, that makes sense. Aver says, I can compose the music if you need a composer. I've been writing music for a few years and could send you some examples of my work. Yeah, sure. I'll email you I'll whisper you my email address. I'm going to say this right off the bat, which is that, like, for me to take anyone else onto the project requires me talking to my co-founder. And for whatever reason, we might decide, oh, we're not moving forward with this. It's not our style. We don't have our requirements figured out. So... yeah, just keep it in mind that I'm not saying, yeah, email me and you'll definitely end up doing the music for the game. It's more, and I think you have that expectation already. I do want to make it clear. So added a debug flag to the game server's player object so I'll be able to tell when disconnect and disconnect are called. It seems as though there's currently a bug where a player can be marked as online despite that their socket disconnected. Yeah, all right, that part's done. So I had started to work on... yeah, this is a bug. I guess I'll just add this to bugs. So let's give Walshy 3 points for that. Socket wasn't null. The player was, because the player object was marked as online, it will never get deleted after a match. So you know what I could do? I could mark that player as offline. I'd have to say this dot game server dot player depot dot players by ID 0 dot connection state. Let's take a look at what this... yeah, that is 2. So if we just say went offline. Okay, and then we check their connection state again. Alright, so now at the end of this match, Walshy will be removed from the game. And thank you, Aphris. Okay. There's something else I wanted to add to this. What was it? Some detail that would be important later. Oh yeah, that's right. I added code at that will keep track of whether certain functions were hit. You know, this could be oh, I'm not sure. I'll need to look into this more. But I haven't deployed yet. Okay, yeah, there we go. So that's that. Next up, so save the token we get to local storage. I think I'm going to save this to the main class for now. That should be capitalized. So it's already saved. Yeah. So then pop up the buttons, make the join button work. It should make use of the token, which means I need to modify the game server. You removed yourself from the game, not Walshy. ID 1 not 0. Oops. Yep. You are probably right about that. And I have now closed that, so let's see what I've got here. One. Oh, this got rid of all my... Oh, come on. One dot went offline. Alright, it's actually fine that I marked myself as being offline, I think, because if I sign back in, I hopefully won't crash the server or something. Yeah, everything is still fine. Alright. Oh, wait. Points give Mr. Silver match. Yeah, thank you. Sloan says, hey Adam, I forgot to ask yesterday, but what other languages do you know? I don't know if you're talking about programming languages, but those, I've listed some of those here. And wait a second. Baratod says, bot is not giving password. That's strange. Let's see if it got a whisper from you. Whisper from Baratod game, whispered my bot game, and then it whispered... Yeah, okay, it's just being slow right now. I think it should finish pretty soon. In fact, I can just whisper you your password manually right now. Oh, no, I can't because I just, this is annoying. Yeah. Oh, that's too bad. Okay, it should be coming sometime soon because the command started to go through. I don't think it finished. Okay. Yeah, so next up, I think this was really it. So pop up the buttons. Well, first I gotta check this in. Yeah. The JWT that you get from the REST server is now saved into main as a member variable for later use, e.g. when you try to manage bots or join a game. Adam, I think you should add HTML and CSS to your languages. Alright, next, pop-up buttons. So, what is that? Preferences is Alt-N? Interesting. So I can go to this dialog really fast if I want to. Alright, pop up the buttons. These are for join game and manage bots. And for me to do this, I've got to go modify a whole bunch of things in Redux. Alright, so I've got reducers here. Where would it make sense to put this? So I have a player reducer, buff choice reducer, no, Chat message, no. Code input, no. Game phase, no. 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 Seems as though there's no good place to put it, which means I need to make a new reducer for this. Or wait, where is this stuff happening right now? Botland app. I think this stuff just shows no matter what. Yeah, how does connect know not to show? Connect to server. Show connect component. This is in the state of Botland app. Where does this change? Oh, it changes itself. Okay, well, I could make this thing manage the state, I suppose. There could be something like show multiplayer buttons. Hang on a second, I gotta sneeze again. No, it went away. That time I didn't even get to like turn around. Does it still show you as off or online? It does, but I don't think the entire game is finished yet. So at the end of this 4 minutes, it should boot you from the game. Also, did the blue team make any bots? No. So unfortunately, because Walshy is there, the teams are imbalanced. Actually, that's Void Dreamer's fault. I blame Void Dreamer. Yeah. Well, that's too bad. So I don't think I need a reducer for this. Let's just do this. Let's say show post auth buttons false. And when this is true, we will show a bunch of other stuff. All right. Yeah, here we go. So here's where we have connect to server. That's here. Let's put this here. If show post auth buttons is set, let's put a button there whose on click is just going to be like this dot test join dot bind this, sure. And this is going to be a button that says join game. And I've got to make this a div actually. This is why I should just make this its own component. Alright, fine. Div/div, put this back here. Put another button that has test manage bots. Alright, good. Now let's go define these functions. So this is just going to say console.log clicked join button. And then the same thing here. Test join turns into manage. Yeah. Time watch. Here we go. All right. Oh, also, did 4 minutes pass yet? No, we have 2 minutes left. We'll see if this works. All right, but in the meantime, we can test this out. Hey, Riza. So when I hit connect, it should pop up a button somewhere, probably beneath the page, which means I can't even see it. It's probably there. Who knows where it is? I bet it's beneath all of this stuff. In fact, is there some way for me to... Oh, here's how I can do this. There we go. There they are. Okay, so if I hit join, it says click join. If I hit manage, it says click manage. Okay, those work. So those should not exist right off the bat. I gotta make sure that that's the case. Yeah, they're not there. Okay, good. So I don't know if it's at the end of this time. So in 53 seconds, the game's about to end. I don't think it actually deletes players until a minute after that. But yes, I think the red team is a little bit too powerful right now. It's 9 versus 3. And who was that? That was Mr. Silvermatch. Oh, wait a second. So much for the red team being too powerful. It's actually blue is winning by 2 points. Oh, here's our chance. Here's our chance, guys. You ready? This cluster of bots over here. Alright, it looks like Baratad does not have any hardware. He has employed the fluffy bunny strategy. Yeah. Alright, well, blue team wins. Good job, blue team. Good game. Yeah, so at the end of this time is when this will finally work. So I need to make these games better. And yeah, thanks, A first. What's the command tab like program? Are you talking about this? Oh wait, this? Is it this? I don't know if you're talking about this or not, but if it is, it's Kanimu, which I just linked in the chat. Alright, so in 34 seconds we'll know if I at least fixed this manually, which it likely did. I hard-coded this thing to off. And then the rest of this is going to be, I probably need to make a new component for this because I want this style to be correct on this div. Maybe I just say style equals post auth button style. Yep, and I define this style up here. Is that thing done? Alright, yep, it worked. So Walshy is now removed from the game. But Baratad is not, and wait, no, Baratad connected again. Oh, okay, fine. Well, so I'm going to pick, what do I want? Damage dealt or decreased damage taken? Let's go with decreased damage taken. And then what team am I on? Blue? Alright. Load up my bots. Here we go. I'm ready. Ready to trounce the red team. And hey, Lulong. Alright, so in 24 seconds I'll be able to deploy, because that's when the game starts. So the style of this is going to be position, absolute, top, it doesn't really matter where. Well, actually, it kind of does. How does this look right now? So this thing, I hit connect. Chat actually won't show up yet, because I haven't joined the game. So we can put this where we put the hide chat button. Oh, gotta deploy my bots. Wait, whoops, wrong game. There we go. Alright, let's see, can they beat Owly? Oh. It's 2-2. Well, what does Baratad have? No, zapper damage. What else did everybody else pick? Silver Match has more artillery splash damage. Owly has less damage taken. Void Dreamer has no buffs. Is this game for coders? I wouldn't say it's for coders. The code for gamers in a Sublime, the game for coders in a browser? Okay, yeah, I wouldn't say this is for coders because you can make scripts in this game very easily without needing to know anything about code. So I didn't even write this script. Well, I did, but as a player of the game, I didn't write the script. I went into pre-made scripts, I chose the artillery script, and I just dragged it onto the canvas here. And that was it. And I didn't change anything. And look, my bots are now moving over to the right side. I mean, you can't see because my camera's in the way. If I turn this off, you'd be able to see there are some bots congregating over there. But yeah, so you don't need to know how to code, and you don't even need to change this too much. I mean, let's say you said, okay, I don't want missiles. I want to delete this. I want lasers on my bot. Well, now this code says fire missiles, so you got to change it to lasers. So just go into snippets, choose fire lasers, drag that onto your script, and there, you're done. Now your bot's going to use lasers instead of missiles. This code is still there, but this will never be true. Will missiles hit any valid target because you don't have missiles? Paladin uses Canvas, right? It uses WebGL. Gateway drug decoding. Sure, man. Are we too many op builds on Reddit? No, so that's part of the point of buffs. So every game will be slightly different because of how these buffs work, and I've only coded a handful of them right now. Eventually there should be tens or hundreds of them. And there will be some pretty strange ones too, like the enemy team lights on fire when they're idle for 2 turns. So if you just stand there and try camping the corner, well, your bots are just going to burn to death. That sounds more gruesome than I wanted it to. They'll melt their metallic parts, and then they won't be able to coast around the arena anymore. Anyway, something like that is something that if you get a Reddit script, it might be the best for a situation like this, where there's nothing really special going on. But then you've got to pick the right strategies after that, pick the right buff choices, coordinate with your team, figure out what the enemies are doing. Oh, hey, Deck Attack. And yeah, you're right, Jay. This kind of script includes basics of code languages, right? Yeah, so a lot of botland code is just like, if you can do this, then do this. If you can do this, then do this. And so if you wanted, you can use this to do something like, so this doesn't work in the game yet, but you could say repeat, and you could say repeat, let's say 5 times. Do, I don't know, move right. This doesn't make any sense, and I'm not going to explain why, because if you don't know coding, then, well, actually, it's botland that would need to. Anyway, yes, it can expose more about coding than what I've shown off right here. And I don't know if these other scripts make use of that too much. Yeah, you can see there's some variable setting here, and then I actually use a variable here. There's nested if statements. I think this stuff would make sense after messing around with it for a couple days. And if you ever want to, you can always hit edit as JavaScript, and there. Now your code's in JavaScript. You can start changing things around. You could say like dir equals right move dir. But yeah, red team is beating us, but it's because of Baratot. 16 deaths, no kills. Is it possible to have the hide chat button on the bottom? If the chat is open, it's impossible to deploy or hide the chat. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah, so, and this really goes to show you that the UI is not finished, because this is just a huge mess. Let's increase this. So yeah, putting hide chat on the bottom right. I guess I'll take care of that after this. Put the hide chat button to the right of chat. Alright, so then getting back to what I was doing here, we're going to set the top of this to, let's say, if that's the show chat button. Where's the hide chat button? Oh, that's what chat figures out. Chat box. Height, hide chat, height, top, height minus chat box, height minus. Yeah, this is a huge mess. Let's just set this to whatever the bottom of this would be. Blockly, bot config height 350. So I guess we're going to set this to Blockly height plus something. Where's the deploy button? Deploy button style, top 560. Okay, yeah, let's just set this to 600 for now. I don't know, it doesn't really matter. I do use rooms, I just don't really use them extensively. There's a chat room and there's an arena room. Should I learn JavaScript or C#? I'm already kind of into C#. Then I'd say just go with C# without even reading the rest of your message. Because a lot of people ask, what language should I learn? I think the language you should learn is the language that you're most motivated to do something in. And that's what will matter the most for learning. Because if you lose motivation and you're like, I just don't feel like coding tonight, then you're not going to learn anything. With that said, let's say you knew neither. I would still say just pick one and go with it. It does depend kind of on what you want to do eventually. So if you wanted to get more into Unity, I'd say, well, just do C#. If you want to get into web gaming, I'd say do JavaScript. But for just learning languages, really, you could pick anything. You put the same sockets in both rooms. At different times I do. But yeah. First language is Snowball. Okay, so does this work? If I connect, do these buttons show up somewhere over here? Whoops, wrong connection. Okay, if I refresh this page and then hit connect, did the button show up on the left side? Yeah, there we go. Join game and manage bots. So this is the stopgap UI for right now. I'm just going to increase the size of this font size. And let's see what that looks like if I were to just manually change this. Font size, oops, 2EM. Yeah, that looks good. Rooms are intended to be used for use cases like handling multiple games on the same process. Oh. And how did I fix my CPU usage? I didn't totally fix it. I have OBS running at a lower CPU usage. So I'm using 55% of my CPU instead of C61. At 61, it seems to not go any higher than that and then just cause things to not work. The bot still doesn't respond. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is just a terrible bot. It's getting game from people. Actually, you know what? Maybe this isn't working how I think it is. Let me take a look somewhere else. Hang on a sec. So Rebirth X just got a password for the game. And I said executing command botland bot subpoints Rebirth X 0 advertise. And when this happens, it says, wait, so did Rebirth X, did you get access to the game? Are you online? Because this is the kind of thing that, I don't know why, it's like the afternoon is always so much worse for this bot. Yeah, Rebirth X is connected. Botland bot sub points. I don't get it. I just don't get it. This is, so here's where this is happening. Right here. Sub points. Got a whisper from Adam. Or Botlad, I guess. But yeah. Weird. And it just never does anything with this, I guess. And the weird thing is here too, this is a very fast API. Like, look at this. So I get a message, IRC private message. If the chat name is either me or my other bot, I say handle the message. I go check to see if the first part of it is sub points. If so, I handle this. This does very little. I wonder if this has to do with how many people are in this points file. I'm gonna have to fix all this. It's web scale. Decatex says, I'm doing a project learning for web development, studying game design, so my project doesn't even touch the web. Wait, oh, sockets. Yeah, it's web scale. I'm gonna use dev null as my database. I think that's got the fastest performance. It's got a lot of throughput. It's web scale. You know, other than that video, I've never heard the term web scale before. And I guess people would actually say it, but I've never heard it. This didn't work. Changing the font size. Wait, what? Did the client watch not run? Apparently it did not. Oh, unless that's here. That could have run. Oh, man. Botland app was changed. I wonder what happens if I copy paste this, because this looks like, no, it doesn't work. All right, well, this time it should work at least. What is web scale? I think what it means is just that something is supposed to handle a lot of connections, as in this scales correctly. So when I write a game and I use, let's say, a text file for a database, that'll host however many people, 100 people, 200 people, 10,000 people. It wouldn't host millions of people. It wouldn't be like, you can't use a text file for storage if you're going to write the next Facebook, let's say. So I think it's just supposed to say, yeah, this thing can scale. This is still not working. This is very strange. Unless I'm, what? Yeah, what is going on? This is for the div, I guess. Well, whatever. What do I care? Let's just put these on here. Again, this UI is not supposed to be wonderful. I'm just going to put style equals font size 2em. I don't like this. I don't like this because I know what I'm doing. I'm going to come back to this later, and I'm going to say, why is any of this the way that it is? And the reason why is because it's a temporary interface, just supposed to accomplish this one task, and I am going like incredibly slowly right now, so I need to kick this into overdrive. So let's see, I hit connect, good, finally, we got this stuff working. So here are our join and manage buttons. I'm gonna get join game to work next, as I believe I have written here in this to do. So pop up the buttons, done, make the join button work. It should make use of the token, which means I need to modify the game server. Yes, all right, let's do that. So client main.js, we pass in a bunch of handlers into here. So I need to say on join game equals this dot join game dot bind to this. Then I go into root.js. I pass that in directly through there. So this would go here. That dot props dot on join game. Okay. Then in Botland app, when you click this, we just use this dot props dot. I don't know. Maybe this should be a wrapper. Yeah, it should be. Yeah. Okay. So test join, and this could still fail, but that's fine, I guess. So I'm gonna say join game wrapper, or no, on join game. Yeah. How's that sound? Sounds good. Now we go into test join. We change this to this, and then I say this dot props dot. What did I call that? On join game. So we also need to make sure to hide the UI. Where do I do that originally? Here. Okay, cool. So show this is set to false. Okay, cool. So now I need an on join game in this. This is join game, which I already have here. This doesn't need an event. It does everything almost right. So here's a name and a password. And here's where I can exploit this a little bit if I want to. I can go take from local storage these two items, which are guaranteed to exist at this point unless the user deleted them. I'm not going to check in this code. I'm just going to do this for right now. So we're going to say const name equals local storage.get item Lua, and then password equals lup. Delete those, delete that, get rid of that, done. All right. What is going on here? What do you personally think is the most effective way of learning a language? Learning by doing and searching answer to problems, or read a book and write notes, or perhaps something completely different? I think it's a really good question. So, and I think partially it depends on how you learn as a person, what motivates you. And I think a lot of different areas of life, whether it's exercising, learning an instrument, learning how to code, you need to just come up with motivation tricks for yourself at some point just to get yourself like, okay, I said I'd do 20 minutes of this every day. I'm going to do 20 minutes. Maybe that doesn't work for you. You do 5 hours at a time. I don't know. With that said, for me, it is come up with a project that I can do in another language already. So if you don't know any other languages and can't do a project yet, then just come up with a small project. So maybe it's something like take in a number that the user typed on the console and add 5 to it and return it. Just something really simple. And for me, in figuring out that project, I will do enough internet searches to find out what's paradigmatic of that language. But that's because I already know these other languages. So that's the way I get started. Then after that, it's yes, read articles, keep reading, studying, learn more about the language if you can, because you never know what it is that you don't know until that knowledge finally strikes you. And yeah, studying something will usually cover those things. So high concurrency, yeah, Gamer Leo, that's web scale. I guess I mentioned that 5 minutes ago. So sorry I'm getting late in responding to these things. Learn by reading the documentation for a language. Yeah, I also coded stuff you need to, but you can't open up Eclipse with that random stuff. Something that supports you. You should not type random stuff in Eclipse. You press Control Space and it types random stuff for you. What? Yeah, Jay, this is Sublime Text Editor. Okay. I think I read through all of chat now. Okay, so now if I try this out, now I should be able to connect to my own game server. I hit connect, then I hit join game, and it should open up chat. It did. Yeah, it actually worked. That was pretty good. Well, you don't know what it is that you don't know. And that's where, like, there could be some great feature in JavaScript that I've just never used, didn't know about, and I don't even know that I want to use it. And the only way I'm going to find out is if I go studying this thing, I stumble upon it, or if somebody tells me about it. Okay, so this worked, but I am doing this, which is really bad. So here's how we're going to change this. Connect to server with name. What does this do? So socket interface, connect to server with name, calls connect to server. You will be connecting with name. Then emit chat set name password. Yeah, that can't be done anymore. You can't do that. Botland bot hasn't reacted in 10 minutes to my whisper. Well, you got to take that up with Botland bot, not with me. I don't know what to do at this point. I don't know if I just close this down. It's getting whispers, and it's sending whispers. It's not responding to things that I send it. Yeah, it was slow to respond there. Oh, it worked for me. I don't know. Just try it again. Or wait. I don't know what to do. Just try it again for now. And Jindy says, I just feel that there's such a steep learning curve in C#. Some things I don't understand. And I don't know if a lot of people would agree with me on this or not. I think that if some things don't make sense at first, that it's okay to just ignore them for a little bit. So the way I've seen a lot of people teach Java is they say like public, static, void, main, string, args. And they say, oh, this stuff about public, static, void, main, just ignore that for now. Let's just focus on the system.out.println hello world part of this. And they try teaching you this part here, line 2, instead of line 1, knowing that, look, you don't know anything about classes yet. So the whole thing about visibility, public, that's not going to make any sense. Static, like, I don't know what an instance of a class is. Void, okay, I haven't learned functions yet, so I don't know about return values. Main, okay, that's just a function name, but it happens to be the entry point of your program. String array, what is this? Like, what do these args represent? So ignoring this at first and just learning, okay, here's what system.out.println does, here's what a for loop is, here's what a variable is, I think that's totally fine. So if there's something in C# that doesn't make sense to you, for now, that's okay. If a year from now it still doesn't make sense, yeah, you probably need to start learning that. Or probably even just months from now. Yeah, Risa, why don't you try whispering the bot again? Oh, it's lowercase main, not capitalized main. Yeah, I wasn't sure as I typed that. I haven't used Java in a while. Okay. So connect to server with name. We need to do this as connect with a token now. Now it reacted immediately. Yeah, I don't know what happens with the bot. I just don't know. Maybe an event doesn't trigger for a whisper, and it just never gets it. That's entirely possible. You know what? I'm gonna do this. Let me go open up the bot for a sec. I'll take this, and where it says got a whisper from blank. Yeah, so we'll say got a whisper from sender. There. So now the bot should do this. So at the very least, I'll be able to tell, is it getting my whispers? If it isn't, then yeah, there's a problem. And in fact, that should have already been done somewhere. I don't know where, but whatever. All right, so connect to server with name. This needs to change. Let's change it right from the very beginning. There's going to be connect to server with JWT. This .auth token. I'll just say with token. Okay, so now I can get rid of these things. Good. Next, I need an API for this. So there is this. We say auth token. Connect to server is called to do what? Set up the io.connect. I guess that actually technically does connect to the server. So this is more like authenticate to server with token. Yeah, let's rename it again, as long as I'm renaming it once. So authenticate to game server. Yeah, let's call it that. The new whisper thing of Twitch broke your bot. I don't know what happened. I've seen one guy teaching programming started with Unix basics. Here are the commands: cd ls cat. By the way, you can make your own commands. Open nano hello.py. That's interesting. Huh. String array R's is just a bunch of things which go to a command after the terminal. Yeah. Does it work on mobile? Like the message, I don't want to play the game now, I just want to claim my copy. Oh, so don't forget, the copies that you claim are really only for a week. They shouldn't even be free. It's that I delete them on every Sunday. Does it work on mobile? I'll just say no. I mean, you can load it on mobile. If your screen was big enough, you would be able to play, but no, it doesn't really work on mobile. So authenticate to game server. We take this. You will be connecting with, nope, there is no such thing as a name anymore. You will get the name from the game server finding out what your name is, which actually throws everything on its head. Oh, man. You'd have to tell, I guess you could send your username to the server and an auth token. And then there's no telling who this was for. Okay, for the sake of not changing this system for right now, the only way you can authenticate to the server is if this token passes. So in the meantime, no, we can't do this. We can't do this. It won't work. Can't trust the client. Have to pass in an auth token. Have to refactor everything. Alright, well, let's get to the refactoring. So this is not chat set name anymore. That should be changed too. So chat set name, this shows up in 3 places, I think. Maybe 4. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 places. Let's change this to authenticate. Authenticate with token. Chat set name is authenticate with token. And this is authenticate with token. Sent by client to authenticate to the game server. Weird. Risa, okay, here, I can go check really fast and see if it's printing your password out. Yeah, okay, I have your password right here, so I'll just link it to you. I don't know what happened. It was on a different channel for 2 days? What? Weird. Alright, so we have authenticate with token. This is client logged in. This is like client wants to authenticate. Received client auth. So this is going to be a socket and an auth token. This is where things get really annoying. Like really, really annoying. Credentials may be wrong, so we don't know for sure whether we're going to create a permanent player object for them yet. Yeah. Oh, Risa. Oh, that's what you meant. Oh, got it. Okay. So we passed the auth token, and then we're kind of hands off at this point. And then where do we get a response back? Well, it actually doesn't matter. We're in this code now, and now we don't know how to use an auth token. Goodness. So we need to keep the connection around, not as a player object or anything. How does this even work? Maybe what Sprintman was saying is right. I just have Sprintman code this game. So we get an auth token from the client. To us, this looks like this. To the REST server, it looks like this. User ID 5. So to us, it's a string that we can't really figure out. Well, yes, we could. In fact, we have the user ID in it. We can read it. We don't know if the signature is valid. Okay, well, anyway, let me get down to writing the problem. Oh, see you, Lulong. Okay, so problem is this. The whole rigmarole I did with keeping temporary players around when they're connecting, that required me to have a name for them. Then I would kick the players offline who matched that name once the new player finished connecting, meaning they had authenticated themselves. I don't know, whatever. So I can't do that any longer. Because I will get the user's details from the auth server. Oh, okay, I could make this work. It'd be pretty stupid for me to do what I was thinking of doing here. Also, what do I even get once I do authenticate? User has pre-beta access. So what does this do? It takes in a name and a password, checks to see is user a valid pre-beta user, which just wraps an API that calls it in. We need to get more than that though. We need to get a whole package from them. So, problem, how do I know which players to boot offline when they connect? And yeah, this is where I think I did this stupidly. I need to keep track of a socket, and if that socket closes, I don't do anything any longer. Maybe I just don't know until a user finally connects. Then I see if they were already offline or already online. That's how this is probably gonna have to work. Okay. All right. So let me prod at this solution a little bit further. So here's what's going to happen now. Client sends auth token to game server. Game server creates a, connecting user object, and that has connecting user would have a socket and a time of connection or something like that. It's pretty much just a socket. What else do I need in the connection manager to test this? When they finally authenticated, authentication. Wait, what? I thought there was an authenticated thing here. No, that's weird. Where does this get called? No, man. Alright, I am I'm screwing up. What is this? So you used to get a username and password. Let's just look at where the password part was. Does user have pre-beta? What? Man, why don't I remember the name of this function? And why can't I even... Oh, here it is. I renamed it. That's why. I just called it received client auth. Oh, man. Okay, fine. So it was player joined game. Player joined game takes in a socket and a player, and we check to see if that socket was already connecting. So we won't know that any longer. We'll only know... So we can't invalidate anything incoming. All right. Yeah, I think this will make a lot more sense. So now player objects will only be created when they're going to be permanent. And yeah, Risa, this is pre-alpha. The reason it's called pre-beta is because there's no difference between pre-alpha, alpha, and the stage between alpha and beta. So because of that, I lumped it all as a pre-beta. This wasn't like a marketing ploy to make it seem like the game's further along than it is. It was just a naming thing so that you guys weren't confused when the game entered alpha stage and you're like, well, are we going to do something about it? And I say, no, it's might as well have been an alpha the whole time. Isn't there a command for that? No, not for... There's the wiki page, for, or not the wiki page, bot.land/pre-beta. This page is what talks about the naming of this a little bit. Yeah, what does pre-beta mean? Think of this as early access without having to pay for anything. There won't be a distinct alpha phase, so that's why we're calling this pre-beta instead of alpha. There will be bugs, incomplete features, placeholder artwork, etc. The beta itself probably won't be out until late 2016, so that should give you an idea of how much still needs to be done. And pre-beta started 2 months and 2 days ago. Wow. So yeah, game server creates a connecting user object. I'm gonna end up spending the rest of the day working on this because of a stupid mistake. Oh well, gotta learn from your mistakes and gotta do the work anyway. So, can you make a Y pre-beta to link to that page? I could. I don't expect. So not many people have asked about it. It's actually pre-beta because it isn't beta, but it doesn't need to be in alpha too. Right. No, it's definitely, like, if I were to accurately name this more granularly, it would be pre-alpha. And then alpha would happen sometime around, hopefully, March. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. Then beta would happen sometime around August. And then release would happen sometime next year. But that's hopeful. And I'm going to get this done. I'm going to make all the changes I need to make. And just keep raising this desk until it finally gets up to where my elbows are at a right angle. I can stop hunching forward. Okay. So connecting user, I don't have this concept right now. And I'm going to need to keep this open. Let me close this, that doesn't matter right now. What else can I check in before I do any of this? So this sends, yeah, I can't do anything about that. I probably can't do anything about this right now. Yeah, I don't think I can do. Spawning the buttons I could handle, I guess, and then just not do anything after it. That way I check in maybe 4 or 5 of these files already. And then I make another change with the final part here. I don't think that's worthwhile. I'll just make this change now. Next year, 2016. Oh, whoops. I meant the year after. Yeah, my bad. All right, so let's go server player, save this as connecting user.js. And this is really going to be something pretty basic. Connecting user. Extends player, no, it does not. Params, nope, don't care. It doesn't have any of that. It just takes in a socket. Socket. This dot socket equals socket. All right. Great. So now we delete pretty much the rest of this whole file. Okay, great. Now, do I need any of this other stuff? Not yet, I don't. Actually, the socket can't be null, so let's just assert that. And one other thing we have to do here is get this if we're going to do that, and put another star here. All right, so assert util.exists socket cannot create a connecting user without a socket. There we go. Adam is in battle stance. This is... Ginny says, will this be a browser game which is paid? I didn't even know that that was possible. So it's going to be a browser game. It's not going to be... You don't have to pay to play it, but you can spend money in it. And if you want to find out how you spend money in it, you can go to that page. So what I'm working toward is getting bot bays, and then salvage packs will be kind of part of the whole inventory management. So these are the only two things I'm planning on having people buy at first in Botland. There might be something eventually. Maybe there's some game mode you have to pay money to play. I don't know. Or you could use in-game money. My philosophy is that if there's something you can get in the game by spending money, then you should also be able to get that thing in the game by not spending money. And so right now, that's the plan. Except with bot bays. You start with 3 bot bays, but you have to purchase extra ones. That's the one decision we made that doesn't follow that. Anyway, this is all still subject to change. I'm not sure how we're going to do it, but I need to code the system for it, and that's what I'm working on now. Did I ever tinker with Three.js? No, I haven't actually. And Risa says, I've not cleaned that much lines of text in my life. I'm not sure. Oh, I see what you're saying. Wow. Nice sprint, man. You're running Vim on your phone now. I don't know what that says about you. Actually, I know what that says about you. It says you're a Vim power user. You're going to use your phone as the pedal. This represents a user that is connecting to the server but hasn't finished authenticating. We need to keep track of their socket so that we can later pass it to a player object when they finally join the game. All right. Are you coding this game alone? Yeah, I'm coding it alone, but I do have a team of people working on the game. So I founded this company with one other person. We got an art guy, and then that art guy got 4 other people, 4 other artists. Jokes aside, Vim over SSH was more convenient to use than native Android editors. I don't... Alright, no, I'm not going to touch this one. Yeah, I'll let Dalinar touch this one. Okay, so there's a connecting user and we just need a socket for it. So now in the connection manager, let's get connecting user. So we're going to take connecting user from /connecting user. Good. And when a user goes to connect, so I think I logged this as like name is attempting to connect. Yeah, so we don't get an ID for them. We don't care about that. We just stuff their socket into a connecting player. So const connecting player equals new connecting player socket. We could save their auth token in there. Actually, we need some other way to identify this. Their auth token can be that identification string. Yeah. But let's keep track of them in here, I guess. So this dot connecting players equals this. So I'll say keys auth token values connecting player object. Yeah, this is the problem then. So people could connect with the same auth token, and then I'd lose track of them. So I guess this has to be an array of connecting player objects. There needs to be some way to identify people. I guess the socket has its own ID. Maybe I saved that off. Are the socket IDs guaranteed to be unique? Do I even need any ID? Could this just be an array of people? Yeah, because why? Socket finishes. I just need to know where to pass this data. Yeah, I take this back. No. We just say connecting player object. So then what are the keys going to be? Just some identifier. In fact, it could just be a number. Let's just make it a number. we'll say this dot next connecting player ID equals 0. Yeah. And by the way, since chat's going kind of fast and since I'm going to try to focus on this code, just tag me in a message if you need to get my attention. So connecting players, when a player finally connects, we will add them to the connecting players list. This dot connecting players, this dot next connecting player ID plus plus equals connecting player. Get rid of this stuff. Now ID, I don't need any of this. I don't need a player object. I do need an on disconnect of what to tell them. Do I? Do I even need that? No, just immediately just disconnect them, I guess. This will probably fix that bug that we found earlier that was happening with Walshy. Right, what happens when the socket disconnects? Oh yeah, no, I do need to do something here. I need to remove them from... Alright, so get rid of this stuff. Yeah, get rid of this. And I say that when the socket disconnects, we need to remove them connecting player disconnected. This dot connecting player. No, what? There, connecting player. Good. Then in here, we say connecting player disconnect. Oh, right, we need to store their ID in here too. So we need to say con player ID, const con player ID equals this. Make their ID as well, con player ID. Okay, put that in a connecting player. And that needs to be a number. So require load dash. $13 underscore dot is number, con player ID, and not is not a number. Yeah, con player ID. Connecting player ID, I'll just say ID here. ID must be a number in connecting user. Yep, okay, let's put that there, and then con player ID here, and then save it off. And say that this is a number. Risa says, I need your attention because I don't have any friends. And yeah, I know I ignored the error at the upper right. That was because I must have typed something unfinished in here, so that if I hit save on this file, yeah, it's probably, I'm not going to worry about this until I'm done typing up the code. Okay, so we get the player ID, we make a player, and we do this. So then when the player disconnects, I'm going to treat this as just a, no, I'm not going to do that. We'll say get ID, return this dot ID, and then get socket. Return this dot socket, and then back in connection manager and connecting, yeah, this is the syntax error. So if I comment out this line and save, I shouldn't see a build error. And if I comment it in and save, I see a build error. So yeah, connecting player disconnected. This takes in a connecting player. All right, so in here, we know they're gone, so we just delete them. We say delete this dot connecting players, connecting, well, let's say d equals player dot get ID. All right, there, that's it. Now they're no longer connecting. We don't care about them. Nothing else should matter. I guess we could keep track of whether they're still connecting or not. Yeah, I could say that. That's probably a good idea. We could say, well, we could check the socket for that too. We could say this dot disconnected equals false. Disconnect, this dot disconnected equals true. So now here, when they disconnect, we say connecting player dot disconnect. And we probably assert that they haven't already been disconnected. Assert dot equal is disconnected. Return this dot disconnected. Okay, so assert that the connecting player dot is disconnected is false. Cannot disconnect a player twice. All right, then we get their ID, we disconnect them, delete the player object too. All right, so what do we have so far? When a player attempts to connect, we have not authenticated them yet. So we create a connecting player. Oh, darn it. I've been calling this connecting user the whole time. Okay. Let's just handily rename this to connecting user. Connecting user disconnected. I didn't even name this API the right way. Wow. Connecting user, and then same thing here. Where is the S there? There we go. All right, so same thing, connecting players. I gotta change this word to user. Talk about a screw up. That's why none of these things were auto-completing. So that's all fine. This is no longer fine. All right, good. So I think that part's working. Next, we go over to here, connect user if they have a pre-beta account. So what does this do? This will check if we're in development mode or not, and if not, it will contact the REST server to fetch the user's details. So this does not take in a name and password anymore. This takes in an auth token, which I'm not going to comment. Get rid of this. Put name over to this auth token. All right, so when we say get user, we're getting user now with an auth token. Return is user a valid pre-beta user. Oh, they needed to pass their password incorrectly. Right. This is going to be wonderful. Oh, good. Hey, everybody, Spurtman's phone has Python on it. That's wonderful. Let's close this stuff. All right, so part of this is going to be finally need to change it so that the game server takes in an auth token instead of a username and password. And then that means I need to make the connecting user change so that I don't make player objects. All right, which there was one other change I just realized I had to do. Oh, that's what this means, yeah. This means the client needs to be able to verify the account information itself, which it has no way of doing. And what that means is if I go into MySQL right now, which is where here, all right, let's close out of these things. So if I go into MySQL and I say to set this user to be invalid, so right now it's valid. Let's say update users set is valid equals 0. I guess we could say where name equals Adam. I don't really need to do that because I don't care about the rest of the users. And now I say create a token for Adam with password, send. It still gives me a token, even though I don't have a valid pre-beta password. You know what? I think we offload this to the REST server. I should just change the REST server so that it doesn't respond with a token unless your account is valid. That's what I'm going to do. Okay. What else? What's next? So this part can't work. Just can't work. It returns true or false? No, it doesn't. Not anymore. Yeah, it can't work. We gotta just say get user, I guess. And just trash that part. Does that even make sense though? Just get user? No, we need to do something like get user details. Yeah, get user details. Which I don't think we have a way of doing. We have get user by name. We should say like get user by token. Yeah, that's what we need to do next. We need to make it get user by token API. All right, so let's go to the routes. We have users, and somewhere I have query.name. This part, get users, just filters all users for one of the particular name or one whose auth token is what was specified. All right, how do we do this? So let's do get user by name. We're going to take in, we don't need the request at all, do we? We can say username res next. I guess we could also pass in the request. Fine. So if filter by name exists, then we say, or rather if it exists. So if util.exists filter by name, then this dot get user by name filter by name rec res next. Can I say to return that? And now all of this code would go into that function. What's the tool for sending requests again? It's called Postman, and it's a Chrome extension. Okay. So if that exists, then great. If not, we need to get, we'd specify something like, what it would be, token equals. So we need to do something like this. Const filter by token equals rec.query.token. So if that exists, if util.exists filter by token, then we pass that back. This dot get user by token filter by token. That is the extension. The icon is misleading. Yeah, it's a Chrome app. I keep saying Chrome extension. It might be a Chrome app. I don't know. If you search for Chrome Postman, you'll find it. It's in the Chrome Web Store. I guess that doesn't necessarily mean it's an extension. No, it's an app. All right, never mind. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's an app. I assumed everything you added to Chrome was an extension, but that's not true. Are people playing on the server right now? Well, apparently there's someone playing. All right, then here I'll deploy the bot that I had. There. Now there's something going on in the arena. Although I'm also going to disconnect now. So standalone? Well, I think it's standalone assuming you had Chrome. So like if you don't have a Chrome installation on your computer, you might not be able to get Postman. But yeah, then I think you can run it without Chrome running. Okay, so I don't have this function written. So let's see what it would take to write it. Token rec res next. You're writing so fast, amazing. Do you have any ideas for easy and intermediate exercises or challenges for C# noobs? Yeah, so I think coming up with just console-based programs at first is a pretty good idea. So the very, very basic way, if no one's ever coded before, what I say is just make like a number guessing game where you have an input, it says guess a number, 1 to 10. And you have the program randomly choose a number, and then when you guess wrong, it says whether you were too high or too low. And when you guess right, it says, okay, would you like to play again? And if you say no, it closes the program. That'll teach you input handling, variables. You'll try out a random number function, if statements. Maybe you'll write your own functions in there too. From there, you keep moving on to, okay, now maybe add classes into the mix. Maybe eventually you put some graphics into it. So I don't know where in this stepping stone process you are, but coming up with a project is eventually as simple as just, what do I want to do? What do I want to code? And you'll come up with some utility program or something like that. Or an artillery program, I guess, if you work for a military. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There are lots of algorithmic things you can try too. So that's what Decatech suggested, is a cipher kind of thing. Can you take a word like atom and convert it into, what would ROT13 of this be? N Q N A. I don't know. That doesn't make any sense. This would be M plus 13. Whatever. Anyway, can you do ROT13 better than I can do in Sublime while I have a bunch of people watching me? So get user by token. Here's where I got to think about this. What are the steps of this? So first, we don't trust the token they gave us. So we have to validate it. If it validates, we take the user ID. Well, we check for a user ID. If it exists, we return the details of the user. Okay, great. So we don't trust the token. So let's validate it. Well, how do we validate a token? We call a function we don't have. Ha 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 ha. I could have sworn there was a validate function that I'd written. What did I only do this on the... Oh, it's called verify, not validate. Okay, I did write this. And there it is, verify token. This is a simple shortcut around promisified JWT verify that will provide the secret key. Oh, nice. Well, isn't that great? So I can do this dot verify token. If that worked, what does this return? A promise. So if that worked, then I get the user ID out of this token. Let's just take a look at where I use this somewhere else. Yeah, here we go. And I would get I'd get the payload out of that token, not even the user ID. So then payload, I say const user ID equals payload dot, and what do these tokens look like? JWT expired. Okay, I don't care about that. Seriously, come on. Token, here we go. So there's my token. Let's go to jwt.io and check this out. NQNZ. Ah, I was close. This is only the M that threw me off. All right, so this token has user ID in it. Yeah. All right. So let me take this user ID. If not util.exists user ID, then throw new error. Could not get a user ID from the provided token. Okay, now we put a catch here with an error that probably needs to do a bunch of stuff. How do I handle errors in this? I don't think I do handle them that well. I just said generic promise chain error. Okay, I guess that's what I've been doing here. All right, and we should probably return, no, we don't return this. We return next here. We can't actually, this is middleware. Do I call the next part when I'm done with all of this? I think it shows up in the finally. Yeah, this might be totally wrong. Yeah, I think I need to change this. I think that my REST server calls next too soon. Because this is middleware, it should probably happen after all async processes are complete, meaning I should put this in a finally clause. for each promise. Okay. So also, yeah, let me do this just before I forget. I'll just say time of creation equals new date. This is just for debugging. I don't even know if I'll end up using it. Who knows? This is a Boolean. Whether or not this user's disconnect function was called. Alright, so where was I? I was on the server writing an API here. So we have, where are we here? This. So I said first we don't trust the token they gave us, so we had to validate it. So here we validated it. We check if there's a user ID. So then if there is a user ID, then we return the details of that user. So now I need to fetch this user by their ID. And I have an API for that. And it is this. Get user. Fetches the user account information. So this does call into database wrapper with get user. All right, we can say the same thing here. So return user ID. Actually, we don't need to do that. We can just say this. User ID, database wrapper, get user. What is this get user part? Yeah, that's fine. All right. Yeah, I think that's it. So now we want to take a look at that unexpected token. That is coming from 239. What? Call into database wrapper. No, this isn't wrong. The parenthesis is missing from here. That was on line 239 though. Weird. Okay, so now I restart the central server. And then I test this out. So there's get user by name. Can I duplicate this? Yes. So now we got to drag this up here and say this is now going to be get user by token. So we say token equals what is the token going to be? I don't need a header for this. No, I should have a header. What do I do? Get user by token. If you have the token, that's your authentication. So yeah, I guess we get rid of the header entirely. I forgot about this. Does anyone know the answer off the top of their head? Does HTTPS protect your GET parameters? Or can someone looking at your network traffic see what the GET parameters are? I think I wrote this down in my notes somewhere. Aaron build electric shock. HTTPS. SSL nodes? I might have this written down. The problem is searching my notes for HTTPS is coming up with all of the links that I ever put in any of my notes. So it's returning like 40 different notes. I don't know how to search better in one note. Oh well, fine. I guess I just won't. Only IP address is exposed to an outside viewer. Ah, good. Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you. Points for Spurt, man. All right, so cool. Then I can test this out. So first, let's save this. I need to create a token for Atom. Create. Then I need to pass this token in. Except for it needs to be URL encoded. They probably handle that. Get user by token. So if I do this, token equals this. This is probably going to fail somewhere. Whoa, it didn't fail. Okay, so what if I just randomly injected a 2 into there? Invalid token. Wow. Cool. So it worked. So I now have a way of getting all of the user details. All of them. But this is too much information. We need to trim this down to just the information that a game server would need. But for now, I think this is fine. I'll just write this down. I am sending too much information back to a game server. Hey, is this even to a game server? To a game server. To a game server, it's fine. From the REST API based on a token, an API that users have access to, so they'd be able to get database information like number of logins or perhaps other information. Hey Ken, Happy New Year soon. Yeah, that's true. I feel like a programming competition was just started in chat now. So we call get user here. Connect user if they have a pre-beta account. So if we call get user, this is going to return a response. The response is going to be a user. So I need to say this. Dot then resp return resp.body.user. In fact, I could just say this. No, I'm not going to do that. Okay, so connect user if they have a pre-beta account. Socket and auth token. Why is a socket even passed in here? Oh, so you can emit an error directly across it. Oh, man. All right, let's see what we're doing here. So we need to pass in the auth token here. We don't even have a name, so get rid of this stuff. I guess I changed this to someone is attempting to connect. They have not auth yet. Okay. Someone is connecting to attempting to connect. Assigned ID of con player ID. Yeah, there we go. Oh, and then put a closing parenthesis, I guess. So let's do this. There. In fact, since I don't think there's any possible way for them to disconnect in this amount of time, I think it's safe to just put the logging statement after here. Because this is all synchronous code. So yeah, I think that's fine. Okay. So there we have that, and then we call into here, and we have their auth token. So auth token. Connect user if they have a pre-beta account. So if they don't, they'll be told that they don't. But these messages are going to need to change. So I got to put this here too. The concept of not having a pre-beta account and sending certain constants back to the user is now outdated. So in particular where this matters is connect user if they have a pre-beta account. It's this constant here. Server oh man, if I could just select that. So for example, look at constants like this, whatever else we have, server, wait. No, that's not the problem. The problem was this. These things. Oh, they're all considered just generic alerts. Oh, well then never mind. So what am I up to? I see it's something with database on the server. So what I'm up to right now, I have just switched the game so that this might break. I don't know where I left off here. When you connect, instead of immediately placing you into a game, you'll now be able to join the game or you'll be able to manage your bots. These take place on totally different servers. So when you hit join game, yeah, that's gonna need to change. But when you hit join game, it'll put you into the game. When you hit manage bots, it's going to let you create bot bays. So that is, you'll be able to do this process. Okay, I want lasers, I want harvesting, I want cloaking. And then you'll save this off. And then when you join a game, now you'll have this bot there that you created back on the other server. So that's what I'm working through right now. And I had to change the login flow again today. Yeah, I'm gonna get through this. I think this will be much more robust than it was before. So let's see where we were here. So we say connect user if they have a pre-beta account. Resolve REST client. So get the user, and then just return the user. Yeah. So this is not user has pre-beta access. This is going to be DB user now. All right. Yeah, I think this is it. I need to disconnect their socket when this happens though. So if they don't have a valid account, I disconnect their socket. Oh, that's happening here. Socket.disconnect. Oh, so as long as I throw an error here, this can't be return false. This needs to be throw error. Yeah. Okay, and then player joined game is the other part of this. So we have a socket and we have a player. This is no longer true. We don't have a player. We have a connecting player. Connecting user, excuse me. Let's say make sure I didn't screw up any comments in connection manager. It's very likely that something's out of date. Come on, Sublime, move to the new tab. I pressed those keys like 5 seconds ago. This is the player who just connected, but they're still in the connecting state. So no, that's not how I write this. This is the user who just connected. Actually, that's fine, yeah. But then the rest of this is wrong. So we delete that, format that. Okay, good. So it's possible we ran in this situation, Adam connects, well that's working, Adam connection session B A completes. Yeah, so that's not possible anymore. Or rather, it's possible, but it'll result in the first user getting kicked offline. What do I do in that case? I just boot them offline, I guess. All right. I should capture this information somewhere, I feel. I'm just not sure how useful or relevant it'll be later. But let me just write it quickly here. It's possible that this function gets hit. It's possible that if a user tries connecting from 2 different sessions at once, that this will be hit when they're already connected. Yeah. There's no guarantee about order, of course. So in that case, session B's player object will be marked as being offline instead of being in the connect. Yeah, so that's all wrong now. We delete all of that. We can't say player joined the game, although we can't do this at all, actually. we need to have a DB user here. This contains all the user's details that we have. Oh, see ya, Jindy. I think you should show them this text. Playful sprites have disrupted botland. Where does that playful sprite... Oh, Blizzard. All right. I knew I'd seen that before. How about playful bots? That's different enough. Yeah, so player join game. We're going to pass in the database user object too. This is actually a bad idea. Like a really bad idea. I think this should be changed. And the reason I think it should be changed is this function gets back the user object. It's not actually... no, I don't think this is much of a problem. Never mind. But this is not called database user. This is like user details. So now user details is just going to be an object user details, the JSON object returned from the REST server. So this turns into user details. Good. So now we can make a player object using that information. This is the first time we'll be able to do this. And by the way, create or get player, get or create. This is a bad function now. Delete the entire get or create player from connection manager. But it's useful for now in that we want to do this same sort of thing right now. Sort of. Where do I do this? Player join game. All right. So first we need to make a player object for them. So to do, make a player object for this person. Actually, check to see. No, that's not what we do. No, the first thing we do is to do check to see if we already have a connected player with this username. Then make a player object for this person. And then make sure this should be another to do. Make sure we've revitalized their socket if they were offline. All right, just another crazy amount of code to do for this thing too. Okay, so we get the player depot. We need to check to see if they exist by name. So let's do const username equals user details dot, and I do not want to know what this is. I think it's just name. Yes, great. So name, and then we'll say that's actually it. So we get the player depot, we get a player from there. If it already exists, then I think we say this dot player connected twice with the player object. Now this should return, this emits something saying that they connected a second time, and then it disconnects their socket. So that part's fine. The part that's not fine is that we need to have a new player object for this. So let's call this existing player. Whoops about all of that. Oh my God. All right, existing player. Yeah, and this may or may not exist because you might be connecting for the first time here. So then we make a new player, connecting player. We say create player, ID is next player plus plus, sure, username, and next team ID, which we don't have, I guess. So we need this. Yeah, okay. Go back to our bookmark that I apparently never set. Hey, Celadix. Okay, that's good. So now we can say connecting player just connected. Now, if util.exists existing player, then what do we do? We do the same thing we did down here. Player equals existing player. Yeah, so we need to say this. And then connecting player dot set socket. Yeah. Yep. Okay. What next? Say player join the game. Yeah, I guess join the game is better than connected. Is Botland the biggest project you've ever made? Yeah, although I would say this probably still hasn't exceeded the size of one of the iterations of Botland I'd done before. Actually, I don't know if that's even true. Let me check. I don't even know where my Botland code is. So here was whatever Botland 19 means from the Java code that I'd written. It says date modified 2015. What are these files? Client, battle manager, camera, party, zones, GUI. I had a whole bunch of stuff in here. Debug, server had a bunch of things. Test, resources. Oh, hey, all the art that I had from that game. I'm not going to show this on screen. Script. Oh, I wrote my own scripting language for that game. I think. I don't know. Some visual thing I did. God, I'm not. That was a bad 2 years. I was... It's just a bad game. There's a video floating around somewhere online. I think it's private though. But someday I'll probably show you guys. So for now, you only have the Python version of Botland that I wrote years and years ago. But yeah, this will be the biggest project I've ever done once it's done. And it's the largest in scope, I'll say that. Largest in number of lines of code. It's probably going to be that too eventually. But the scope of this is much, much bigger than any other project I've done. And I think the sole reason for that is handling the multiplayer infrastructure. Otherwise, I don't think all the stuff I've done right now would be as complex. All right, anyway, so player join game. We have a socket, we have a connecting user. I set the socket on this user. I don't need to update the team ID because I just made the player. In fact, I don't need to do this either. This is where I'd say, so just let connecting player. Yeah, I don't need to do this here. I need to do this here. Get rid of this. Okay. Do you work on Botland alone? Would you need help? So I'm coding it alone, but I'm not working on it alone. I have a co-founder / game designer, like an art and UX and UI lead, multiple artists. I'm still looking for a sound engineer, and yeah, that's it. So I'd say the team is roughly 7 people right now, but of that, there's only one full-time person, and that's me. Oops, almost knocked my mouse off my desk. So connecting player, create the player. We make a new ID completely, a username, and a team. This is actually the only place that a player will ever get created, that means. But that's a good thing. So then what we do is we do all the rest of this stuff. Yeah, I think we delete all this. So now we mark that player as connecting. In fact, we should probably just call this player. Yeah, there. That way, all the things down here about player are going to be the same. Let's figure out where that error is coming from. Duplicate declaration player depot. Where did that happen? Where did it happen? Ah, here it is. Yeah. Okay, that should fix that error. All right, so check to see if we've already connected. That's what we do here. And if we do, we boot them offline. Make a new player object for this person. That's what we do here. And then make sure we revitalize their socket if they were offline. That's what we do here. So these 3 to-do items are to done. Now I need to think of what's remaining. Connecting user, user details. What did I even take from user details? Just the name. Eventually, this is going to contain their inventory data, their bots, their bot bays, whatever else. I know I'm asking too much. Have you ever programmed some apps? I coded an iPhone app once. It's not something I ever released on an app store. It was mostly just for... It actually was for... What's this? I don't know. It's a project of some sort. And I made an Android... Well, I started to make an Android app. I never finished it. And I guess I made a really, really small Windows Phone app too. But like that's... So part of what I had done... Actually, this is just a website I have on my phone that's hosted on my Raspberry Pi. But I have the ability to do this. Wait a second. Yeah, okay. Stuff is visible. So I can press a button here and change my lights. I mean, it's the same website that's hosted on my computer too. That's similar to that website. Okay, so player join game. We have a connecting user, user details. I have all of that stuff here. The connecting user we get from there. Did I call this connecting user? Good. Okay, so now entire functions are going to be irrelevant. This might work. I really doubt it. Let's try it out. So I'm gonna go, where is the, this must be the game server. Yeah. Am I standing up? Yeah, I am. Xpixel says magic. Oh, if only everyone could PogChamp at all my messages in real life. Alright, when I press this connect button... Alright, let's do a straw poll. Alright. What do we think? What do we think, chat? Still doing the server setup and stuff? Yeah. Kind of. This is the authentication route. Why did I even run this poll? This is like... I already knew what the answer would be. Alright, I think I need to vote too. There. Alright, well... 9 people say it's going to break. 1 person thinks it's going to work. So let's press this button. Oh wait, that actually... Oh, what I meant to say is what'll happen when I press the join game button. So all of us were wrong. Except for this one soul-filled person. You're all... Other ones are soulless. Okay, but join game is what I really meant to say. So when we press that, what happens? There was an internal error that prevents you from connecting. Ding, 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 ding. Everybody wins. Ding, 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 ding. Get user failed. Cannot read property body of null. This means we got no response because it says returned 500. Why might that have happened? Oh, because I'm specifying name. Oh. Well, well, well. Let's go into the REST client. What do I even... None of this makes any sense. What am I even calling here? I'm saying get user. REST client has no way of getting a user by... Maybe I should make this require a game server token to use this. That's another thing I could consider. Okay. Let's make this require a super token to fetch all the information. Someone thinks it'll work. That one nice person. Well, oh, now 2 people. Alright. Let's never forget this day. There, it has been immortalized. Now I can close the tab. Alright, so in order to fix this, I need to make a new API in the REST client. So this needs to be get user by token. So we don't need this part. Yeah, this is... Do we even... Does this even exist anymore? Get user by name? I guess it does. Get user, get... Question mark username equals username, yeah. Okay. Well, I guess we say get user by... Is this even used? It's going to work, by the way. I'm going to change it so that it works. We're just not there yet. Now, what do we have here? REST client.getUser. This could be the place I'm changing. Yes, it is. Okay. Oh. Oh. Apparently, I do need that API, so fine. We will simply make a getUser by token. By token. So then we say token equals that auth token username. So I don't need to fetch a super token for this. I can just say request.get.set. I don't even need that. I can just do this. All right, good. So then we say get the response. If we got a 200, which is that what's returned from here? 200, yes. So if we got a 200, then we get resp.body.user, and we return the user. Good. Otherwise, we throw an error. Now, username is going to be user.name here. Now, in our error, we say REST return HTTP status from getUser API URL. Perfect. Okay. So now we can call this API instead of whatever we were calling. So let's search for this. Connect user if they have a pre-beta account. This does get user by token. All right, let's try that out. Till you won't run the least written code, it is not working for sure. Talroll, you just had a mannerism in your speech where I think I could identify the country you're from. I'm curious if I'm correct. I've never heard this mannerism from anyone other than people from a particular country. Anyway, Anthony says, where'd you learn to code? Oh, I have a thing for this. Adam's code journey. This racist, no, that's not. The only thing I just asserted is that I'm pretty sure I know which country this person's from. I don't think... I don't know, maybe there's some subtext there that I don't even realize I'm saying. Anyway, alright, let's try this out again. Alright, what do we have here? So now it says, cannot read property user of undefined. This is coming from Connection Manager 613. Why can't I click this? Alright, fine. So I gotta open this up at 613. What's going on here? JJ. Type JS. 613. resp.body.user. It's still saying can't read user of undefined? That means that this isn't returning something correctly. What is this returning? Stringify resp. Do your guess? No, I'll whisper it to you. Here, I'll even. Am I right? All right. Oh man. All right, let's do this. It's still gonna break, but at least I'll have some information here. So response is ID token. Wait a second. That means the REST client must return this correctly. It does, yeah. Technically not racist, just stereotype. Talroll, was I right? Was I right? User details. Actually, we don't even need to do that because this already returns the user details. Oh, I was wrong. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All right. You've bested me. There's 5 points to shut up about my guess. Oh, I feel like an idiot now. Okay, what happened here? Cannot connect to the server. Oh, I just never even started the game server. It's not even online. Oh, what's this? Error, name is not defined. This is coming from 779 of that file I had open. Player get, oh yeah, name doesn't exist. It's username. Player joined game. Player joined game. So do I use name anywhere else? No, I don't. 10 points for saying it is gonna become a bidding war. Next time I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut and just silently judge. Just deck attack. It doesn't matter who even says anything. Just gonna be like, oh, whoa, it worked. I think. Test. Oh, it did work. Wow. So what happens if I try hitting this API myself? How would I even do that? Client main authenticate to REST server. No, join game. Yeah. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. Let's try this out. I'm gonna pass a bad token into this thing. So here's how I do this. Debug main dot auth token equals hi. Now I hit join game, and it probably caused an error here. Yeah, cannot read property game of null 775. Okay, so that's a good thing to test that. User details dot name. Wait, what? That can't return there, right? Okay. Wait, so I passed in hi here. What does that return? Send. JWT malformed. Yeah, that should have been get user failed. Did it say that? Also, this should probably say get user by token failed. This calls into the REST client. The REST client says REST server returned 500 from here. Oh, and then we return null. Oh my god, I'm stupid. So, what do I do? What do I do here? I can throw the error up to here. Yeah, okay, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to throw the error. So we're going to say this dot throw response as error. Yeah, no, I fixed that. Wait, what? People whispered to you, Talroll? Wonder who my guess was. This wasn't like, okay. So there are certain speech mannerisms people have where you can sometimes at least identify what region they're from, even if not the country. And so if you say, like, read this in whatever accent your brain tends to give to you for this. Oops. So, actually, let's just say that. So this for example, you would not say that this is like a Native American person, someone born in America, would not say this, who's been speaking English their whole life. But there is a language, well, probably many languages actually, where articles are treated very differently. So, yeah. Okay, see, this is chat giving their stereotypes out. I never said anything. Maybe I didn't have anything in mind. But it was a totally innocent guess to Talroll. Okay, I don't know why I just tested that. Did I even restart this? I have to admit that is pretty fun. Okay, so we set this, we hit join game. Good. There was an internal error that prevented you from connecting. Try again later. So the error is terrible. It should tell you something more than that went wrong. This error was created by throw response as error. It's not a helpful error message. Alright, but this is working at least. So then what are the other things that could possibly be wrong here? What if you just didn't specify an auth token? Could we bring down the server? So now we say auth token equals null, and we hit join game. What happens? No, it didn't bring down the server. Just said an error. Yeah, good, because we can't trust the user with anything. And let me just make sure that that's happening from start to finish. So when a user connects, where does this happen? Auth token. Received client auth. So this is called when a client connects. Know that their credentials may be wrong. In fact, they might not even have a token. If they don't have a token, then there's no point in verifying them. Hmm. You're digging yourself into a hole over there. I'm just building things up on. Wait, did you say? No, you only whispered me. All right, I won't say anything. All right, so receive client auth. Yeah, so I think that part's working. Now here's what we need to test. We are connected to the server, and we connect to someone else. What happens? Or connect as the same person. All right. So we hit connect over here. We're online. When we hit join game, we connect over here. And now when we're typing hi, that works. We put in a move bot, a couple of those. Oh, that didn't work actually. Cannot read property broadcast of null. That means my socket isn't defined. Player join game. Oh, Flux just went on. Player joined game. We never set the socket. Now we set the socket. That's bad. That's bad. We should do this in the constructor. Serve player socket equals null. Wait, what? Oh no, this doesn't make any sense. Set socket. What is going on here? I don't know where this takes place. Let's just search for it. I wrote a function set socket, and I'm pretty sure, was it set socket? Maybe it was something else. And I think I wrote don't call this from, nope, okay, I don't know. I don't know where I was supposed to call this. Apparently I just didn't do this. But now players can always be created with their socket. And we can assert that it exists. Yeah, okay, well, let's do this down here. So set the player's socket. We do this here so that even if, yeah. Note, make sure you update the player's socket below. Actually, this isn't all you do here. We also need to put this player as being online again. Oh, player connected. That's in the player depot. Serve player depot, player connected. Do we set them as online here? We don't. Yeah, so this player would be considered offline forever. Oh, and that's probably why, no, maybe, I don't know. It could have been that there was a bug there from earlier, but this is definitely an issue. I need to say player came online at some point. Do I do that? Oh, here. Yeah, player.came online. Okay. All right, let's try this out now. Restart this, connect over here. Actually, while that's loading, I'm gonna grab some water. Jen says this game has great potential. Well, thank you. So I'm going to join a game over here. Here I am. I'm going to deploy bots. Deploy. Good. That worked. Next, I'm going to connect over here, and it should disconnect me from over here. Actually, you know what? I'll kill the bots, and then I'll make them move randomly. That way I can tell whether something's happening. Okay, good. So when I connect over here, I hit join game. It's going to disconnect me over here. Perfect. Yeah. Looks like it's good. So now if I hit tab over here, yeah, bots, teleport cooldown. So if I refresh this page again, one of the important things is that when I go to connect, the bots should be in the same position they were at over here. So let's see. This one is like 5 tiles from the right side. Yeah. Yep, that looks good. Whew. All right. Now let's put in a delay. And let's try connecting 2 clients at the same time. All right. Okay, so refresh this page. You got to connect with 2 clients at the same time. Will io.sockets.emit broadcast to all sockets even if they're in different rooms? I think you can specify the room, and if you don't, it broadcasts all of them, but I'm not sure. I need to check the API docs for that. Alright, so we connect with both of these at the same time. Join, join. Now, one of these is going to make it through. The right one should, because it started first, but that's not a guarantee. Okay. Yep. And then the left one overrode the right one. So perfect. This is working exactly how it should. This should not be able to deploy bots. Yeah. In fact, it shouldn't even do anything with this. Wait, undefined join the game? That's a problem. Undefined join the game. Oh, because the player doesn't exist here. That was always printing out. Sending them the game. I'll just say they joined the game. I guess your this.sio.2.emit is what you mean. Yeah, that might have been it. Whew, all right. I think this is good. I think I can get rid of all these functions that are no longer called. So this is no longer called, which means these things aren't called. Disconnect, connecting player with same name. Yeah, that's no longer called. So this is not an issue anymore. Yeah, so delete all of this. All right, great. Delete all of this. Player connected twice. Yeah, delete all of that. Okay, great. Now I believe I have some commented out code up here that I got to get rid of. Yep, delete that. Delete this. Well, actually, no. We want to keep this, but we just want to change the argument to it. The auth token that you specify has to exist. Otherwise, there's no point in going to the server with this. Your auth token is empty or improperly formatted. All right, good. So that's all gone. Next, there are way more changes that I need to get rid of here. Player Depot had connecting players by name. This is never used anywhere. Like, I don't believe we ever call player connected. Your eyes seem tired. Your brain seems hyped. When I'm facing... Hang on, I can't see this unless I actually drag this over here. When I'm facing the screen, can you see my eyes? Yeah, okay. Because when I face off to the left, you see this big green square on my glasses. Jen says, how do I use teleport? Oh, I put this in the chat earlier. In short, do something like this. Update equals function, Java, next, closest enemy equals find closest. Oh wait, first, are you typing in JavaScript or are you using Blockly? And teleport, closest enemy, teleport, closest enemy. Here's how you can do this. It's going to paste in like some jumble of code. That's fine. But that's how teleporting works in the game. And you can do the same thing if you want through... Oh, wait. No, I got to do this here. So you can do the same thing if you want through Blockly. So check this out. I'll just put teleport on my bot. Make sure you have that. And then I can just put a terminator here that says teleport to... Let's put a math expression here of x plus 5. Let's change this to x minus 5. And then y. So you can only teleport up to 5 tiles away. So here's my script. These are just going to be called jumpers. And I'll just deploy a couple of these. So you can see they just, well, there's a cooldown of like 10 turns for this. So they won't be able to teleport again until who knows how long. I don't remember if it's 10 turns or 15 turns, but eventually you'll see them jump again 5 tiles to the left. So there's a pretty long cooldown on teleport. A very long cooldown on teleport. How many turns did I make this? Or something broke here. That's possible too, I guess. Or, I wonder... Actually, yeah, this is almost definitely a bug. Yeah, let's take a look. Teleport. Cooldown is set to 15. And yet this code will never teleport again. Interesting. What's stopping me from just popping an infinite loop in there? Nothing. I mean, you could just say like, wait, does while even work? I probably didn't make while statements work. Anyway, you could just say something like this. For this, put a bot down. I can say move right. Actually, let's just say move. So I'm going to deploy the infinite loop bot. Infinite deploy. And it moves just like any other bot would. I have infinite loop detection logic. I actually don't. So loops are supported, but even if you didn't have a loop, you could still make it a nearly infinite running code. How do I want to say that? You can still make code take a really long time to execute. For being helpful to a random person. Wait, what? No, I got to at least... All right, well, thank you, Telroll, but I'm the one who makes up the points. So your gift is just watching me. So thanks. I use them for rent. I say to my landlord, hang on, let me just go generate a few tokens. Hey, folk. Yeah, so this is definitely a bug. This part here. Do I even have the code still? No, I deleted it. Okay, well, this is the bug. So how is this happening? Code execution system, teleport. How does this work? Teleport is ready. If not teleport is ready, return false. Oh, I said whether or not the teleport will succeed, it'll now be on cooldown. Oh, maybe this isn't a bug then. I'm gonna talk to my designer about this. If you try teleporting to a valid tile, but teleport is currently on cooldown, should it reset the cooldown of teleport? So that code of the infinite loop just sticks around forever? No, I'll show you what's going on. I wanted you to puzzle about it for a little bit, but I'll show you. So what's happening is, if this thing would load, so debug main dot software validator dot set logging enabled true. When you type this code, your code is actually getting converted into this. Wait, what happened? Oh, that's teleport code. Hang on. Let me change it back to the infinite loop code. Okay, so when you type that code in infinite loop, it's actually getting converted into this. So the code you write is for, well, it's update equals function. And I inject a check time call into there. Jen says, I can't get my health. You can. If you're typing in JavaScript, it's life. And if you're using it in Blockly, then just go to built-in variables, life. So it's just life. And by the way, life is not in quotes, sorry. All you need to do is say update equals function. You could say like, if life is less than 500, then, I don't know, run away. What does it mean for teleport to fail? So there are many ways that teleport can fail. Teleport can fail if it is still on cooldown. So it has a cooldown of 15 turns. If the target is too far away. Whoop. If the target is close enough, but there are no empty spaces around it. In fact, I'm not even sure what happens in that case. I never tested that, that's for sure. What happens if you try teleporting? Find closest unoccupied tile. Oh yeah, no, that works fine. Okay, yeah. So I think these are the cases where it can fail. There might be something else. Oh yeah, it can also, this isn't really it failing, but if you don't have teleport hardware, that's not really a case of it failing. It's like if you try to teleport and your bot can't teleport, did it fail or did it, I don't know. Yeah, so that's that. Anthony says, do you have any recommended sites or tutorials for learning the basics of coding? So what I like to recommend is Code Academy's Python tutorial. So this. Jan says, it's not on the wiki page though. Yeah, I know about that. So it's not on the wiki page because I'm not maintaining the wiki page right now. So if you want to modify it, you can. What happens if you hard target a tile but the bot is on top of that? Oh, so that works fine. And that's actually what allows, where's that code? I just wrote it. Yeah, that's what allows this code to work. Find closest enemy bot. If you try teleporting onto it, that will always be the case where you're teleporting onto a tile with a bot. So it actually teleports close to it. So let me show you how this works. I mean, I know my description of it was probably good enough to understand it, but I want to prove it. So I'm going to show you. So we put teleport on a bot, and we put thrusters on a bot, and I put this here, and I say just move randomly if you can't teleport. So let's say move to the left. So we deploy a couple of these. These are going to move. They're going to teleport into enemies, and then they're just going to stand there. Oh no, they're going to move randomly after that, or move to the left. Yeah. So there you have it. And that was this code that I showed you, by the way. Although I didn't really like hover over this for too long. But if the tile is occupied, then we find the closest unoccupied tile and teleport to that one. And hey again, Exogaming. Alright, so what I was checking out here is the server player depot has a whole bunch of functions. And am I calling them ever? Player connected. Oh, I am calling this one. Wait, but I'm only calling this because I never deleted that line of code. How does the game check if the tile is too far to teleport to? Oh, just a basic distance check. So code execution system, teleport right here. So distance to tile equals get the Manhattan distance from the current tile to the destination. If that's greater than however far teleport works, so teleport's range is 5. It's just set to 5. There's no changing it. If it's greater than 5, then we just say return false. How do you write a script for your recap videos? Oh, by the way, do you write a script? No, I don't. Can you overflow that? The Manhattan distance check? So one of the first things it does is it checks, where is this? Can you overflow this? You actually might be able to. I think all I check, wait, no. Verify move and send is going to catch that because it checks to see is tile in bounds. So this checks, is it greater than 0 and less than the width? Is it greater than 0 and less than the height for the y coordinate? So that won't work. And by the way, these are things that if you want, you can test them out by just going to play.bot.land and just trying the script out. And if you find anything weird happening, definitely report it as a bug. I'll give you some points. We'll eat chocolate cake together, and then I'll fix it. Also, actually, let me take a look at what's happening on the server. Who's playing against whom? Oh, whoa, we got a lot of people online. Or this is that bug where no one's really online, but it looks like they are. But it says 7 people are online. Oh, and people are talking to each other. Isn't that nice? What team am I on? Blue team. Deploy. Take that. Take that. Oh my god. Alvidas Dev has some like crazy regen. What is that? Oh. Built-in regen, and on top of that there's more regen. It's regenerating like 30 life every turn. Did you say we'll eat chocolate cakes together? No, I never said that. I never said that at Case. So, yeah, okay, got it. How much is the max life? 1,000. So, max life is something that's just set to 1,000. There's no changing it right now. If you get shields, your shield is like a different, it's like a different variable altogether. One that you don't actually have access to. I'm not supposed to be online. That's a bug. Yeah, and so hopefully that's a bug that I've just fixed. I haven't deployed to the server yet. Also, wow, there are lots of bots. The red team has what, 3 players? Where's Baratod? Yeah, so 3 players. And we have 2 players. Nice. How am I doing? 14 kills, 13 deaths. Nice. Yeah, so what I think is really neat about this, based on whatever buffs you're presented with, so like Alvidas Dev has regen 15 life every turn. That's something that maybe you see over the course of a game. Maybe you see that once every 15 games. I don't know. But then we're about to get an option of a second buff. And that combination of 2 buffs, maybe you only see once every, I don't know, 100 games or something like that. And eventually you'll end up with 3, and it'll be very rare that you ever see that same combination again. And especially once we have all of the buffs that I want in the game. So yeah, you might end up with some crazy strategy where your bot is regenerating to full life so quickly that running away from someone for a couple turns is actually a really good strategy for you. Whereas most of the time it's not so great because your regen is going to be like 5 or 10. Alright, so we should get another buff choice soon. Gonna wait for it. Should be in 2 seconds. Alright, there we go. So I'm gonna go with increase artillery splash damage by 50. Time to punish the Alvidas Dev bots. Yeah. Nice. Why don't you center the bullets, etc.? Because they're not final graphics. So I don't want to do anything to make these graphics look much nicer because I'm going to swap them all out anyway. I mean, you still have the beautiful laser graphics at least. Green squares, red squares. It's amazing. Alright, I'm going to close this out because I got to get back to work here. As a newbie, what to click to do my own algorithm? Oh yeah, press B. So that's something that is just not self-explanatory right now. Gonna need to change that. Alright, so player connected is no longer being called. But that is actually a problem. Create player used to do it. Something used to do this. Where do we do this? This dot players by name. I think... Let's close this. I do player depot.create player. What does this do? Create player, super create player. So shared player depot create player. Yeah, this handles this. Okay, yeah, we're done. I don't need that. So player connected, done. Okay, connecting players by name. That means that this get connecting players by name. This should no longer be called anywhere. So let's see. Is it? Nope, it's not. Great. Delete all this. Add connecting player. See, this is why I feel really bad about this. I spent this morning coding this, and now I'm spending the afternoon deleting it all. It's just a waste of time, and I really should have just designed this better. Create connecting player. This is probably never called again. Is this a bug making the bot say 0 points, or did you make it free tonight? I made it free. It's been free since like Monday. How does the code execution system deal with special characters? Is there a whitelist of some sort? I eventually pass your code into a val, so JavaScript deals with special characters by probably just erroring out. Find closest allied bot is not a function. How will I get my bots to cluster? It is a function. It's probably just not called what you're trying to use. So let me show you. If you go into helper functions, find closest allied bot is there. And then, oh god, let me get rid of this stuff. If you just click edit it, I can't do this. Okay, well let's look at coding. It's probably not on that page. I'll just refresh this. Allied, yeah, okay. So this is super out of date. So yeah, I go to find closest allied bot and hit edit as JS. It is this API. You can't make non-browser games with JavaScript, right? Yes, you can. Welcome to my life, Adam. Oh, about deleting code? Also, Xpixel, I didn't tag you in that message, so hopefully you saw it. Okay, so we can delete this too. Wasabi says, I just want to say that I love the game and that there's actually a lot of counterplay. I used the same bot on Monday and it got crushed, and now I have the highest KDR. Oh, nice. What bot are you using? I don't think I looked at your bot. Okay, so let's see. What is your bot doing, Wasabi? Oh, you know what though? So Wasabi, I don't know if you played on Monday with a lot of people, but one of the things you got to consider too is my strategy can affect your strategy, and we're teammates. So, for example, I happen to be on the battlefront right now, whereas your bots are hanging back a little bit because it looks like they're moving randomly. So that has to do with it too. So once there are team strategies of, okay, you can hang back and shield my bots. You could already do that actually. You can shield my bots, and then I take all the damage. So I think that's why this is happening right now. Yeah, because I have most of the deaths on our team. Actually, no, we're both doing pretty well, I think. Risa says you can. Wait, what? Are you asking about shielding bots? Because shielding an allied bot is as simple as calling, well, not this API. You'd say something like this. You'd say, if can shield find closest allied bot, then shield find closest allied bot. So you could just do this code if you want. You could save a variable, of course. What remains to be done in Botland? Oh, tons of stuff. Tons and tons and tons of stuff. So the overall to do is graphics, UI. I need to fix performance. I need to finally make things secure. I need to improve the scalability by spinning up VMs on the fly. I guess I'll write this as security. So then there's game content. So there's all the different hardware, e.g. vampiric lasers, bounce lasers, spread missiles, homing, whatever, I don't know, all that different stuff. The cosmetic pieces. So this is like the dragon head. I can never not type that, huh? Dragon head, knight armor, these sorts of things. There's what else is there that I'm thinking of? Oh yeah, more tests I got to run through. Balancing, polish. There's a whole lot of that to do. So this is just whatever I came up with in the last 30 seconds. I mean, the real to-do list is being generated on the fly from things I'm aware of, and then there's like the long-term list I have. So there's a ton of stuff left to do. Oh, ask about JavaScript games. Yeah. Oh yeah, buffs. That's right. Bot bays. there's a lot to do. I mean, can you make non-browser games with JavaScript? Yeah. Sorry, I didn't realize. And Folk actually addressed that too. So Node is actually a JavaScript interpreter that's not run in a browser. So if I'd written a game here, I could run valid JavaScript here, and then just put a custom front end on it. No orange ray there, no bays. I'm just fixing things up. So this was the part, I got actually pretty close to getting it done today. Well, getting it started. Those are two different things, I realized. You can start a race and not necessarily come in first. Here's what I've been working on. If I go to localhost right now, do I have a deadline, Q asks. I have a few self-imposed deadlines. So February 8th is when I want to get the first Botland vertical done, which is that you can whisper my bot in chat, get an account. So now you have an account, add and password. You click connect. Now you can manage your account and you can join a game. And these two things should both be done by February 8th. So manage bots does nothing right now, and joining a game will actually, join the game. Although that seemed to fail too right there. What happened? I coded in a 5-second delay. I gotta get rid of that. I gotta stop doing that. So that's the first deadline I have. The overall game I want to get done with, I'm aiming for March 2017. I think that's pretty aggressive. You can't change it while in game. You can change code, and you could probably change your name. Been off since the 23rd, so not at my PC as much as normal. Yeah, so sorry, Orange A. I mean, if you want to watch the VODs, you can see that I was still working. It's just there's a lot of stuff to do. So connect user if they have a prepaid account. I don't think I've finished getting rid of these things of code. When does modified code get applied? When a new bot gets created with that code. So if you change code from like fire lasers right, and you're like, no, I want that to be fire lasers left, it actually won't change it until that bot is dead and gets redeployed. If you could change code on the fly, then it would change this game into a manual game and not an automation game. Oh, thanks, Anthony, and yeah, take care. The server hosting your game runs on top of Linux. Yes. Also, you mentioned virtual machines for scalability. Can you expand on that a bit? Yeah, so right now, the way that things work is that you all connect to the same game server. Eventually, imagine that there's 1,000 players. They can't all fit on one server, nor even if they could, they shouldn't, because a 500 versus 500 game is probably not a lot of fun. So we're thinking of 3 versus 3s. And what that means is that, okay, you have 6 people, you slot them off into a game. Now you have another 6 people. Can you put them on the same machine? You have another 6 people. Can you put them on the same machine? Eventually, you get to the point where you're like, I definitely cannot fit all of these games on one machine. So you need to spawn up a new VM and then start putting players over there. Now, at some point, machine 1 is going to become available. So how do I manage all of this? And I think I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to do this. Why aren't you off? Everyone knows that anyone in IT is off for Christmas and New Year's. Yeah, I'm gonna be here this whole week, I think. Well, not tomorrow. Tomorrow I don't stream on Thursdays, so I'm not gonna stream tomorrow either. But I do plan on working on some other things. Also, I'm gonna stay a little bit later than normal today. Normally I go offline in about 5 minutes, but today I'm gonna try to finish up at least this commit. So what is this? Get ID for connecting player? Yeah, this function is not called anymore either. Connecting user disconnected. Received client auth. Yeah, that's still used. All right. So get connecting player ID by name. Yep, get rid of that. Get rid of all of this. So much code. So much code deleted. All right, the rest of this is actually needed. Good. Do you have an idea about what kind of hypervisor you're going to use? I am not the one who controls the hypervisor. That is something that the platform would give you. So that's all opaque to me completely. But if you're talking about a virtualization layer on top of my VM, I might end up using something like Docker. And yeah, so a 500 versus 500 sounds fun, but in the prototype for this game, it was a free-for-all, and at some point there were like 20 or 30 people online. And a free-for-all of 20 to 30 people is almost the same as a 500 versus 500 match in that there are always enemies around you, and you're rarely going to find your own bots around you. So, do I have pictures of that? Let me see if I can show you. Oh, wait, maybe, well, let me load this up and then put this over here. All right, so this is wild. Let's see. So here's what the prototype looked like in its free-for-all. And you see the amount of stuff that's happening, right? Now it looks like Looks like each player had something like 6 bots, which is way more than normal. But yeah, there's a lot of chaos and there's a lot of stuff happening, and you only really care about where are my 2 or 3 bots in this entire arena. So I don't know about a 500 versus 500 match. Okay, what next? There's got to be something else here that I have to finish up, so let's take a look. Get users. Yeah, get user by token. So that's in the REST client for this. Get user by token. Fetches a user's JSON blob as returned by the REST server. So this is, yeah. This is just going to be an auth token. Yep, sounds good. This actually is, yeah, this does return a promise. Okay. Just give me a boss bot, 10 times the size, 10 times the damage. We've talked about a game mode like that. I think it'd be really, really cool if it was a raid mode, and as you fought little like creep bots, your bots would level up, and then there'd be a boss bot that you all had to coordinate, and maybe someone had to pelt it with artillery to lower its shields or something, and someone else would hit it with lasers after that, and you had to figure out these strategies. I think it's fun at first, but then the problem is, and this is the core issue with automation games, is that any variety you throw at the player, if they can automate around it, they will automate around it. And what that means for new players is that they'll go copy paste the best script from Reddit or wherever they find this thing and not really play the game. So we have kept a lot of this in mind, and also just our limited resources in making the game too. That's been another pushing factor. Okay, yeah, I'm going to check this in. So let's continue to look through the code here. Get users, get user by token. I apparently never saved this. Wait, what? What's going on here? Why did this not... Oh, I also made a change on the server, get user by token. So this function is fetches a user based on the user's token. So this is a string, the user's token. The token must be valid and will be used to, yeah, the token must be valid. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else we're saying there. Fine. Fetching a user by ID via token by ID. All right. So I have now commented this. Let's take a quick look at what I've changed here. So get users. What did I do? Oh yeah, get users needs to change. So just filters all users for one with a particular name or one whose auth token is what was specified. Yeah. Okay, good. So if I were to test this out, let's say I did this. I changed this to just users and hit send. This should give me an error. Did not code to get all users yet. Yeah, perfect. Okay, good. So now I see a bunch of commented out code here. I think we need to get rid of this. There, perfect. Okay, nice. Now get user by name, we also comment fetches a user based on the name. A super token is required for this. And this is a string, we can comment the rest of the stuff out. Oh yeah, and it returns a promise. I guess we can say that. Return promise. I could say that for this too. How do you counter grenades? Grenades aren't in the game. So I don't think you can counter them. Maybe you use hyper laser, which also isn't in the game. All right, main.js. We can finally get rid of this nonsense. Done. Yeah, okay, well that's really simple. All right, well that's done. So wait, we should probably comment that actually. Join game. This is an unused function right now. Yeah, that's not correct. This will join the game server. It passes your authentication token to the server. So if you don't have an authentication token, you can't join the game, which is actually what we could see if we did this. Debug main dot join game. Socket connected. That should be impossible. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I never restarted the server, so it still had the 5-second delay in there. There was an internal error that prevented you from connecting. Yeah, the internal error happens to be that there was no token provided, so it can't authenticate you. And it says here, get user by token failed, but then that's not a helpful error message. All right, I'm gonna write this down because I'm not gonna fix this right now, but I'm gonna write it down for later. So I'm gonna say, if you open a window, a client, and type this, it will fail with an unhelpful error message. Helpfulize the error message. Alright. You know, sometimes when you want to make a joke, but the joke is like right on the borderline of just making you sound incredibly stupid, and then you have to tell people, no, that was a joke. It's like that, oh, what's that? There's some stick figure drawing. I think I might have mentioned this on stream before. It was two stick figures talking to each other, and someone's acting like an idiot, and then they say, like, what an idiot, they walk away, and he says, joke's on them, I was only playing. That's how I feel sometimes. Do you comment code that way because it can be read by IntelliSense? No, I comment code this way because I used to use something that would check those comments and make sure, oh yeah, it was the Clojure compiler. It would go through and then check types for me. But now I don't really totally know why I do it. I think it's just helpful for me when I go back and read a function. I could do it in a different style if that's what you're asking. Yeah, helpfulize. That was the example. Totally not stolen by Adam. Looks like you also stole Xpixels there too. So Botland app now has a join game. This is called when you click the join button. Join button. All right, so hide the buttons. Hide the buttons, and then there we're done. So this is a really simple function, placeholder function to do change function level comments. Oh yeah, Rebirth, you can link. Anyone can link anything. I mean, if it's something bad, I'll just hide the link. Or ban you. I reserve the right to do that. Authenticate to game server, auth token, this needs to change, socket interface, authenticate to game server. So name is now auth token, this is the user's authentication token. This is the callback we pass in for the connect to server button. That's not actually true anymore, this is for the join game button. Ah, yeah, this. Well, actually, sorry. Language, I should probably close that. Now the close button isn't working. Well, you could just click the link in chat if you want to see that. Do you know the energy drink Monster in the USA? Yes, I do. Where is this going? Is this a subliminal advertisement? You just proxied through me? Am I party to this? Oh, check this out. Connection manager. See this? Lines removed 184. That is all of this morning's work down the drain. All of it. And look, there's still some remnants of it next connecting user ID. No, this is actually fine. We can go comment this. The next ID that we'll assign to a connecting user. All right, and I gotta comment this a little bit better. So we'll say, this stores connecting users so that we can keep track of their sockets. All right, so it's an object. We say keys are a number, the next connecting user ID basically, and values are connecting user objects. Okay, cool. Connecting user disconnected. This is called when a connecting user disconnects. Believe it or not. All right, so we assert that you can't disconnect twice, then we disconnect them, then we delete their object. It got you to where you are now. No, I know. But it's like, I think it comes down to how much do you design and how much do you, well, whatever. Past is in the past. I can only change what's about to happen. So yeah, I'm not terribly upset at what happened, but it's a little disappointing. Felix says, would you change the way you comment, or it doesn't matter at this point because it still works for you? I probably wouldn't for this project at this point. Changing comments, unless I can do it via a regex or something, is going to be a very tedious process with not a lot of payoff. How often do you reflect on the money you wasted buying a mouse? So, Ice Train, have you seen this mouse? Wait, I can't see what you guys can see. Yeah, have you seen this mouse? Let me show you. Boop. That is called not a waste of money. Alright, so connecting user disconnect. This is called when they disconnect. It will stop tracking the connecting player. The connecting user, I should say. It's not a Naga, it's a G600 Logitech. It is when you never use it. No, so I use it a lot. When I'm coding, I don't tend to use it a lot. But I don't know, I've shown this a lot before, but like I switch between, so I don't have my hands on the keyboard right now. I switch between my tabs. I page up and page down through any of these things. I move windows around, so off to the other screen or maximize them back here. I'll actually go through and edit code sometimes just via this. So I might say, oh, I want to delete this line, and then just delete it from here, and then add a new line here or something. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff I end up doing from the mouse. What is going on? Okay, so that's been commented. This stuff is fine. Auth token, haven't really changed this too much. This code is a lot simpler now, I think. Yeah. All right, here, same thing, auth token. That I've commented out, 480 in the connection manager. Oh, connection manager, 480. This is user a valid pre-beta user. This is never called now. That's probably not a good thing. Or maybe it's only called from my chatbot. No, it's not called at all. That's weird. There's something, Does user have pre-beta? Oh, that's what it is. Okay, yeah, this whole thing is gone now. Are those all custom bindings on the mouse? Yeah, it is. Uses it when gaming like Hearthstone. Maybe I have like custom BM emotes on my mouse. I don't know. Spurtman says, anyway, off to sleep. Oh, see ya. Hope you had fun today. And I'll see you on Friday. So this is never called. Yeah. I'm going to paste this into my to-do list where I wrote that the auth server should do this. Excuse me. Here was the old function. There we go. Oh, 2 a.m. for you? It's practically 2016. Wait, what happened here? Oh, what did happen here? Connect user if they have a pre-beta account. Oh, right. I got sidetracked by looking at whether that function should exist or not. And it shouldn't. Where did this? Right here. Did I delete it? Yeah, I did. Okay, load changes. All right, get user by token failed. Get user by token auth token looks good. Semicolon. Yep. All right. The other thing we should do here before I check this in completely is go into the game server, run a pre-commit, go into the client, run a pre-commit. Time is relative, so not for me. I'm going too fast. Player join game. Connecting user, user details. Looks good. Existing player, good. Yup. Great. All right, all those changes look good. Player depot, delete, delete, delete. This is like a comment thread on Reddit that's just, you show up just a little too late. It's just gone. You wonder what happened here. Get user by token. This is on the REST client. Okay, so REST client, get user by token. I just need to take a quick look through this with syntax highlighting to make sure I'm doing everything correctly. So we get the response, we return the actual user itself. Good. And then here we throw an error. Yeah, all right, that's fine. All right, constants.js. What changed here? Oh, the name of a constant. Wow. Okay, don't care. Connecting user. This represents a user that's connecting to the server but hasn't finished authenticating. We need to keep track of their socket so that we can later pass it to a player object when they finally join the game. Yeah. Oh, right, gotta comment these stupid things. Well, at least it won't take very long because they all have the same signature except for different return values. Actually, this one doesn't. Add.com, bang hardware, bang specs. Oh, add command. Oh, yeah, sure, I can do that. Scripts, commands, help command, specs. There, done. Okay, so that's everything. So changed authentication to the, well, hang on, here's what I did first. When you connect, when you press the connect, this is giving me deja vu. What's happening in the log here? DW2, added a debug flag. Pressing the connect button will now only authenticate you to the REST server. Yeah. So on the client, after pressing the connect button and getting authenticated to the REST server, you will now be presented with two buttons, join game and manage bots. Manage bots does nothing. Join game will send your authentication token to the game server, and if it validates, then you will be logged in. Nice. All right, yeah, so because the connection manager now takes in an auth token instead of a username/password combo, I changed how connecting players are tracked. There is now a connecting user class that thinly wraps a socket rather than my having to create a full player object. This will hopefully fix a bug that was showing up where players would go offline but they'd still be tracked as online by the player depot. I don't know if it does fix that bug, but it'd be great if it does. Okay. All right. Well, that was a lot. So what did I do from here? Make the join button work. Okay, good. Need to change it so that the game server takes in an auth token instead of a username and password. Done. Make sure I didn't screw up any comments in connection manager. It is very likely that something's out of date. I guess I should do this now. Let's just take a quick look through the functions. There's no easy way to do this because that dialog is blocking the way. Fine, I'll just scroll. Checks to see if you're authorized to perform pre-beta account actions. Yeah, that's fine. White pre-beta accounts, that didn't change. Update and respond for pre-beta user. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Then that's fine. All right, this is dead code. delete. This is new code, so it's not wrong. This is called when a client connects. Note that their credentials may be wrong, so we don't know for sure whether we're going to create a permanent player object for them. Yep. And yeah, my commit messages are rarely that long also. I try to make them descriptive, but I try to describe them on a... I don't usually go into that much depth, I think. All right, this will check if we're in development mode or not, and if not, it'll contact the REST server to fetch the user's details. Yep, sounds good. It's called when a player connects twice using the same credentials. The first session will be kicked offline. You have to go to your first device. Yep, cool. Call when a player sends a chat message, fine. It's called after the socket has connected and the corresponding player has been located, which means they're ready to join a game. Is this correct? Yeah, I guess so. It's possible that if a user tries connecting from 2 different sessions at once, that this will be hit when they're already connected. Okay, so how about this? If a user tries connecting from 2 different sessions at once, then this will be hit then at once. Then the second time this is hit, it will boot the first session offline. All right, there we go. What's going on, chat? Yeah, Deck Attack, I can sync up with you after this. In fact, if you want, directly after I'm done with the stream, I can Skype you and help you figure out your code. But I'm not promising to spend a lot of time. It would mostly just be a, like, let me take a look. Because I've been coding for a lot today. So player join game, we have all of that stuff, that's fine. Okay, great. We only have a couple more functions left in this file. Debug, don't care about a debug function. I don't know if this will ever even get hit, but if it does, then it should stop us from throwing JavaScript errors. Yep. Now this is only important when a player disconnects. Is this ever used? This is never used. Ooh, that's not good. That's really not good. Yeah, oh man, I screwed up a couple things here. Disconnect connecting user. Yeah, this needs to be undone from the socket. Oh, never thought of that, did I? I need to unbind this and then bind the next one. So player disconnected, disconnect player. What's the name of that function? Socket disconnected? There it is. Socket disconnected. And then this would be player. Oh, connecting user actually does not have a problem there. No. So that's what we do. No, but we do get rid of that. Oh, darn it. How would I do this? Can I? I'm not sure how to do this. All right, let's go to socket.io. Hard to help without code, but it very much depends on your namespacing system. So socket.io, how do we remove events? Because I don't know how to do that. And I'm about to need to know. Client API, server API. So where are the events for this thing? Where are the events? On connection. Seriously, that's it? They just not talk about this stuff? It's after 5. Why am I still working? Yeah. I wanna fix at least this. Where are the events? Here we go. Here are the events. But how do we remove an event? The only way to know that is to go into their code, I guess. So let's go into the code. Lib socket. Does this? Yeah, event emitter. require events.event emitter. So this is a node thing, event emitter. So I just need to figure out how to turn off events for something. Remove listener, add listener, on, remove all listeners. Oh, here we go. Removes all listeners or those of the specified event. It's not a good idea to remove listeners that were added elsewhere in the code. Yeah, that's not a good idea then, huh? Removes a listener from the listener array for the specified event. No. So then, does this return anything that I can use to later unlisten from it? No. How do I do this? Where's the bug tracker for Botland? Just kidding. Don't really know much about sockets. I can have. Oh. Okay. Well, this is. I gotta figure this out. So the socket already has a disconnect listener that is now no longer valid. That needs to be removed, and instead I need to add the correct one. Whoop, Sublime just got crazy. Alright, I might just do this later. Although, what does this mean? This means that if a user gets wiped out and then disconnects, it should cause something bad to happen on the server. Or, actually, no, this is fine, I guess. It shouldn't be called. Alright, let's take a look, Decatech. Okay. So you've got your server. Require socket. So sockets.js, exports.initialize, io.listen, chat infra. Alright, Zia Folk. Set name. Chatcom, io.of chatcom. Alright. I'm going to look at this after the stream, I think. And I think I'm just going to figure this out and then call it quits. So, how would I do this? Also, let's put this over here for now. So there is a remove of listener. Removes a listener from the listener array for the specified event. Changes array indices in the listener array behind the listener. So I've got to have a function. It'll remove at most one instance of a listener. If any single listener has been added multiple times, must be called multiple times. Returns emitter, so calls can be changed. Yeah, so here's the thing I'm not sure about. Can I pass in if I bind a function with the same arguments twice, are those two bound functions equal to each other? So I have function foo, console.log this.x. Now I say bound 1 equals foo.bind x5. Now I probably need to make this an object somewhere. So obj equals x5. Okay, so bound 1 equals foo.bind obj. Bound 2 equals foo.bind obj. Does bound 1 equal bound 2? No. Yeah, alright, then that's bad. Alright, I'm going to do this later. So, bug connection manager keeps a disconnect event that is unnecessary it should ideally be removed, so maybe we store it in the connecting user itself. Also, I need to add in the correct disconnect function, which is socket disconnected. Why is Kappa not working? Alright, cool. So I think that's it for now. Let me just take a quick look at my code. I think I should have like 3 change lines, right? Oh yeah, I also deleted that function. But then yeah, there's like 3 change lines. Alright, so, and I didn't even save that. Alright, well, I'll figure that out later. So yeah, I tried to stream for a little longer than normal today because I felt a little guilty about yesterday. I know the stream only ended like 5 minutes short, but whatever. So I'm gonna go look at Decatex code. I will not be streaming tomorrow. I will be on Friday, which is New Year's Day. So if you want to spend your hungover New Year's watching someone code, you know where to go. Anyway, thanks everyone for watching. Take care. Have a good night. Happy holidays. Happy New Year. See you later.